What is going on, New York Giants fans, NFL fans of all? We got day 2 of the NFL draft. Yesterday was a success. You guys know how yesterday panned out. And if you didn't, the video is on our YouTube and you can find it on the channel. As y'all see, I got GOS, my man NYG Jeffy T3285. Man, how are y'all feeling from yesterday, man? I mean, honestly, it still feels like a dream. I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
How can you not be riding high after what we just had, what we just went through yesterday as fans, as entire Giants fan base? I mean, we were all going into this draft months ago, even speculating on mock drafts. Like we never thought that Evan Neal or Kayvon Thibodeau was even a thought that these two guys would go probably in the top three. And then as the times kept creeping closer and closer, we might have thought that one of these guys could have been a formality, but nobody ever thought that we'd get both of these guys. And the fact that we were able to get an impact defensive player with the upside and also the personality and confidence that a Kayvon Thibodeau has, how can you not get excited for everything this kid has said, for everything the upside this kid has as a pass rusher? And Evan Neal is just he's a brick wall. He's a monster on that right side of the offensive line. He's somebody that gives you confidence that you could put him out there and he's going to do his job and hold up that right side of the line. I mean, how can us Giant fans not be happy right now? We had the best first round draft in probably maybe the past 5 to 10 years. That's just how good it feels. We're riding high as Giants fans.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I couldn't have said it best, man. I mean, in my honest opinion, I think when you really look at it, yeah, it's probably, or at least on paper, the best draft that we've had in what 5 years. I mean, you could say 10 for sure. I mean, these are two bookend players that, when it's all said and done, could be the best at their respective positions coming out of this draft. GOS, I mean, shit. I mean, we're gonna start this off with you, man. I see we got some people in the chat. Um, but Mark the Blue Giant wants to know, who did we take at 36? Dean, Booth? I mean, shoot, which way should we go?
Well, I think Booth has got to be your number one, just because the possibility. Well, not the possibility. Bradbury, 99% chance he's gone. So I think you got to go Booth. That's got to be your number one guy right there. I mean, Dean's probably a scheme fit. I'm sure Wink would love to get him in here. He's a Patrick Queen clone, so if they view him as that much better of an upgrade, better player over Booth. Joe Shane has preached. He's a BPA guy. Let's see if he goes in that direction. There's other guys out there though. Travis Jones, a few other guys out there,
Definitely,
that
definitely.
are worthy of this pick for sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Yesterday I was stating, by this time tomorrow, Nakobi Dean, you will be a New York Giant. And, prior to the show, I'm talking to GOS, I'm saying earlier today, I'm just watching Andrew Booth Jr. film. I mean, this kid is a stud. This kid is, honestly, man, I don't know how he made it to the second round. And you can make the same argument for Nakobi Dean. I don't understand how he slipped to the
I
second
think
round.
Booth
So,
had a back injury, I believe. He had a serious back injury he had surgery on, so maybe that's what made him fall. I'm not sure
yeah,
about
that could
Dean.
play it. That definitely could play
I
a
actually have
factor.
some insight on Nakobe Dean.
Ooh,
The
talk to us,
worry
man.
the worry with him is he's like a size of a safety. He's like 220. He has a hard time getting off blocks. It's obviously hard to get your hands on to block him, but the fear with him is he has a small frame. He's only like low 6 foot something, and the fear is that he don't have the frame to put on any more weight. So
Mhm.
a lot of people think like he's basically maxed out weight wise, and if that's the case, I mean you kind of want your middle linebacker to be have a little bit more heft than 220, and you don't want a linebacker for the next 10 years who can't get off blocks. That's not ideal.
That's
Yeah.
true. I mean, and you make a good point there. I've seen people, comment on his size, and I get it. I just think, and I know that we've spoken about this a little bit too. Dean would fit, Wings defense fairly well. Same with Booth. I think Andrew Booth Jr., man, I mean, pairing him outside of, Adoree Jackson, you got two corners right there that could get the job done. He doesn't have the pressure of having to be that number one, and you solve your CB2 position. Now, before anything, let me get to this chat because I see we got some people here, so I want to do a couple shout outs. Easy three. I don't think they're taking Willis, man, but we'll see what happens. I
I
think he
doubt
should
it.
definitely go to Minnesota or maybe a team like the Bucks. What do you do after Tom Brady? So
I'll
that
throw
that's
this out there for the
crazy.
chat real quick. There was a rumor that Ralph Falciano mentioned earlier today that if Sam Howell somehow dropped to the third round, the Giants would investigate maybe drafting Sam Howell. So I'm just throwing that
Who?
out there.
I did
Is that
Just
see
like
throwing it
that.
out
I
the
did
there.
see that.
is that like the Karate Kid's name or something? Ralph Macchiano? The hell?
No, it's close. It's
You mean
close.
Ralph Macchiato or
Yeah, it's
Macchio?
close.
That sounds like the Karate Kid, man.
And that's a good movie too, but nah,
It is.
close. I did see that, Jeff, and I don't know how I would feel about Sam Howell personally. I mean, at this point, I want to trust Joe Shane and the whole
Mm,
process, but I just feel, look, we we can pretty much assume that Bradbury isn't going to be here at this point. I mean, even Dan Dugan came out about 30 minutes ago at this point, stating that he firmly believes that Bradbury is going to get cut. He doesn't think that he's going to get traded at all, unless the
mm,
Giants eat a majority of the cap. And to me, if I'm gonna have to eat a majority of the cap, I would rather just outright cut the player. To be honest with you,
yeah.
and especially if you get Andrew Booth Jr. But DMAC Warrior, what's going on? Mark the Blue Giant, GMAT 409, Slay. You are an Eagles fan, yes, but I did send you the link on Twitter if you would like to join us, man. Would love to hear your
Slay,
thoughts,
congrats
man.
to you guys. You know what?
Congrats, man.
I hate you guys with a passion your team, but you guys did well yesterday too, getting Jordan Davis and AJ Brown. So I'll give
Yep.
you your props. Not better than us, not better than us, but you did well.
Dude,
So
Jordan
congrats
Davis
to
is
you.
horrendous. Have you seen the plays that he quit on? Like that guy's conditioning is awful. He's a bust, bro. Like I
I
think
mean,
he's gonna be a bust. If
I
he
think
I
he.
think
don't
he lose.
if he don't get his condition under wrap, dude, he's like for the stuff they say about Kayvon Thibodeau, that's actually like legit concerns with Davis.
Shit.
There's some
I mean,
horrendous plays on tape he just gave up. And I
he's
get
a
he's
two down
big guy
player.
and tired. It's facts. And I don't know if he can ever develop a pass rush. That's the thing. And like I don't want to see no players quitting on the field. It's just that's not a good look.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. Thankfully, that ain't our problem. Hopefully, he's not
no.
a
Yeah.
problem, for the New York Giants in our interior line when we play the
Well,
Eagles. But
I
shit,
want him out there in the fourth quarter, man. I'll tell you that. Puffing and
definitely,
puffing.
man. Big Blue City Empire Sports, what's going on? Tudo, what's going on? Jonathan Studios, what is going on? Appreciate you guys stopping by.
What up, guys?
NYG31, Blue City Empire Sports says, "Am I crazy or does Kayvon look and sound like OBJ on his interview last
I
night?"
love this kid. I'm this kid is gonna slowly become one of my favorite players. I just love his boisterous, outgoing, cocky, confident personality. He feels and sounds like our old defensive ends, like our pass rushers from the past, like a
I
stray-haired
don't get
Muminura
a
talk. I love it. I love it from you. Everything I see from this kid,
I
it just
don't get
gives me that
OBJ
vibes.
vibes. Wasn't OBJ like
Yeah,
a kind of a little awkward to media, a little bit, like a little shy?
I
Mm,
mean,
I
I
don't know.
think a lot of
I don't
people
get
just, I think people just compare, the big personality, the flashiness, and truthfully, we haven't really had that, in my opinion, since OBJ. Now, hypothetically, because I've seen, and I don't know if y'all have seen it. Maybe I know Jeff, you're on Twitter more than GOS is, but you got Giants fans out the wazoo adding OBJ, same way Art Stapleton in regards to him possibly coming back. Look, if he comes back at some point, cool. But at the same time, I mean, I just think that we should get younger at the position. There's more talent out there. And I love OBJ to death. He's been my favorite Giant for quite some time, but just I wouldn't do it right now.
it.
Not with him coming off of that injury. But shit, we'll see. Maybe at some point in his career, he ended off back in New York. And we got my man Slay, brother. How you doing, man?
airtime. airtime.
Yo, what's good, yo? What's good? What's good? What's good?
What up, Slay?
Chilling, man, chilling. Let me ask you, man, how you feeling off of yesterday? I saw your video with, how you felt with AJ Brown. I mean, I'm pumped for y'all, but how did you like the Jordan Davis pick? I mean, what are your thoughts, man?
I mean, I love the Jordan Davis pick, and I understand like the questions. But you look at the upside, you look at where he can be in the next year or two if he's fully developed. That just shocks you. Like if you put him next to Fletcher Cox, then you're just gonna get a dynamite type of player. Like you ain't stopping that. Like who's gonna stop Javon Hargrave and my guy Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis? Like and that's just too much. And
A
for me, like
Twinkie gonna stop Jordan Davis, bro. What are you
yeah,
talking about?
hey, for me personally, I just personally feel like you can't stop that. Like that's too much of a like just dog D line, and I don't know. I feel like if he's fully developed, that dude's gonna be a dog. Like
Jordan Davis would be a beast at like 25. I'm legit not trying to be cruel because you're an Eagles fan. This is my legitimate opinion. Like, I
and
just don't see
I
him ever
understand
getting a pass rush. I just
yeah.
don't see it. You know what
I
I mean? Him
understand
developing
where
that.
people are coming from with like the concerns because he had a limited snap count and I understand that he should have played a little bit more, but you cannot blame him because that Georgia defense was so good. He just could
Mm.
not get in there every rep.
I mean, good is an understatement, man. I mean, they had a historic defense for that organization over there. I mean, what was it? Five first rounders for that Georgia defense yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's incredible. And I like Jordan Davis. I mean, he is a big player, man. I mean, you want to talk about size, pause, but you want to talk about size. I mean, definitely, he has that. I mean, I like Jordan Davis. Again, I think he's a two down player, but I mean, to your point, big play. I mean, yeah, you pair him with Hargraves, you pair him with Fletcher Cox. I mean, yeah, that is a nice D line. And I think that he could develop into a beast of a player, but I don't know, man. I mean, would
What
he
does
have
that
to
mean for
come down
Milton
so
Williams
late?
too?
Mm. Oh, Milan Williams is kind of always gonna be a rotational piece. Either way, like he was gonna always be a rotational piece. It did not matter. Like either
Mm.
way, like he was gonna be a rotational piece. I feel like that's what he's more suited to do. Like I love the guy. I feel like he should make a push to defensive end more.
Mm.
Because he doesn't have like that much of a strong case to be playing at D tackle when you have Davis, Hargrave, and Fletcher
Yeah.
Cox all in front of you.
I think what's going to happen is Jordan Davis will be mostly a rotational player. They won't expect a whole lot of him in the first year since Cox and Hargrave are still there. But probably after the season, when Cox is either going to retire or go somewhere else, and Hargrave's a free agent, he leaves. That's when they're going to probably expect Jordan Davis to make that jump in his second year. But I don't think
Mhm.
I don't think they're gonna. I don't think Jordan Davis is gonna have like a rookie of the year type season. I expect him to be
Nah,
more of a
obviously.
rotational
I
guy.
don't
He's gonna be more of a rotational guy on that defensive line, if anything.
yeah,
I mean, the other guy that you got yesterday with AJ Brown, that guy is gonna be
yeah,
counted on to either be your number one or like a 1B on your
yeah.
offense. So I mean,
I mean, the thing is, we have like 3 1s basically because we also have a guy named Dallas Goddard, and Goddard was a big piece for us last year.
yeah, but you
So
also have a guy that can't throw the ball accurately, and that's your problem.
that's
You
the
guys,
thing, though.
your team has the personnel, you have the offensive line, you have good playmakers, but your quarterback could kill that offense. Your
I
quarterback
I
alone
understand
could
that,
turn
Jeff.
that offense into crap. That's the
I
problem.
understand that completely, Jeff. I understand it completely. But the thing is, I feel like the only reason people even dog on Hurts is because he can't throw it accurately. The thing is, they don't understand that he did throw it accurately in the middle of the field. It's just that he couldn't throw it accurately down the field. That's where his
Well,
problem.
I'll tell you what, he
What
was
up,
throwing
Mac?
accurately at Giants players last year. I was
What's
praying
going
Jalen
on,
Hurts would throw when
fellas?
we played him. Hey,
Hey, Mac, what's good, bro?
I mean, look, you're not even lying, GOS. I mean, he did throw the ball accurately to us last year. I mean, and I said this yesterday, and I have no problem saying this again. I mean, if the Eagles do go out there and let's say Hurts isn't that answer, and they're picking high next year, which I don't think they will pick high next year, but hypothetically, if they do, I mean, they get themselves a quarterback that can sling the ball. I mean,
Depends though.
prime
His
time
spot.
off.
Are the Saints going to be good though?
There's something that
Ooh,
Are
no
the
that
Saints going to
no
be good next year? That's
nobody
What's
I
up,
is
Mac?
no,
talking
no.
about. with this trade though last night with AJ Brown. And all due respect, AJ Brown is one of the best receivers in the game. But this man has never even put a full 16 down in any season he's played yet, man. And that's something else that got to be in consideration. And he's injured often. You know what I mean? So you got to put that in perspective too, and hope that he can stay healthy for you guys, because that's going to be a big factor, especially with all that money y'all just threw at him.
Yeah,
That's true.
guess what though? Guess what though? We got a
Well,
guy named Devontae Smith and another guy named Dallas Goddard. He won't have any pressure put up on him unless it's the closing finishes of the
it's up.
game
It's
where he
it's all
has to
on
get the ball.
Hurts.
Yeah,
It is
it's
all on
really
Well,
all
Jalen
dude,
on.
Hurts. They have three.
actually,
They have three
listen,
guys that can play well.
you can
Go
actually
ahead,
ask
JOS.
BPS. I've actually told people, and I still stand by it, like, don't sleep on Jalen Hurts. I just think they're doing him wrong. Like, this read option junk is just holding him back from progressing as
Yeah,
a throwing quarterback to a point to where, I mean, it's just going to, what's going to happen? He's just going to become a full on read option quarterback. Just let him
I
sling it. I
agree.
know you're
I
not going to
agree
win a bunch of
100%,
games,
GOS.
but take the losses now and let him learn the right damn way. Otherwise, you're going to be
Yeah,
looking for a quarterback. Because read option stuff,
yeah.
it stunts these quarterbacks. That's why I don't want Malik Willis. Because that's what he's going to be stuck doing for 2 years to be forced in there to play.
But
And then you stunt them.
Malik Willis is a better arm than Jalen Hurts. So I
Dude,
will
It's
say
well,
not
what
that.
does
that
it matter?
hard. The
He,
Yeah.
Eagles
at
only
least Jalen Hurts
all Jalen
reads. Dude,
all Jalen
Jalen
Hurts
Hurts
has
goes
to
through more
do.
reads in one game than friggin' Malik Willis has an entire college career. So,
Yeah, that is true. I will say that.
Hey,
All
man.
Jalen Hurts has to do is just get the ball in close to the vicinity of Devonta Smith, of AJ Brown, and Dallas Goddard, and those guys will be able to make plays. It's just he can't throw it wildly inaccurate. And although all of their receivers got to stay healthy too, because people have been saying Devonta Smith's got that small frame. How long can his body take the hits and everything? AJ Brown, like Mac just said, he hasn't put in a full season yet. Can't even remember the last time he did that. He was battling injuries all last year and
well,
had
Jeff,
surgery, I believe, on both his
Hurt,
knees. And Goddard's had injury issues too.
Jeff, early last year, Hurts was like to start the year out. They were throwing the ball a lot with Hurts, a lot, and
What's
Oh
going on,
he
Yeah.
had
coach?
he had
What
good
up,
looking
guys? What
games.
up?
But then they started to want to get wins. The only way they could win was to run the ball with that read option stuff.
I
Yeah.
don't care,
It's
What's up,
man.
coach?
I got
What
a
up? How
top
y'all
15
doing?
receiver. I got a top 15 receiver. That's all I care about.
I mean, hey,
And
look, and I get that. I mean, again, AJ was definitely a nice selection for y'all. Shit, but I mentioned this to Coach earlier. Coach, I saw your DM, but I wasn't able to fully read it because I was getting this ready. Let me get your thoughts, man, on the Texans yesterday, because I think y'all
Yeah.
had a sneaky good draft,
Man, we
man.
had a
they
solid
got
one,
bro.
man.
I just want to say this, Dante, before you go. You got the best man-to-man corner in this
Yeah,
draft.
I agree. I agree. But personally, thank you, Slay, for taking AJ Brown out of our division. We know we still play you guys this year, but we don't play them 2 times a year. We don't got to deal with it, and that also weakens the Tennessee Titans. But I'll say I love what Nick Casario and Lovey Smith did. That was a Lovey Smith pick. Getting Darryl Stingley Jr., the top corner in the draft, the best man-to-man corner in the draft. Someone that we can finally say that can lock down a number one wide receiver that can line up against a number one wide receiver. And Lovey Smith is excited. I'm excited. The Houston community is excited about getting this guy. And I'm very happy. I can finally say we probably went healthy, got a lockdown corner that can guard number ones that's not afraid of. You know what I mean? When you're guarding the guys like Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson at practice, holding your
Devontae
own,
Smith.
Devontae Smith, holding your own against top weighted NFL wide receivers all your career in the SEC. That is solid, and shutting them down at the same time. That is really really solid. 4.3 speed. Nobody can really actually run past him or run him like that. So that's good. He got the speed to stay with guys as well. He won't be beat over the top. You can trust him on an island by himself. And Kenyan Green, one of the top interiors in the offensive lineman in the draft as well. I'm happy. Hometown kid from Houston. I'm happy about Nick Casario and Lovey Smith, and I got a feeling great things going to happen in night two with the 3 draft picks that we got coming up at pick 37 as well.
Yo, I want to make a hot take right quick about the Texans. Speaking of the Texans, I think the Texans will have a top 10 secondary in the league next year if everything plays out. If because you
Wow.
look at what they have right there, they have Derek Stingley now. If he hits, then you have a potentially a top 10 corner. And then you also have Steven Nelson and Desmond King.
Desmond King, who was our best DB last year,
I
based
And
agree
on
then
there.
that's my
numbers.
point. And King is
And
more
I have to
suited to
say,
the slot.
and I have to say too, Dante, the best move I think you guys did too was finding a way to keep Brandon Cooks on that roster because
Yep,
that
I
dude
love
just
that.
goes out there
Yeah.
consistent every year. Nobody really talks about him. He just consistently puts up numbers, goes about his
Hmm.
business, gets 1,000-yard seasons all the time. I think that's a great player to have for Davis Mills, a young quarterback. And I love the Kenyan Greens draft pick by you guys. I thought that might have been your
Thanks.
best draft pick. I think that kid is perfect for your offensive line. So I mean, I thought the Texans did one of the best jobs so far this draft
Yeah.
too.
The
And we
Texans are
always
going to be
drafted
sneaky
well. We always
competitive.
drafted well. We never drafted. We never drafted and really never had a bust. We always drafted
Hmm.
well too.
Yeah. The Texans are going to be sneaky competitive next year, bro. They're going to be sneaky competitive, man. Y'all watch out for that team for the next like 10 years.
I mean, I believe y'all got
Oh,
what,
because the
two
Jaguars are
first
going to be
round
bad, and the
picks.
Titans are going to take a step back.
Yeah, the
You say
Titans.
what?
Y'all got two first round picks for the next what, 3 years?
Yep.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, dog, and I told you this, coach. I mean, I think y'all should keep Lovey Smith. I like Lovey Smith as a
Yep.
coach. I
I
mean,
love it.
that is honestly what a way to build, from the ground up. Essentially, I mean, you got
Hmm.
the ammunition, you got yourself, man, such cornerstone players, man, so far to start that era, man. I mean, I'm up for y'all, man. I mean, seriously.
Yep. Yep.
Now, let me ask y'all because we're all. Correct me if I'm wrong, Slay. Y'all are picking in the second round too, correct?
Yes, we
So
are picking. We are picking 51. I think.
okay, so I mean, for the Giants, I mean, we've spoken a little bit on where we think we're gonna go. I mean, I'm gonna ask y'all this. I mean, Coach Slay. I mean, where do y'all believe that your respected teams are going to be going in this draft? Um, whether that's round two, whether that's round three, both. Because
Hmm.
I really want to hear what y'all have to say to see it from your perspective.
All right.
Well, go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Slay.
Coffee.
Go ahead, get yours out.
All right. I'm gonna just say this right quick. I don't think we're gonna keep pick 51. I think we're gonna trade down to pick 60 with the Buccaneers, and then we're gonna get pick 60 and 91, and we're gonna trade them 51. So it's like we're getting 60, 91, they get 51. And then at pick 60, we're gonna get Nick Bonito. And that's my just overall lookout on that pick 60 pick. And then at pick 83, I think the Eagles grab Brandon Smith, the linebacker from Penn State. And then with that last pick, 91, I'm thinking we go get my guy, Kobe Bryant from Cincinnati. That's the guys that I think that the Eagles realistically get if we trade down and work some magic.
I mean, that would definitely be working some magic to say the least. I mean, shit. I mean, what about you, Coach? I mean, where do you think your Texans are going to be
Hey
looking?
man, I love where we are positioned at. We are positioned at 37. So news just broke. The Texans will be getting a running back. A running back. I don't know if at 37
Breeze Hall,
we're
Breeze
gonna get a
Oh
running.
Hall.
We're
yeah.
gonna get a running back in this round. We got three of these picks in these rounds. So I'm gonna say Brees Hall, any running back, Brees Hall, Kenneth Walker, or
Isaiah
Isaiah
Spiller.
Spiller. I'm happy with it. I don't give. I'm happy with those running backs. But I would say Brees Hall. He's the best running back in the draft. And I think we got pick 68, the very next pick, 68 coming up after the 37. I would say go after the defensive end, defensive edge rusher, and the last pick, go after a receiver. We do still need a wide receiver. I think we still do. I know we got Brandon Cooks, but we still need a wide receiver to keep helping out Davis Mills in this draft. So again, I like our position. I like what we're doing. And Nick Casario, Lovey Smith, they have a plan, man. So running back will be drafted, I believe, in this round, in the second or third round. It will be drafted.
Hey, good
Hey,
doing business with you,
definitely.
man, to get Jordan Davis. Appreciate it.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
always, man. Always, always.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
man.
mean, that's
Hey,
what it's all about. Shit. And look, Jeff. I mean, not Jeff. Sorry, Coach. I mean, uh, I've been saying, I think the Giants may take a running back in the third, whether that's James Cook. I mean, he's definitely.
Damian Pierce from Florida.
I haven't done enough research to be honest on him. I've been really looking at James Cook.
Yeah.
I know he was at the Giants facility, same with Walker at the time, but I mean, I think James Cook. I mean, if you don't think that Saquon's going to be, here for the long run, which I mean that's up in the air. I mean, that'd be a nice piece right there. I mean, he could come in, especially since now you have Evan Neal, you have a revamped offensive line. I mean, shit, why not get younger at the position? I mean, if you're talking about a backfield that's Barkley, James Cook, and Matt Breida, I mean, that's looking like a nice backfield on top of the other signings that we've made in the offseason.
I got a
Kayla,
question
A
for
lot of
Slate
people
real
think
quick.
he's a third down running back hit squad. I've heard a lot of people say that. I'm not quite sure on the subject, but
I'm
uh,
honestly, I don't see it. I mean,
I got a question
you think he'd be a full
for
time running
Slate
back?
real quick.
I think he could.
S-
I mean, but I think he's more
Slate,
special in the receiving game too.
Yeah.
Slate. What are the Eagles planning on doing with Miles Sanders? Because he's sort of in the same boat as we are with Barkley. I mean, they isn't he a free agent after this season? They didn't pick up his option, right?
Well, he wasn't. Was he a first round? He wasn't first round, was he?
Was he a second or first rounder? I
I think he
forget.
was.
I
I think
didn't.
he was a second round pick. Slay. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if you
didn't
like
think he's a first
but
rounder.
I think he's a second
Oh,
round
so he's
pick
a wait.
for the Eagles.
So he's a free agent. I know they have Gainwell, but I mean, are the Eagles maybe thinking about getting a running back in the middle, like a second or third round too, because they might need a running back in the future if they don't think Gainwell is the long term guy, and if they think that Miles Sanders is only going to be here this year and they're going to let him go. So, they might be
Well,
another
you could
team that could look
probably.
for one of these running backs.
I think you could get Miles Sanders like a cost effective deal if you want. I
Like
mean,
I like the options of us getting that running back at 37 because if you look at who's ahead of us, maybe Tampa Bay take a running back. That's probably the only team I think that can take a running back. But Minnesota got Dalvin Cook. Tennessee got Derrick Henry. They can easily take a backup running back. But right now, I look at the teams that's before us, and I like that option at 37 to take a running back. When I think the only team right there is Tampa Bay may take a running back. Even though they got Leonard Fournette, I think Tampa Bay was still considered taking a running back. So I like our options getting one at 37.
Hey, I
Well,
mean,
there's
and
been
that would be
rumors that
solid
Tampa
for
Bay
them.
have thought about Tampa Bay might trade out of that pick. There's been a lot of teams that have called them that are gauging interest in maybe Tampa Bay trading out of 33. So there could be a trade at the beginning of the draft, if anything. So, but I could see
I
them maybe
mean,
going after a running back too if they end up staying in that spot, or maybe one of those young defensive players they could go for at the defensive line.
I think we're gonna see quite a bit more trades today, kind of like what we did yesterday. Maybe not as much, but I mean, shit. I mean, if the Texans could lock themselves up with the running back, I mean, especially if it's Brees Hall, I mean, you're talking about a solid draft so far, man. A
Yeah.
solid draft for the Texans. I mean, for the Giants, I mean, we're all kind of like indifferent with certain things. I mean, I know. Again, yesterday I was saying, Nakobi Dean. Now I'm kind of getting on the Andrew Booth Jr. train a little bit. So I mean, it's gonna be a lot of fun, man. I am behind as hell on these comments. Shit, Jaden, what's going on? Miss Kayla, what is going on? Easy
Coach, you
three.
don't like Kenneth Walker?
Hell yeah, I love Kenneth Walker.
I
Isaiah
was gonna say he's where that pick too.
I'll take anyone that's available. I'll jump up and down. Any of those running backs, I'm jumping up and down. Even Pierre Strong Jr. or most late in the later rounds, I'll take them. I'll
Yeah,
take them. It doesn't matter. I love Kenneth Walker.
Pierre Strong's a sleeper, man. He could be a
Yes,
starter just
really,
in the
I'm
fourth
telling you.
round, man.
Yep.
Straight up sleeper.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I agree with you there,
All
man.
right.
Shit. Miss Kayla says I
I know
really want the
Kayla's been on
Giants.
she,
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. What are you saying, Joe?
she's been on the Christian Watson bandwagon this whole
She
time. She's been a
has.
big fan of him. Would love if we get him.
No, yeah, and I agree with you there, Jess. She has been on top of it. I mean, Christian Watson, hell of a player, man. Hell of a player. Um, Kayla says she really wants the Giants to grab Christian Watson. At one point in the draft, Watson was considered the best wide receiver in college football, but I wouldn't mind getting a sideline to sideline linebacker. I mean, I wouldn't either. I mean, I wouldn't either. I saw some fans prior to the draft, a couple days prior, looking at George Pickens because they feel that he could uh, replace Galladay at some point. I mean, again, I'm more looking at the secondary or at the linebacker position. I wouldn't necessarily mind the wide receiver. I have them taking one, but in the fourth round. Oh, excuse me, in the third round. I apologize. Now, let me see. Mark the Blue Giant says Eagles and the Giants got better while Dallas is defending their trash pick. Let's talk about this real quick. Did y'all see Jerry Jones make a fool of himself yesterday?
What
Yup.
else is
What,
new?
what else
I
is
even
new?
got a Cowboy fan
Exactly.
on my network, man. I even got a Cowboy fan on my network. Those of y'all don't know, I am an executive of a Spotlight Sports Network. But that dude is so depressed about that pick. Boy, that dude, I felt bad for my boy Doug. But yeah, it's a
Uh,
lot of things going wrong in Dallas right now about that pick.
yeah, Dallas. Let me tell you
Mm.
something. I don't think I've ever seen not just the team, but let alone the owner, show the media with cameras on them their draft board just to prove a point. Like, why for what, man? Like, I don't understand at this point. That team is nothing more than a damn marketing team ran by
He's
marketing
got
Yep.
that
guys.
owner. He's ruining that organization. I think the Dallas Cowboys will be in better shape when Jerry Jones is no longer in control of that team. I think he has been
Because
self-destructing the Cowboys for a long time, and he needs to get. They need to get him out. When he's not there anymore, I think the Cowboys will become more of a stable organization going forward. But
he
yeah, Jerry
refuses to
Jones.
hire real coaches.
Yeah,
Ever since he
you're
shit
right.
canned
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson, it's been a joke. It's been a clown show over there.
Hmm. He wants to hire guys that he can control. That's all he wants to do.
Jerry's
He
got
still wants to be the
some
guy.
top dude. Jerry's got some top notch coke though. I'll tell you that.
Hey, man,
What's got the
you
good
know
stuff?
what's
That
crazy?
boy be skiing 24/7.
The player that they picked, Tyler Smith. I mean, look, these players they're gonna learn how to talk to the media more. Some are better at it than others. But Tyler Smith told the media he spoke to Coach Jerry. That's how you refer to your owner. I mean, I don't think I've seen any Giants, players say, "Oh, I spoke to
Well,
Coach Mara,"
he is the
or
coach. I mean, let's be
he is
real
the coach.
about it.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. He's the coach,
It's
the
I
sad.
GM,
mean,
the owner. He's everything.
I mean, who's the first one after every Dallas game to get an interview? It's Jerry
It's
Jones.
Jerry Jones. Yep.
Yep.
It's always him.
It's just it's insane because look, I hate the Eagles. Y'all know how I feel. I'm sure it's mutual with Slay, but I mean, Philly got better. Giants got better. I mean, you can make an argument that the Commanders got better with Jahad Doxson, but
Oh God.
Dallas. I mean, yeah, nah. I've never seen an owner, let alone a team, show the media their draft board just to prove a point because the media questioned why you picked him. Like I just don't. And then you have his son say, "Don't show them that." Like that should be fuck.
Well, he
Excuse my
should have just
language.
showed
That
it
it
to
should be
him.
fucking common sense.
Yeah, it
Like
makes no sense. I think Dallas is going down this year. I think Dallas is going to take a step back. I know they still have talent on that team, but I just think that Dallas is going to take a step back this year, and they're not going to be as good as maybe still some people believe because they got a lot of questions on that team. Their offensive line is a work in progress. Who knows where Dak's state of mind is? Ezekiel Elliott, he's clearly not the same running back he was before. They lost some players on defense that who knows if they're going to be able to replace. I think Dallas is going to take a step back this year and not going to
If
be as good.
if their players stay healthy, no line, I still wouldn't sleep on it. And I'm telling you right now, Tyler Smith was not much of a reach where they got him. He's a good player. I wouldn't sleep on their offensive line. I'm just saying that's just my honest opinion about it. They all stay healthy.
That's the
I
biggest
just still think
question
they're
right
just
there.
yeah. Okay. They haven't Tyron Smith. I mean, he's probably the best left tackle in the league, but he hasn't been healthy. It's all about
Yeah.
health, man. Same what that goes for everybody though. Really, when you think about it, that's what it all
And I
boils
mean,
down
Zach
to.
Martin is still one of the best guards in the league, too, but he's another guy that's been getting hurt a lot. And I don't like Biotish at center. I think Biotish is
Dude,
not that good of a player.
Zach Martin could kick out the right tackle right now and be a top 50 tackle. I mean, that's
Oh,
how good he is.
absolutely. He did it before. He was a right tackle at one point, and he played well. I mean, there's no questions about him or Tyron Smith when they're healthy. It's just about the rest of that offensive line. I mean, that's the question. They have three
absolutely.
guys three positions that are very questionable on that team, and can they be able to hold up? So, and the wide receiver position is a big question mark too. I mean, can CeeDee Lamb be a number one receiver when he doesn't have Gallup and Cooper taking up some space
No,
too?
no, no.
And
His
and
name's
Gallup is
Mister
coming off,
Oopsie, not
yeah,
CD Lamb.
and then Gallup is coming off an ACL injury. Who knows if he's going to be ready and what he's going to be like when he comes back? So they got questions all over the place too,
I
just
agree.
like us.
But the thing is that they definitely lost. They lost production. When you look at the players that they lost. I mean, I understand Randy Gregory. He could be inconsistent, but I think that when he's on, he's on.
He's
He's
a
a player
dog.
that
Yeah.
exactly. He's a dog. I mean, Amari Cooper. Say what you want about him. He's still a great route runner. He's still a 1,000-yard receiver. I mean, they got
hmm
fleeced, for him, in my honest opinion. But
I like
it,
Cedric Wilson too. I thought that was an underrated
yeah,
loss for them.
He's
I
a
He
mean,
good
they
played
lost.
player.
well.
They lost Albert Wilson too to Miami. On
Yeah,
top of that,
Cedric Wilson.
oh, Cedric. I thought it was. Oh yeah, Cedric.
You
Shit.
always do that. You always
I
Yeah.
talk.
know. I
No,
know.
Albert
No,
Wilson was on Miami for
he
a while.
was
I think
on
he's still
Miami.
there.
Nah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get
Yeah,
it right, man. I mean, they
Hit gets
lost
them
Lyle
mixed up all the
Collins, man.
time.
Yeah, dog, I'm gonna get better with that. I promise
Did
you.
Gallup stay or did he move on?
Yeah,
No,
Gallup signed a new
they,
deal.
yeah,
They
they signed him
Yeah.
to a new deal.
Listen, here's the difference between the Giants, and I get we're younger and we're up and coming. We got some pieces on offensive line. Dallas has proven their offensive line is proven when they're healthy. The guys that are on
Yeah,
there,
that's
we're
true.
not pure and simple. I mean, we had one good season at Andrew Thomas. We had a couple
Facts.
glimpses of Shane Lemieux flash. We got Glowinski. He's solid. We know he's going to be solid. And Evan Neal, I think, is going to be a fucking beast, but we don't know that yet. We ain't seen
Yeah.
him yet on the field. So
The
I just think
Giants have question marks.
there's a
They have
difference
question
between
marks
us
going
and
the place.
Dallas.
They have guys that have proven it, like you said, and we have guys that can prove it, have the potential to prove it, but they haven't been consistent or haven't been healthy. So they got to go
Yeah.
out there and prove it. That's the difference.
Yeah, definitely, man. Mark the Blue Giant wants to know any thoughts on who we should look out for in the third round. I feel we may go running back. I know we spoke about the running back position a little bit ago with Coach. I mean, but outside of that, I mean, are there any players you guys could see or want the Giants to pick up in the third round?
Tight end. Start looking towards tight end.
Okay,
Possibly a wide
I, li- I,
receiver.
I like
Maybe a
that.
defensive tackle if we don't go one in the second. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We got Matt Breida, who's a solid backup. Uh, I've had some people that are really high on Antonio Williams. I didn't see a lot of him, but there's some people that are really high on him. And he's,
Due for
third. But I
love.
think like Breida could hold it down for 4 or 6 weeks if he needed to. So I think we're pretty good on running back. You want to grab somebody fourth round and back, there's going to be options there. Some of them could be sleepers. So
I mean, shit. I mean, they could go wide receiver. They could go tight end. I wouldn't be upset if they went tight end early, in my opinion. I mean, I know we've spoken about, whether that'll be their second, third rounder, or maybe their fourth round. They maybe look to get a tight end, but I wouldn't be upset if that first pick in the third round goes to a tight end, just because. Look, I know that we got some bodies here, but in my opinion, I'm just not banking on any of those players. Maybe Ricky Seals Jones, just because like
No, we
you've
need
seen
some
him on
No,
the
no, no,
field,
no,
tight
but
no,
end
no,
outside
talent in
of that,
here.
I'm not really
no.
banking on it.
We don't have
No, we
anything
need
but
a
depth
tight
guys
end.
in here right now. All we got is depth guys right now. We
We need
need
a tight
Exactly.
end.
something legitimate.
I'm sorry, Jordan Akins. He might have shown a little teeny bit of flash in Houston, and Ricky Seals Jones has been like a tight end 2 or 3. We need a legit number one all around tight end on this team. I think that's one of our biggest weaknesses on this team is we don't have a tight end at
well,
all, and they
Seals is
need
a situational guy, right? You're not going to want him in line very much. You're going to use him on
no.
passing down, split him out.
Is he a
So
good
we need a
blocker?
no,
He is. He
no,
is
no. He's
not.
he's Evan Ingram without
He's
drops.
a former
Well,
wide
actually,
receiver.
he drops, but he's Evan Ingram, dude. Like he's the same player.
Oh yeah, he was a good wide receiver. I think he was in was it Mississippi State, Texas A&M, one of those schools?
When you put Seals in line, it's not going to end well. He's a guy you want to kick out, like in the slot, or inside of the slot wide receiver, and you're 4 wide or something.
And that's sort of Akins
So
too. Akins is sort of that
yeah,
same type of player. We don't
yeah.
have a blocking tight end unless you want to think Myrick is going to be that guy.
I think he could because he played a little fullback too. I think he's a good blocker, but I'm not 100% on that.
And we don't have a
That
fullback.
touchdown catch he had last year was ridiculous. So
It was.
I'm a little intrigued by that kid. Actually, he did decent, like
And I'm
or
going to
as
say
bad
it
as our
again.
team was.
I don't trust our wide receivers at all, and I think we need a wide receiver. I love Galladay, Tony, Shepard, Slayton. They have potential,
Dude,
but these guys
sign
are
Brandon
all
Marshall.
huge question marks. Question marks.
Sign Brandon Marshall. It'll be
Oh,
the
yeah,
dream
that-
team.
Yeah, exactly. Such a dream in 2017, wasn't it? Ended
And
that
I,
season with Roger Lewis, Travis Rudolph, and who's the other dude that was a receiver? Tavares King.
Tavares King. I mean,
Hey,
Tavares,
dude, he played pretty
I like
good.
Tavares
Like,
King. I was about to say I
yeah,
like Tavares King.
like he
Even
popped
Roger
open
Lewis
once
had
in a
some nice
while.
games. Roger
I
Lewis
just,
had
dude,
some
his
nice
his
games
end
too.
zone dance. I wanted to punch that guy. He'd crooked his little crooked arm, like chicken winging it.
Mhm.
I fucking
Yeah.
hated it. That guy
Man,
aggravated me, man.
for me personally, man, when that era of Roger Lewis, Tavares King, I, different, man. Because I remember that one. What was it against the Eagles? Tavares King took like 2 slants to the house.
Yeah.
I mean, you also have. I mean, he showed up again in the Green Bay game in our playoff loss.
Yep. The only
I mean,
receiver that did.
yeah,
OBJ dropped multiple touchdowns. Shepard. But back then, Shepard wasn't dropping anything.
it's man. How times have changed, man. Jonathan Studio says, I saw linebacker, tight end, and quarterback Troy Anderson mocked to the Giants with the first pick in the third round.
I would
Um,
love that, man. Me
It's
personally.
possible.
He's a
shit.
raw player, but sometimes the raw players are good because you get them in there and they just absorb everything from the coaches. They don't have their
Absolutely.
own plan in their head.
That's very
So
true.
he's just pure ass. He's as athletically gifted as just about any other middle linebacker in this class. I'd say.
Yeah, I
I
agree,
think you could
man.
use him on offense too. You could line him up down in the red zone, 2-point plays and stuff. Right? You can just snap him the ball, and let him run it in.
Big Blue for Life, 57 Ortiz. What's going on, my
What up,
brother?
man? Good to see you, Big Blue for life.
Yes,
How
sir.
you
Super
doing?
Taj, Jaden the Champ,
Taj.
D-Mac. Again,
What
I
up?
appreciate y'all stopping by. This is definitely one that I have seen a lot of people mocked to the Giants. I'm not the biggest fan of, but I know Easy Three, you are a big fan of Malik Willis.
No.
I don't see this
No.
happening.
No.
I just I think that
How's
the
it help the
team
team this
maybe
year?
it doesn't. It doesn't, and you're absolutely right. It does. How does it help the team? And
So
in
we're
my
sitting here
honest
with no
opinion,
CB2 in the middle of the season, getting burned into the air, and we're looking at Malik Willis sitting on the bench. Uh,
I mean, and
You
you know
still
that
you
the first incompletion that Daniel Jones throws, they're gonna be calling for this kid's name.
Oh,
So
Yes,
and whether you like it or
that's your
not,
problem. That's your
that can
problem with
still get
getting
you
a young
fired.
quarterback.
Even though it's a second
Yeah,
round pick, that can get you fired. That choice right there, because people are going
you
to look
can't
at that
do
like
it.
your franchise quarterback.
If you're going
If
to
you were
get a
going to do
Malik
it,
Willis,
you had to do it in the first round.
yeah, if you're going to get
absolutely.
Malik Willis, even at 36, get rid of Daniel Jones now. It's not going to work with Daniel Jones here if you have a Malik Willis on this team. It's just not going to work. And then why did you sign Tyrod Taylor? Why?
No,
So you're going to
you
just
make a
fill
good
up
point
that
there.
quarterback position with two guys that aren't going to play? While, like Gio West was just mentioning, we might not have a cornerback too. Our offensive line still needs a little bit more depth in the interior. We don't have any linebackers right now besides Blake Martinez. And the inside, our wide receiver core is a bunch of guys that are banged up, and who knows if they're going to be able to play. We don't have a tight end. Yet we still have holes on this team. We don't need a young quarterback right now. We don't need
Yeah,
it.
What I've
yeah,
said
I
is,
agree.
listen, this is an evaluation season. If you have another 4 or 5 win season, this whole team's getting tore down. There is some
Absolutely.
holes that need to be filled, and that CB2 is going to have to be filled.
Yes.
I don't trust. I like Rodarius Williams. I don't trust him to be CB2 all season. I'm
I
sorry.
No,
agree.
I don't
I
either.
agree.
I
And
like
I'm
Aaron
sorry
Robinson, but we don't know if he could play outside. We just don't know.
do you
We
really
don't even. I've seen to take Malik Willis. I'm sorry.
do you really want to go into a game against the Eagles, for instance, and if Jalen Hurts for some really odd reason is on target, and you have to go against AJ Brown and Devonta Smith, and you're going up against them with like a Rodarius Williams, who I like, Aaron Robinson, who I think is going to be a good player, but they're going to have a difficult time covering either one of those guys. I'd rather have a guy out there that I think is going to be able to handle one of those guys on a one-on-one matchup, because you're going to have to double one of them at pretty much all times. So
Yeah.
I'd rather get a guy like an Andrew Booth, who I believe can go out there and handle a wide receiver of that caliber one-on-one. So, yeah, I don't – Malik Willis or any of these quarterbacks, no, not in the second round. It just doesn't make sense. And a lot of these guys on this team, like GOS and Hit and Mac, you guys have said, they might not even be here after this year because it could be a complete teardown if this doesn't work out. Everybody on this team from the Gettleman era and Judge era or Shermer era or whatever it is, they're getting evaluated this year to see what their positions are on this team after this year. They're all getting evaluated this year to see who has a chance of being here on this team moving forward. And wouldn't be shocked if a lot of these guys are gone after this year. Just a full evaluation for all those players that were drafted or signed by Dave Gettleman, Joe Judge, Pat Shermer, all those people.
Well, there's a motto in the NFL: if you have two quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks.
That's right.
And it's very true statement.
Ask the Eagles about
it's that. It's how it works out in the end.
No, you're absolutely right. And look, I just feel that we have other positions that we have to address. Jaden, I agree. Texas, Jets, and Giants all had A+ drafts. I mean, it just, to me, it doesn't make sense to take a QB in the second if you want to evaluate what you have at the quarterback position right now. On top of that, like you said, Jeff, you went and signed Tyrod Taylor as your backup. So to me, it just doesn't make sense. And if you're going to select your quarterback there, you might as well just trade Daniel Jones, just because these fans, I mean, by the time this kid throws the first incompletion, whether it bounces off the receiver's hands and he drops it, they're going to be calling for Daniel Jones's name, and they're going to be calling for Malik Willis to get onto the field. We don't need that right now. I don't think that we're in a position to where we can develop a quarterback at the moment. Excuse me.
And then what? Then think of this: he comes in for 4 or 5 games or whatever, half a season, looks average, good enough to like Jalen Hurts. All right, we're going to give him 1 year, and then we pass up on a good quarterback that's a killer rookie next year. Go with Malik Willis, we find out he sucks. Now he went a whole nother year on a freaking shitty, low-class quarterback.
Also, you have to think about it too. I know the offensive line looks better on paper, but it's going to take time for these guys to gel during the season. They're not all of a sudden going to just become a great unit on the first game. Look at Kansas City. Kansas City took until maybe halfway through the season for that offensive line to finally gel. And when they were able to do that, that's when Patrick Mahomes stopped turning the ball over 50,000 times, and they started winning again. So it's going to take time to throw a young quarterback out there. He's not going to succeed with a team that's, has an offensive line that's brand new besides Andrew Thomas and a bunch of playmakers that have been in and out of the lineup constantly. It's not going to work. You're more comfortable and see, once again, what Daniel Jones could do this year with a better offensive line that hopefully gels not too far into the season, but gels decent enough. Your playmakers stay on the field, better scheming, better coaching, and you get a full evaluation of this kid on his last deal, and then that's it. So,
well, here's my thoughts. You can't tank in New York. You cannot tank if you're the coach of the New York Giants. The fan base will crucify you if you think you're just going to tank a season or two. So if you got Malik Willis, he's going to try and win. And what's going to happen? You're forced to run a lot of that read option stuff if you want to stay in close in games with Malik Willis and compete. And
I agree.
If you really want to make him get better, now you're just taking longer. Because it's going to take more and more snaps to get more and more passing attempts. And it's just not the path I want to go down at this time.
No, neither do I.
If Daniel Jones doesn't work out, get a real quarterback. Actually has some kind of floor.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely, man. And with that being said, it is officially draft time, man. Let's go.
I'm watching Chris Angel spin around in a circle.
Me too. I don't know. He's spinning fast as fuck, boy.
Yeah.
I know that head hurt. Why he's spinning like that?
I think he was in a straitjacket or something, so he was spinning around to try to get out of it.
You're seeing the same thing I am. That boy's spinning fast.
Oh, he was spinning all right.
They look like they fast forwarded. To be honest with you, man, it didn't even look real.
I just got dizzy watching that.
Jade and I agree with you, man. He says GOS should be a draft analyst because he's been on point with his analysis. I agree, man. Y'all go sub up to GOS, Mac the Giants fan, NYG, Jeffy T. You can find their links in the description of this video. Please go subscribe to them, and I will be dropping the links in the chat as well. Not a problem, y'all boys.
And there's Roger Goodell at the podium. Probably talking about the second-round picks, and somebody's wearing a sombrero in the background.
I want to smack that fat-ass forehead of his. No problem, bro.
What up?
GOS had to step away for a sec.
All right.
Mark the Blue Giant says, hate to admit, but the Eagles are looking good, but that QB ain't. Let's hope the NFC beast comes back. F Dallas. Hey, you speaking my language, man.
I
Same
love
here,
it.
man. Champ, what is going on, man? Yes, sir. The
Yer,
champ is here.
yer, champ. What up, Jaden?
What's going on, man? Jaden says, Jaden Alvis says, I like Brees. He's a beast. Yes, he is. That rhymes too.
Damn right.
So I'm glad, man. Mark the Blue Giant says Dallas lost too many players to bounce back from in 1 year, a second place team. I mean, I do agree that they lost quite a few players. Again, you can say what you will about Randy Gregory. You can say what you will about Amari Cooper, but those are still players that made a difference for the Dallas Cowboys. When Randy Gregory
Yeah.
was on, he was on. When Amari Cooper was healthy and he had his head in the game and didn't disappear in games. I mean, he's one of the best route runners in the game. He's a 1,000-yard receiver. He improved Dak Prescott. So I mean, shit. I agree with you. They lost quite a
They
few
still have
players. I mean,
Demarcus Lawrence too, who's a good
they do.
veteran pass rusher. They still have Parsons. They still have I think they still have Diggs. I mean, I guess Brown is still there. They still have pieces on their team that are good players. It's just these young guys that they're counting on, are they going to be able to step up for some of the veterans that they either trade away or let go? I mean, yeah, Gregory was a big loss for them, and I mean, I think Cooper is going to affect that offense. So, but I mean, Schultz is another guy that you got to highlight in on Dallas because he's going to get a lot more passes his way too. Maybe Dallas
I
to
agree.
goes wide receiver in this round too, maybe to try to replace Cooper.
And that's the thing too, because I saw some Cowboys fans talking about it where they thought they may have possibly would have traded up in the first round so that they could select one of these receivers. I didn't
All
see
right,
that
man.
necessarily happening, but
Mm.
shit, man.
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
know, man. No
also here
problem, Mac.
too.
No problem, man.
Also here too. I mean, there are a lot of options that the Giants can go here. I mean, they are Andrew Booth is staring in their face, them in their face. They do have uh, Brisket. They do have Petrie there, so they do have some safeties I could look at. Uh, interior offensive linemen they may have interest in if they want to go that route. It's too early for a tight end. I think it still might be a little bit too early for a wide receiver, even though there have been rumors they could go wide receiver earlier. But yeah, I just think that I think they're ultimately going to go best player available. They're just going to go onto their board, and no matter what the position is, if it's an interior offensive lineman, if it's a linebacker, if it's a cornerback, a safety, a wide receiver, I don't think a tight end, but I think they're just really going to go best player available on their board, and that's the guy they're going to try to draft. That somewhat fits a need that they need on their team. And I mean, if they don't go Bradbury early enough, I think there's a possibility they're going to try to do everything they can to try to keep Bradbury because they might have to see what's going on in the division and they might realize they might need a veteran cornerback like Bradbury on this team when you see what Philadelphia's got at wide receiver and tight end. You see
It's
what
true.
Washington has, and Dallas still has playmakers too. So, I mean, if they go cornerback at 36, I think there's a good chance that Bradbury won't be here. Not that much longer.
Yeah, I mean, and that's my thing, right? I feel like if we could have, restructured or maybe extended Bradbury, we would have done it at this point. But I
Yeah.
wouldn't be upset if we extended Bradbury just because, he's not getting removed from this team due to his, play on the field. It's really just from a cap perspective. So, I mean, if you could lower his cap hit and, you get rid of him next year, you have more money next year, so you can eat that if you wanted to. But in my opinion, man, I mean, it might be best to extend Bradbury. To your point, Jeff, you look at this division now. You just look at the Eagles in itself. I mean, yeah. I mean, you may want to have, two veteran cornerbacks back there that could be lockdowns at their respective positions, man.
Mm-hmm. And I mean,
And we,
absolutely.
oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead here.
Oh, I was just gonna say, we are on the clock with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And it seems like their pick is in right now.
Oh shit, the pick is in. Yeah, I was a little behind. My bad.
I'll wait a
Now with
little
the
bit if you want.
Oh no, no,
So we can.
not with the stream. I think you and I are on the same time.
Yeah, they're just
believe we
showing
have to
Todd
have it.
McShay's. They're showing Todd McShay's what the Bucks might need, and it says
Yep.
guard, defensive tackle, tight end, running back, defensive end. So that's true. They do need a guard. They don't. They did lose both their guards this offseason when Kappa
They did.
went to Cincinnati and Marpet retired. I know they got Shaq Mason from the Patriots, but they do need another guard in there for their offensive line. So I could see a guard at this position for them, or they could go one of maybe the top defensive tackle or defensive end that's on the board for them. So what up, Mac?
That would
Welcome
be nice
back.
too.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you
Yes,
loud and clear.
Be clear?
Yes, sir.
yes,
Word.
but I mean. It's going to be hard, though, because Bradbury, you could try to extend him, but how is he going to look if you try to extend him for like another year or two after he hits his age 30 year, 31? Because that's usually when cornerbacks start slowing down big time. So you got to think about that. I mean, Jackson was easier to restructure because he's still somewhat young. I mean, he has an injury history, but he's still younger, so you could be able to restructure his contract because you can keep him here longer. But Bradbury, that's the thing. How is he going to age? Is he a good what's going on, Rodney? Is he going to be a good player moving forward? And is he a 100% good fit with the scheme? So it's tricky. And plus, he's been healthy, so he's not going to want to take any type of pay cut when he's been playing every single game every year. So it's tough with him. That's why it would suck to just outright cut him. But I do think it's a very strong possibility they do that.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I mean, Mac, how do you think that this draft is going to pan out for at least in the second round?
I mean, he's looking to add some good, solid depth pieces, man. After last night, man, I'm still on cloud nine after last night, bro.
Shoot, you and
So
me
Logan
both.
Hall to the Bucks.
Add
Yep.
some good depth pieces, man. Like get the linebacker in there. Like get the kid from Georgia. Well, I'm not scared. I would love to get the kid from Georgia if he slips down to us, man. Nakobi Dean.
Me too.
All about that life.
Logan Hall to the Bucks from Houston, Texas. Defensive end from Houston. He's going to be on the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Hey, that's a nice
the pick
pickup,
at 32.
especially.
Mm-hmm. It's a solid pickup for them. A nice young defensive end, defensive tackle. Since Sue is up there in age, Vita Vea's got injury concerns. Minnesota Vikings have traded their pick
Great
to
alert.
the Green Bay Packers. Packers are on the clock right now. I would not be shocked. Would not be shocked if they go receiver here. If they get one of those receivers like a Sky Moore or something.
They
Would not
have
be shocked
to,
if they go after
they don't got
receiver.
no one to throw the ball to.
Minnesota might as well go make a trade with Chicago too and add a hat trick. Trade with all three teams in the division.
Man, they just trading with everyone in the division, man.
I mean, they could go pass rush. I don't think they
and
need
the pick
a
is already
quarterback.
in, so they know exactly who they wanted. They trade up
Absolutely
for somebody because that pick is already in.
Wide receiver, guard, defensive end.
This is.
It has to be a wide. Is Pickens still? Pickens is still on the board, right?
Yeah, George
Absolutely.
Pickens is still on. Yep.
Oh, it's gonna be George. I think it's gonna be George Pickens. I think they're taking George Pickens with this pick. I would be shocked if they don't take Pickens. It just makes too much sense to get a young receiver with his size, and he's sort of built. He's built to be a Packers receiver. They love those big receivers on the outside, so with some attitude and nastiness. So I think it makes sense.
I mean, it would be nice, man, if they could, give Aaron Rodgers
Maybe
a wide
Christian
receiver.
Watson. Maybe Christian Watson too. They can go for his upside.
Christian Watson.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a little bit too high for an Alec Pierce or anybody, but I think it's going to be Christian Watson or George Pickens, one of those two, because they got size and speed on the outside. So,
okay, I like it. I mean, I hope it's not George Pickens, but I mean, shit, we about to find out.
Yeah, I'm not really as high on Pickens, so if Pickens goes in one of these picks, I won't, shed a tear or anything as much because he's not really one of the receivers I like the most out of the guys remaining, but he's still a solid player. I mean, so who's the one that mentioned he's a poor Kenny Golladay? Could be a better version of Kenny Golladay.
I've seen some fans mention him in that respect. I don't know if I see it though. To be outside of the size.
Yeah, I don't see it. It just makes too
Packers,
much sense they have to go wide
man,
receiver.
who are they gonna choose?
RG3 wearing SpongeBob socks.
What?
It's like RG3 acting like he had some SpongeBob socks or something.
Yeah. Let's see.
Man,
Let's see who the Packers are going to take. I like you see Simeon Rice making the pick before. Man, I remember him.
mm-hmm.
Oh, it's
Well,
Aaron Jones with the.
He's going to be your newest offensive weapon because you know you're getting a receiver here. No way
Yeah.
you traded up anything less.
Christian Watson. They got
Boom.
Christian Watson.
Let's go.
There you go.
I'm sorry,
That's
Miss
a good
Kayla.
pick.
That's nice. I mean, shit. So we got Hall, we got Watson to the Packers, and now we got the Tennessee Titans on the board. Let's go.
I mean, I know they got
Let's
Burks. They might go wide
go.
receiver again.
Ooh, okay. Let's shake it up a little bit. Shit.
No, I don't think they're going to go receiver. I mean, I think they got Burks already. They traded for Woods, so yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. They're
You
on
think
the
maybe
same.
they look at the defensive side?
It's possible. I mean, they're sort of in the same position that Dallas is in, where they threw in all that money for running back for their quarterback and their running back, and now they can't pay their other guys, so they're losing all these players. So
These pick is already in too.
so they obviously know
Hey,
they're picking.
it's going quick. It is going quick, man. Let's go.
Oh,
We
you know
are
what?
on the clock, gentlemen.
We are
You know
on
what?
the clock.
I would not be shocked if Tennessee doesn't pick Booth or Dean. That's our pick. I think it's gonna be one of those two guys.
I mean,
Either whoever's remaining, or they'll choose between the two of them.
let's be honest. Like, look at the last 2 years, how our second round picks have panned out. Xavier McKinney, Aziz Ojolari. Those are players that were graded in the first round that fell to the second round that are really looking like cornerstone pieces for the New York Giants. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I would love to see whether that's Dean, whether that's Booth gets selected. I mean, if we select Nakobi Dean, I mean, I got chills right now. But
I'll be honest. Our second round picks have not been that bad over the past few years. I mean,
They
we've
haven't.
had Tomlinson, we've had McKinney, we've had Shepard, we've had Collins was a solid player at the beginning of his career before he got hurt. Yeah, I mean, we've actually done pretty solid in the second round picking guys. I mean, Ojolari, that's another guy. We're done pretty good in picking guys in the second round. It's the first round and like the third, fourth, fifth, beyond. That's where we've had our problems. Second round has actually been our best place where we pick players. So I feel confident with this round because we've actually done pretty well.
Yes, it is Billy White Shoes Johnson.
Wait,
Wow.
I got a trade alert. Trade alert.
You traded?
The New York Giants have traded out of pick 36.
I knew it. I knew they would do that.
They are trading with the Jets. They will be getting pick 38 and pick 146.
Okay.
Let's go.
Roger McCrary. Okay. Roger McCrary to the Titans. I like that. I like that.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Let's go.
So what did we pick up? A fourth round pick? An additional fourth? Or is it a third?
Let me see.
No, it's not. What number pick you say it was?
It was, hold on, I got it right here.
Like 141?
It was pick 38 and 146.
Now, 146 is going to be
a fifth?
Like that's the fourth or maybe even fourth round. That's fourth round.
Yeah, so that's good. We got an additional fourth round pick. Get more guys to potentially be depth players. I like it. And you only move back to about 4 spots from 30, or 2 spots from 36 to 30.
Spots,
yeah, it's a good move. Yeah, it's a good move.
And you could still land a player like Nakobi Dean or Andrew Booth if they fall.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I actually wouldn't be shocked. The Jets might go Dean, or they might go Dean or Booth right here. Maybe they want to double up at cornerback, or even get like a safety like Dean in there.
And the pick is in. They are flying tonight in the draft, baby. Let's go.
Thank God. Let's go.
Let's go. It always happens in the second round. Like bam, 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 bam with the picks.
You love to see it. Hey man, Rod, I hope we could get Nakobi Dean at 38, man. Let's
Yeah, I'd
manifest it.
love it.
Let's get ourselves a nice linebacker, man. Blue City, don't put that on my damn chat. I'm just playing, man. But
What do
I
you
mean,
say?
he said, "Give me Malik Willis."
Stop it.
No,
Um,
Stop it.
for every
nah, man.
reason that the guys already said already. It just doesn't help this team this year in any
Fact.
way, shape, or form. You can get a player
Yeah.
right now that can still come in right now and contribute to this football team, and you want to waste the pick on Malik Willis, a guy that's just going to come and sit on the bench.
Preach,
It
man.
makes no
Preach.
sense. It makes no sense. Do you want to put a rookie quarterback out there with an offensive line that needs time to gel and a bunch of playmakers that have trouble staying on the field? Do you really want to put a rookie quarterback out there in that type of environment? It doesn't make sense this year. You're just going to have this kid fail. Don't do it this year. Give a chance to fit. How many times have we all kept saying, build the foundation of this team this year, see what you have
Hmm.
in Daniel Jones. If he is the guy, you franchise him next year and make him do it again. If he's not the guy, you let him go and you get yourself a quarterback in 2023. Simple. Simple yet effective. This makes no sense to draft a quarterback right now. It doesn't. It's just going to be heartache for the fans. It's going to be heartache for the front office. It's going to be heartache for the young quarterback. Just don't
I
do it,
agree.
please.
I mean, think about it like this: other teams legitimately need quarterbacks, and they still haven't touched these guys. So what's
Fact.
that telling?
Exactly.
What is that telling?
Exactly. And the only
Like,
I
reason
mean,
why Pickett was probably picked in the first round is because Pittsburgh desperately needs a quarterback because obviously they have no faith at all in Mitchell Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, and whoever's on that team right now. So that's obviously why they had to take a quarterback because Mitchell Trubisky is clearly a guy that's just going to be a bridge.
and I'll tell y'all this much, man. I mean, Mike Tomlin came out and said that he was high on Malik Willis. Is that smoke? Whichever. I don't. I'm not sure. I'm not a Steelers fan, but I mean, if you would have told me that the Steelers at this point would have selected Pickett over Willis, I would have asked you whatever you smoking to pass it. I'm gonna just keep it 100, just
you
because.
got to think about it. His squad, man. I mean, they get up close and personal with Pickens, man. They right up there with him, right in the same city that this kid was balling in. So you
Yep.
figure they get a much better look at him, man. So they must have saw something that they just liked a little bit more.
Yeah. No, you're
Absolutely.
absolutely right. Absolutely.
So much
And
for those
look,
small hands.
yeah, and that's the thing too, is like a lot of people are talking about, the size of his hands. I saw some people, state that they felt that he would be a second rounder. I mean, look, this is no slight at Malik Willis, man. I like the talent. I like the kid. I am rooting for the kid. I just
Mm,
don't feel that right now that the Giants are in a position to where we could develop a young quarterback. Next year, shit, I have no problem with that. No problem with that
absolutely.
whatsoever because I know that in this draft, we can address the other holes that we have to address and then we could go get our quarterback next year if DJ isn't the answer. But until then, let's see what you have at the quarterback, build the foundation as we've been saying, and let's
Oh
go get
wow!
ourselves a
Speaking of
stud.
legend, there, Darrell Revis, member of the
Revis
Hey,
Island.
2010 All-Decade Team, Revis Island.
hey, man, that's in my honest opinion next to Deion Sanders, man. I mean, top three, man, at his respective position, dog. A
Absolutely.
beast of a player. I'll give the Jets that much, man. And I don't really give them a lot. I'll give them that much.
Brees Hall. Jets got Brees Hall.
Wow. I'm
Wow. Jets got
surprised.
Brees Hall. And Michael Carter. They got Brees Hall
Wow.
and Michael Carter. Dude, they got offense. The Jets got an offense now. They got a legit, good, balanced offense on that team. Jets are
I
killing it
mean,
right now.
shit. Yeah, the Jets are doing fantastic in
They
this
are
draft.
killing it.
And in my honest opinion, man, I mean, they kind of had to. Only the reason why I say that is because you want to see what you have in your quarterback by the end of this year, right? And you want
Absolutely.
to see, okay, next year is going to be a star-studded QB class compared to this year. So see what you have. If Zach Wilson isn't the answer, I mean, if Zach Wilson isn't, if he doesn't produce with the weapons and talent that Rob Sala and crew provided him, I mean, you got your answer right there, man. I mean, you
Yeah.
go and get Garrett Wilson, who some would say was the best receiver in this draft. I would prefer Jameson Williams, but some would say Garrett Wilson. I mean, you go get Jermaine Johnson. You also go and get Ahmad Gardner. So you got cornerstone pieces for your team on both sides of the ball. Now you go get Brees Hall. I mean, that's a nice back right there,
And
man.
he's a good compliment to Michael Carter too, who they just got
Whoa.
last year.
Whoa.
I
Trade
mean,
alert.
we traded out of 38.
We traded out of 38.
We did? Oh, wait,
Yes,
this
we
is
did.
Bill Belichick.
The Giants will now be picking at 43, and we get pick 114.
Oh,
Wow.
They're stacking up those picks. They are stacking up those picks to either move up in case there's a player that drops near them, or they're going to try to hit. They're going to try to get as many draft picks as possible to see if they can find guys that are going to hit in those middle rounds. I love it. I love it. Keep doing it.
Now, let me see real quick here, man, because the Texans selected Jalen Petrie. Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn it. I really liked him too. That's a good pick. If Coach Dante's probably happy. That's a good pick for the Texans.
Man,
Petrie's a good player. They got Petrie and Stingley in that secondary. Oof. They're putting together a team now.
Man, they traded with the Falcons. You gotta love what Joe Shane and them are doing, man. Because wow,
He knew. You know what? He knew it because they needed to get more picks, and they have to get some young talent on here that they want to get their own guys in this building. So try to get as many picks as you can, and see if you can get some of these mid-round guys that they're going to hit and be part of this team going forward. So I think it's smart because
it is smart.
there's a good chance a lot of these players could be gutted after this year on this team. So you want to supplement them with some young guys that could take their positions, or maybe some of these guys that we already think are on this team right now, they could be gone after this draft. So like they might be drafting some guys that could be potential replacements after this draft is over.
Lattice pick is in. See who they go and get.
I can actually see Nakobi Dean or Anthony. Or
Now
Andrew
Chicago's
Booth
on the
there.
clock for the first time in this draft.
Wow, man.
I forgot about the Bears.
One of like 3 teams that didn't have a first round pick. I think.
By the way, Chicago, thank you for Evan Neal. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. Thank you.
Thank you for Evan Neal. We appreciate it very much. We will let you have
I
Justin
think they
Fields as
add
much
a
as you
little more
want.
receiver help or something, man. Chicago.
What's going on, Ron?
Yo,
Man, you looking
what's
fresh.
good, man?
What's going on, man?
Nothing much, man. I'm sitting here, I'm watching the damn draft. I'm
There he
at a
is.
bar right now. What's going on, Mac?
What's going on, bro?
What up? What's going on, man?
What's going on,
Not
brother?
much, man. I'm sitting here watching the draft. I'm at a bar right now with my girl, and I'm like, hold up, did we not just trade down not once but twice?
We did. We did.
2 times.
I'm trying to figure out
2 times, not 1 time.
what do
2
we have
times.
right now? Because I'm like, oh, I'm seeing that I'm watching like Nakobi Dean about to drop in our lap right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we got picks. So we traded back with the Falcons. So in total right now, we're picking at pick 43, but we picked up pick 114 from the Falcons, and then we picked up pick. Let me pick it up. 146 from the Jets.
All right, so what's that? What, 3/3 or is that 2/3 still?
So okay, I have it right here. Okay, so 114 is a 4th round pick, and 146 is a 4th round pick. So we got 2 4th round picks.
So 2
in
threes.
this trade pack. In this trade back.
So
We
2
got 2
threes,
threes,
2
2
fours, 2
4s.
fives.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay,
I
I'm
love
liking
it.
that. I'm liking that.
I love
I would
it.
have preferred another second, but you know what? That's good. That's what's up. I'm liking that.
Man,
I love
actually,
it.
matter of fact, hold on. I'm about to check this right now. Hold on 1 second. Let me see.
Can it be Malik Willis right here? Can Malik Willis go right here? I could be Malik Willis right here. They might go for that quarterback right now.
This is another team that can't lead this draft without a quarterback, so
Absolutely. It just makes so much sense for them to go quarterback right here with all those quarterbacks sitting there, especially
if he
Malik
doesn't go
Willis.
here to Atlanta, I'm almost certain he'll go to Seattle at 40. I just feel like there's no way.
agree.
Man. All right, so
I agree, man.
Okay, so we actually have in total right now, we have 3 4th round picks. We'll have 2 5th round picks and a 6th round pick on top of already our 2 3rd round picks that we have.
2 3s, 2 4s, 2 5s.
No, we have 2 3s, 3 4s, 2 5s.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad.
Not
That's
bad at
pretty
all.
good.
Not bad at all.
Not
Not
bad.
bad at all. You got 3 4th round picks, man. I mean, you talk about shit. Go get yourself that tight end. Go get you another wide receiver. Shit, go get you a defensive tackle.
You
I'm
get you a
liking how
lot
this
of things
draft.
right there.
I'm liking how this is playing out, man. I'm liking how this is playing out.
Dog, man. I mean, shit. You and me both. This is man, Joe Shane. I gotta give a round of applause, man. Joe Shane, man.
Oh
Because
yeah. Oh
you know
yeah.
we didn't have that many picks in this draft, and now we cooking, man. And we
Yep.
just getting
That's
started.
so
You're
lean.
right about that.
Man, this is how's the atmosphere there at the bar, man?
Hey, ain't nobody really excited except for me and my boy watching the draft, man. But hey, I had to call in because I'm like, wait a minute, we was at 36, then we dropped down to 38, and then I'm
Yep,
looking, I'm like, okay, what happened? We ain't at 38 no more. I gotta holler at my man. I gotta call in to find out what's going on.
Is it a
man.
question that we could actually drop down again and trade down again from 43? I mean, it's possible.
Dude,
God, that
everything's
would
all
be
in play,
crazy.
man.
The Falcons selected Arnold
Epiketti.
Epiketti, excuse
Oh,
me.
the
Yep,
defensive end from Penn State.
that's a nice pick. That's a nice pick.
It is actually. I
Yep.
really like that pick for him, man.
Hey, but I'm gonna be in and out of the stream, man. I'm gonna as soon as our pick comes in, I'll uh, I'll hit y'all up on the chat.
All
Absolutely,
right.
No
bro.
doubt about it,
Absolutely.
man.
All right, man. Y'all take
Have
it
a,
easy, man.
Yes,
you too,
sir.
man. Have a good time with your girl, bro.
All right, man.
Man, wow. So we are cooking right now in the 4th round. I mean, and hypothetically speaking, I mean, if they wanted to trade up, they have the ammunition too.
That you
Yes,
just said
sir.
it. You just said it because they have all the ammunition now with 3 4th round picks, 2 3rds, 2 5ths. If they really see a guy that's sitting there that they want to go after and pounce on, pause. They can go up there and you package some of those picks together to get a guy they never thought would have dropped this far. So Giants have put themselves in a great position, and I thought we all thought that this could have been something that they would be doing is trading back and getting more picks because we didn't think 9 were enough. Now we got at least 11 picks, so we're in business. We're in good business right now. So this
The
is Joe
Bears are
Shane is
on the
playing this
clock for the
perfectly.
first time in this draft. Are they going to give Justin Fields some help? Or are they
They
going to go
should.
on the side of the ball? I want them to give Justin Fields a little help because I'm about to make a trade in the dynasty league I'm in with a guy to pick up Justin Fields.
You want to talk about a team that's tearing it all down? That's the Bears. The Bears are tearing their
Yeah.
entire team down and just putting it all back together. I mean, they're gutting that team.
I
I don't even know
mean,
who's left from them.
I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, I know that they're tearing everything down. And look, I know he's getting up there in age, but you got little to nothing for Khalil Mack, man. And you traded damn
Yeah,
near
they
the
basically
world
gave
for
him
the
away.
guy.
Yeah, they just probably just want to get rid of him in his contract. That's probably it. They just want to
Yeah,
get that contract off their books so they could
I
just
And
agree.
rebuild.
back to
I
back.
think I think they're trying to trade Robert Quinn too. They've been trying really hard to trade him away as well. They're just trying to get rid of their veterans at this point because they know they're a rebuilding team. They don't even know if Justin Fields is the answer.
Yep. Thank you, Bears, again.
Yeah, it's a new
Man,
regime that didn't draft Justin Fields, so that guy could be out of here after this year because they never drafted him.
Well,
So they
things
could
I've
have
been
just
reading, things I've been seeing, Justin Fields is really picking up that offense really well. Actually, they said looking really good in the workouts and stuff.
I mean, he's got to be better than what they had before, man. Because, dog, that dude was getting killed in the backfield. They were making memes out of this man just laying on the floor after taking sacks.
yeah.
Like, I felt so bad for that kid. Because look, us as Giants fans, we talk about how bad our offensive line is, which is it's pretty bad. But I mean, you look at teams like Carolina, teams like the Bears, the Texans, who I mean, surprisingly enough, look like they have a worse offensive line than we do.
There are a lot of teams that have bad offensive lines, not just us. There are a lot of teams that
Mhm.
have really bad offensive lines this year.
Yep. Hold on. I'm gonna just
And
grab a
that's the
quick
thing,
drink of
too.
water. Give me 1 sec.
I mean, at this point, unless the Giants think that a guy like Nakobi Dean or an Andrew Booth Jr. or some of these guys that they're hoping fall to 43 end up doing that, similar to what happened with Aziz Ojolari.
Well, that's what
I
that's what's
just see
going to
that.
happen. Looking at the teams,
Yeah,
you got Chicago picking now. You got Seattle coming up with back-to-back picks. So it's looking likely that Nakobe Dean or at least Booth. I mean, I'm good with if we can get Nakobe Dean or Booth. I'm good. I'll be very satisfied with the second
me
round pick.
too. I could actually see a Dean going to Seattle though, because they
That's
did lose
possible. That's what
Wagner.
I think. That's
They
possible.
did lose Wagner, so they probably want to get some type of linebacking help there. So I could see Nakobe Dean going to Seattle. It would make sense for him to go there. Booth, I have no idea. I have no idea where Andrew Booth is going to go. I mean, unless that back injury, a surgery or back injury he had is a lot more serious, and teams are sort of very weary about him. I mean, that's got to be the only reason why they're dropping this far right now.
I mean, you think about it too, man. Booth is still on the board. Nakobe Dean is still on the board. Uh, Now I do have the Bears pick here, and they selected Kyler Gordon. That's a nice pick for
Oh, the
them, man.
cornerback. The cornerback,
Quarterback out of
yeah.
Washington.
They do
I
need
mean,
cornerback help.
yeah. I mean, I feel like they should have, to Mac's point, gotten, Fields some help. I
Yep.
mean, you lost your number one wide receiver in Allen Robinson. Your offensive line is still in shambles a little bit. You lost Khalil Mack. I mean, I know that we talk about rebuilds, man, but they are in a rebuild right now,
Oh,
man.
they're in a massive
They are
rebuild.
in a rebuild. Um, yeah, definitely, Mark. It's a fun draft, man. Thank you guys for stopping by
Thank
again.
you, guys.
Appreciate you guys stopping by for real.
Hey,
You too, Jeff. You too, Mac.
man. I probably got about another hour I can hang, man.
That's fine. No problem, bro. No problem at all. Because same thing I told Jeff and GOS earlier. Probably after pick
Wow, Matt
86,
Forte.
we're gonna end the stream. Just because I gotta pick up my brother from the airport, but I definitely want to at least make sure that we get the Giants picks out of the way. But if we keep trading
Yeah.
back, who knows what about to happen, man? Jaden, he asks, do you think we trade back again? I'll be honest with you, man.
Mm,
I don't know.
It
I really
depends.
don't know.
It depends how these next couple picks go. I feel like
Yeah,
yeah.
I can agree with you there. Because I mean, dog, again, you still have Booth. You still got Dean there. The Kobe Dean is still there, man.
he was out in Vegas. Kyler Gordon.
Dang,
Yeah,
man.
he's live at the draft. Go ahead, bro.
It's a
Get
good pick.
lit, man.
To make that, take that walk, shake the commissioner's hand. Go ahead, bro. Enjoy that.
Exactly, bro. You worked your ass off to get to that, man. Go enjoy that.
Who's next up after the Bears? Is it Seattle?
Seattle with back-to-back picks, 40
Yep.
and
And then
41,
it's us?
and then we're 43. I'm not sure who's 42.
Okay.
42 is Indianapolis, and then it's us. Yes. So we got
They
two
might go
picks ahead of
cornerback.
us right now.
They might go cornerback because their cornerback positions it's like iffy. So
Did
I
the
could
Colts
Yeah.
see
have
them going cornerback.
I'm
did the
sorry.
Colts have a first round pick last night?
No,
Did they
I don't
have a
think they
first
did.
round pick? No, they didn't. They lost it in the Wentz trade.
Yeah.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, they're their first time being on the clock too. I think Seattle. I feel, and we think we all should agree. Seattle is going to go quarterback with one of these two picks. It just makes too much sense to get a young quarterback,
Hey, if
unless they
Seattle
really
could get
believe in Drew
Willis,
Lock.
we,
Unless they
it,
really believe in Drew Lock is the answer.
No, they don't. You can't. You can't believe in Drew Lock. He has enough
Oh
tape.
yeah, I
I'm there
agree.
with you.
I would honestly go Corral or Howell or Ritter over Willis. I think more of a passing quarterback with the way that offense is set up. I think you need a guy that's going to be able to pass the ball a lot better, a lot more and down the field, especially when Lockett's still there, Metcalf is still there. You got Fant, so they got playmakers. I mean, they're going to need to they're going to need a young quarterback that's going to be able to throw the ball downfield to their playmaker. So I think they were going to want more of a quarterback that can drop back and get the ball downfield instead of a guy that's maybe better to read option his first year like Malik Willis would be.
And just so anybody can know why I feel so like why I say so emphatically that Drew Lock is not the answer, and they need to definitely get a quarterback or do something to address that situation. And I can sit there and say Daniel Jones deserves another chance is because Drew Lock has been put in a good situation, and Drew Lock has not been able to get it done with pieces around him with strong running game, good wide receivers. Hell, they had a good tight end out there, and Noah Fant. Drew Lock has not been able to get it done with pieces around him. Daniel Jones hasn't been put in that position ever. You know what I mean? He has not been set up for what Drew Lock was set up by no means.
I agree with you, man. I mean, Drew Lock
Absolutely.
literally
That's the difference
had.
between those two guys to me. Like where neither one of them they haven't been successful yet in their career. They both came out the same year. You can say their career is kind of going similar in a sense, but Daniel Jones has not. If he hasn't had a team like Denver's offensive, like the weapons that Drew Lock had around him. He just hasn't had that kind of. He hasn't had that. Drew Lock failed in Denver with legitimate help.
You're absolutely right, man. I mean, shit. Look at the weapons he had to throw to. Noah Fant, Jerry Judy,
Cortland
Cortland
Sutton,
Sutton.
Tim
I mean,
Patrick,
Tim Patrick.
KJ
Yeah.
Hamler. Got Melvin Gordon. He's got Javonte Williams. He's got a pretty good offensive line. He had players. He just didn't get it done. The guy, he's just spoken about a team that really. I mean, they had to get desperate because they struck out on how many quarterbacks they drafted the past few years? 3, 4.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
They can't
they haven't
draft
had a
quarterbacks.
they haven't had a good QB since Peyton Manning.
And that's when Peyton Manning was on the big time decline.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so it's like you had to go trade for Russell Wilson, man.
Yeah.
Well, like enough is enough. You know what I mean? They finally had enough.
Exactly.
Like, it's just.
Well, they had no choice too, because especially with the way the other teams are in that division, if they didn't get a Russell Wilson, they would be in last place every single year and would have no shot.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely the quarterback division.
Boye Mafe. They got Boye Mafe.
Wow. Boye
Mafe to the Seahawks.
What a pick, man. I mean, hey, they need help on that D-line, man. They really need help on that D-line. They don't have an edge rusher or a defensive end that could really get to the QB for them. Is that Boye Mafe? I mean, that's a nice piece, a complimentary piece, in my opinion, but I like it.
Well, do they go Malik Willis the next pick maybe, or one of the other quarterbacks?
Possible.
It's possible.
I mean, if they don't, that means they have a lot more confidence in Drew Lock than we thought.
I don't know how they can have confidence in him. Maybe they just want to ride it out with him this year and wait till a better class of quarterbacks next year. But I can see
possible.
that. But I can't see you having any confidence in Drew Lock. This is nothing.
No, it just makes no sense.
Yep.
Nothing. He's done nothing to make you have confidence in him.
Jaden, Vegas is on my bucket list. I mean, I'm 25. I got some time, but I know that when I do go to Vegas, man, I gotta go with the bag or something, dog. Cause
you do.
Oh man,
shit. You do gotta go with a bag, bro.
It's on my bucket list, man. And like I've had some friends go, and I'm like, okay, yeah, y'all go enjoy yourself. I'm not ready yet, but man, it looks like a lot of fun over there, man.
It is.
I had a friend of mine go there recently, and he calls me and he's like, "Yeah, it's day 2 of me being here, and I don't know how they built an NFL stadium here. Like and it's true. Like I bless those players, man. For real, bless those players."
All right, the pick is in. So who is Seattle going to take? Are they going to go for that quarterback? Are they going to go defense again? I don't know. And the Seattle Seahawks take
Kenneth Walker.
They went the running back. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, they went the running back. And they got Chris Carson already.
Don't they still got Elijah Penny's brother, Rashad Penny, or something like that?
Yeah, I think he's is he still on the team? I'm not sure.
I think he is.
That's I don't know. I mean,
This is,
Walker is a damn good player, but I don't get that pick.
I've seen a lot of
understand that
NFL drafts, and this is I have never seen an NFL draft. We're up to pick 42 now, and only one quarterback has come off the board already. Only one.
That's insane.
That's how bad
I've
this
never
quarterback
seen
class
it.
is. That is how bad this quarter. You know what? Maybe the Colts go for one of these quarterbacks. Matt Ryan isn't going to be here
Well,
forever.
Matt Ryan's
He's a
long in the
stopgap.
career.
He's a stopgap guy. So maybe the Colts decide to take a shot at one of these quarterbacks. I mean, it's possible.
It definitely is possible for sure.
I don't get this pick. I know Kenneth Walker is a tremendous player. I don't understand this pick by Seattle. I don't. They have so many more pressing needs right now on this team than a running back. I don't get it.
And now, with that being said, the Giants are on the clock. Let's go, man.
Oh, so the Colts
No,
already
the
picked?
Colts were-
Oh yeah, the Colts. Sorry, yeah, the Colts. My bad. Shit. Y'all see how excited I am.
Yeah. They jumped the gun a little bit there.
Yeah, jump the gun there for sure, man. We got the Colts
First
on
time
the
in the
clock.
draft, the Indianapolis Colts were on the clock.
They better make this one count, man. They better make this one count.
I feel like they could go receiver here, add some more. Because I feel like they could use some more receiver talent. Like, I mean,
They do.
this team is hurting there in that position, man.
Yeah, they're hurting at tight end, too. They really don't have a legit passing game besides Michael Pittman. That's the only really weapon on the outside. They don't have really a tight end, and they don't have any complimentary guys at that wide receiver position. So I agree. I think a wide receiver or even maybe a tight end would be the spot to go. Because you can't rely on Jonathan Taylor to do it the whole time. The dude's going to break down eventually if you're going to run him 20, 25 times a game.
Absolutely, man. And for me personally, I mean, they had to make this pick count because they don't pick until 73 after this pick. So I mean, shit. Damn near what? 31 picks from now?
They could go Booth, too. They could go cornerback because they do need some cornerback help on that defense.
I think
mean,
they just signed Stephon Gilmore, didn't they?
They did,
No.
but it doesn't hurt to
Did
get
they?
another
Oh, yeah, they
quarterback
did.
on the other side. It doesn't hurt to get another cornerback on the other
It doesn't.
side because Gilmore has had injury issues lately, and he is getting up there in age. So maybe it would be smart for them to get a good, young, solid cornerback on the other side, especially with the way that defense is put together, where they really just their secondary is really the only
Colts
thing that
just
they
traded their
need.
pick.
Oh, Colts traded to the Vikings. The Vikings are on the clock now. I would not be shocked if they go Dean or Booth. I would not be shocked if they go Dean or Booth with this pick. Because they need linebacker and cornerback help on this team.
But that's what's making me angry now that the Vikings came up. And you're right. They might absolutely go to the
Because they might think the Giants want to get Dean or Booth. So they figured, you know what, we're going to jump them, and we're going to take one of those guys. Because it just makes sense. Unless they go quarterback, they can go quarterback too.
Yeah, that's kind of frustrating to me that the Vikings just traded up because they're. I'm almost sure they're going to go to the Colts.
You know, I would love Dean, but Christian Harris is still sitting there, and Chad Mumba is still sitting there too. So, I mean, there's still some good players at that position we can grab.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, they could go quarterback here too. It's so funny that these quarterbacks are just nobody wants them. Nobody wants these quarterbacks at all this year, and the only reason Pickett was picked because they desperately needed a quarterback.
Not even
that
teams
bad.
with grand needs at the position.
Yeah, that's how bad this quarterback class is.
It's crazy though. I mean, you would have thought, honestly, man, if you would have told me that one quarterback would have went in the first round, I wouldn't have believed it, to be honest with you, let alone Kenny Pickett. I mean,
Well, wasn't it like 5-6 years ago or something where no quarterbacks went in the first round?
Was it? I don't
I
remember
think
that.
yeah, there was one time I think no quarterback went in the first round. It was like that bad of a quarterback class. I mean, there
Shit,
was
I'm
that
not sure.
quarterback class of Jake Locker and Christian Ponder. Remember that great quarterback class years ago? How bad that one was?
That was really bad.
That was really bad. Yeah. I mean, it just all these quarterbacks are so flawed. I mean, I'm the jackass that's sitting here and be like, oh no, 2 of these guys could go in the top 10 picks. All teams want to go after a quarterback. Yeah. Yeah.
Until you got the
Everybody really
issue.
wants a quarterback that bad. Yeah, everybody really wants a quarterback that bad. Adam's a fan of the pick that happened before, Kenneth Walker.
Man. It'll be very interesting to see who the Vikings select, man.
I mean, they could go in so many directions. It just seems like cornerback or linebacker would make sense. But they could go quarterback. They could go offensive line, maybe. Could go defensive line. I mean, there are places they can go with this pick.
Absolutely.
So it all really just depends on if they go for BPA or. I actually think what Max said before, that they might have jumped us on purpose because they knew that we wanted a certain player at that position. So they could be doing that. It might be D.
We're about to find out right now, Rod. We're about to find out right now.
This pick is in.
The Vikings have selected. Come on.
Let's go.
Come on. Let's go. Reveal the pick. Stop stalling. Why are we frozen? What the hell? Get to the pick. Who are you talking to?
That's the GM.
Oh, I was like, who is this old ass man?
Wait, is that the GM that we were interviewing as well as Shane? Poles? Oh no, Poles is in
Poles is the
Poles
Bears.
in Chicago.
Yeah, Poles is with the Bears, that's right.
I don't know. I can't. Maybe showed his name. I can't remember.
You know, he looks like Keegan Michael Key.
I could
That's
see
exactly
it.
what I'm looking at. I'm like, is Keegan Michael Key on the TV right now? I'm like, where's Jordan Peele? Where's his buddy? Come on, what's the pick?
Oh, the pick already.
Man, just talking. Jesus, man.
It's just sitting there. It's just Vikings selection and then nothing. Just get to the pick. Come on. This is important. We want to know. Let's all sit there and clap. Yay! Yay! Who's our pick? Come on.
Nobody give a fuck, man. Come on. What's the pick?
Nobody cares about the Vikings. Nobody cares about the Vikings. Let's go. We have more important matters to get to, and that's the New York Football Giants.
Exactly.
Come on, do we really need to wait this long for a friggin' pick?
Holding the process up, man.
Exactly. Come on. Do we really need to wait this long for a pick?
You would think it's the first round.
What are we gonna look at the Vikings fans? With their hats on their head? And now we're gonna hear the funnel. Give me a freaking come on, get to the pick.
Man.
Oh, gotta listen to Todd McShay. Andrew Booth. I knew it. I knew it. I knew they would go Booth. I knew it. I knew it. Damn it. I had a feeling they were going to trade up and get Booth. I had a feeling they were going to get Booth or Dean. Let's get Dean. Let's get Nakobi Dean right now. That's our guy we should get for the defense. Let's get Nakobi Dean. Damn it. Damn it, Mac, you were right. They probably knew the Giants wanted Booth, and they traded up in front of us to get him.
Well, they didn't want to leave anything to chance. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. Damn it. What cornerbacks are left on the board?
I'm
Like,
sorry, what? What
what's the best
corners? Let me
cornerback on
check.
the board?
Let me check.
Please get Nakobi Dean. Please get Nakobi Dean.
At this point, yeah, it's like best available players, man.
All right, the pick is in for the
Yep,
Giants.
the pick is in.
Who's it gonna be?
Are they going to surprise us and go offense? Or are they going to actually get a defensive player?
After last night, Joe Shane can do no wrong.
No, it can't. Quarterback,
As far as
wide
I'm
receiver,
concerned.
tight end, guard, set. Jesus Christ, our list is long. And our selection is
Wow.
who is it?
Wow. The
Wandale Robinson. What?
wide receiver from Kentucky. Wandale
Wandale
Robinson.
Robinson. He's like Kadarius Toney.
Hey, go get your. Hey, look. I wanted Neil, but look, go get you another weapon for Daniel, man.
Yeah.
Go get yourself another
What
weapon,
he
man.
needs.
I mean, we were talking about this earlier, man. I mean, look, Galladay be dealing with that hip. We don't know if Shepard's going to be here, let alone next year. I mean, I'm pretty sure he isn't. Slayton, same thing. KT. I mean, darn, we got to get ourselves somebody out there.
There were people that said the Giants could go out. I'm not surprised. There were rumors the Giants were going to go after a wide receiver a lot earlier. I'm just a little surprised it's Wandale Robinson, but at the same time, I could see it because he's got that type of explosiveness for a wide receiver, like very scat backy. He's like twitchy, coming in and out of his breaks. I don't know how I feel about this pick. I'm just being honest. I mean, he's a good
I
player.
understand.
I don't know how I feel about Wandale Robinson this early. Just does that mean something for Kadarius Toney? Because they're really the same type of player.
No,
Does
I'll be
that mean
honest with
something
you.
about Kadarius Toney?
I think that might mean something for Darius Slayton.
No, I think it's something for Toney because those two are really the same type of player. Wandale Robinson and Kadarius Toney.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
they can just help add to keep defenses all balanced, man.
It's true.
because I mean, you think about it, man. I mean, Slayton, it's like what 2.8 mil he's due guaranteed.
Yeah.
So I mean, shit. I
This
mean, I
kid's got
kind
to
of like
play
him.
too. He's got to play too. I mean, if you're a second round pick, he's got to be out there on the offense. So either this means that maybe they are actually working on something to get rid of Toney, which I wouldn't make sense, or maybe they just don't believe Shepard's going to be ready yet at the beginning of the season. So they want to get a guy in there that they can have on the offense with
Trade.
Galladay, with Toney. So,
It's like
and it's Cleveland's
yeah,
trading with the Texans are on the clock.
the pick
Get
is
it.
in.
Man, Wandale Robinson. I got to do more research on this kid.
Here's what I say about the pick. I mean, because I don't follow like these guys as closely as you guys do, but I just feel I'm putting my confidence in Joe Shane because after last night, he pulled off what he pulled off last night. If these guys do their due diligence and they saw
Oh,
something in this kid
absolutely.
that made them feel comfortable
Mm.
calling his name at number 43. You know what I mean? I'm just putting my confidence in that right there. That's all I can do. So
No, I agree with you. I mean, I don't hate the pick. I mean, I just am just it's just I don't know where the fit is, and because he's so similar to Kadarius Toney as a player, I don't know if this is a sign that maybe Toney could be somebody they could potentially trade away, maybe package him or something. Because unless you want to have the same type of player on that offense, I mean, I don't know. It just makes me
Yeah,
wonder because with all the rumors coming out about Toney before that this
and
maybe is their Kadarius Toney replacement. It's possible.
it's possible. Yeah, we got another trade alert. The Texans have traded with the Browns for pick 44.
And the Texans are going to could go with Java or Dean.
Let's go, man. Let's go. And I agree with you, Blue City. He says, I can't complain. I have trust in Joe Shane. I agree with you, man. I mean, I've been, right now I'm just looking at highlights, while we're doing this. And I'm not gonna lie, man. This kid is looking nice, dog. I mean, he literally looks like a Tony 2.0. And if we could have two Tonys on the
They're even
field,
saying it right here.
man,
Is he a Tony future replacement? He might be more polished a playmaker than Tony, because I think he's played wide receiver more, but he's got the similar skill set to Tony. So that's the only reason why I'm questioning it, is because is he somebody that's going to be Tony's replacement? Because Shepard, if he's healthy, you're assuming he's just going to be that slot guy, like a Beasley in the offense. Galladay, I guess, is going to be your Gabriel Davis type receiver, and I mean, I guess Richie James, and if Slayton is still here, that's your deep threat. So, yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
just wondering, like, how the fit goes, because they were picked in similar positions. I mean, Robinson at the beginning of the second round, Tony picked at the end of the first round. It's not really that big of a difference. So,
to be honest, like, because I definitely see what you're saying. I mean,
oh, this
if we're
comedian's
talking
funny, by
about,
the way.
the future of this team, man, I mean, we got to have some more weapons, especially
I agree.
weapons that could stay healthy. Because I
Mm-hmm.
love Galladay, but even in Detroit, he was dealing with that hip injury that he's always dealing with, or his hamstring. I like
Mm-hmm.
Slayton, but I don't know if he's going to be here long term. Shep definitely isn't here long term, even if he's healthy. So you really just have at this point just Galladay
John
and
Mechie.
Tony.
John
I
Mechie to
like
the
that. I
Texans.
like that
John
for the
Mechie to the
Texans.
Texans. Coach
Let's
is probably
go.
happy. He wanted a weapon. He just got a weapon. That's a
Absolutely,
good pick.
man. That is an excellent pick. The Texans, look, the Titans, excuse me, the Titans, the Jets, the Texans, and the Giants right now are having a hell of a draft, man. So I'm happy for Coach. Um, you got to be happy, man, with how this draft is panning out if you're a Texans fan.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I'm gonna make a short real quick.
Do
I
your
want to
thing,
look up
man.
more information on this on Wandale Robinson. No, see what this our future wide receiver is gonna look like. Is he gonna play the slot or the outside? Like, where did he play a majority of the time? The slot or the outside?
I'm gonna double check right now, but from what I'm seeing, he's played both.
So he's an interchangeable piece, sort of like Tony.
Which I mean, shit. If we could have two Tonys on this team, man. I mean, you're talking about that's a player that teams are gonna have to look out for on the field. If he can even
Mm-hmm.
have relatively the same production, I do think it's good insurance. For our two slot guys that seem to be injury prone. Um, but hey, hopefully he develops into a star, man.
Yeah, Baltimore's going to do. Baltimore's had a pretty solid draft too.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you got Tyler Linderbaum, you got Kyle Hamilton, the two best at their positions, people would argue. So, hey,
Yeah,
man.
facts.
My bad.
No,
I'm
you're good,
back.
Jeff. No worries, no worries.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
like
I'm
it though.
just. Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick. It's just, I don't know. That's the only thing that's making me wonder: is this a kid that's going to replace Kadarius Tony this year? Because
I
they're
don't think
so
he's gonna
similar.
replace him.
I don't think we can look at it like that. I just think you can't have enough weapons, man. You know what I mean? So just loading up, just load them chambers up, man. Get these guys out there on the field in August and see who wants it, who don't, man. You know what I mean? And it's actually kind of just you putting the whole wide receiver room on notice, letting you know, like, look, none of you guys are like none of y'all are what you call it. I can't think of the word I'm trying to get out right now, but just could work out, man. Let's just kind of let us see. Let's give it some time to see what goes on, man.
I will
Hmm.
say this much, man, from because I'm still looking at some highlights from this kid. This kid is tough. He is taking some hits and he's just getting right back up, man. And they're not no soft hits either. This is a tough kid, man.
Well, and also put it in perspective. This is a kid playing for the University of Kentucky, so playing in a big time and playing in the big time conference and being one of those teams that always get pretty much out there get murdered every week. You know what I mean? So he's got a little bit of toughness to him just from that in general. You know what I mean? So
Absolutely, absolutely, Matt.
Oh, you're
a
right,
little
Mac.
mental tough.
You're right.
Yeah. Again, I don't think it's a replacement, but I think it's more of just adding to the room because right now, at least currently, yeah, we do have some bodies there, but half of those bodies can't stay healthy. And on
All
top
those
of that, a
bodies
lot
can't
of those
stay
bodies,
healthy.
yeah, that's true.
All of them
On
can't
top
stay healthy.
and on top of that, you got freaking most of them ain't even probably gonna be here within the next year. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I like it. I like it, and I see that he's fairly decent at blocking too. So hey,
You know what?
And
That's
that's
what we
I'm all
need.
about that.
That's what we
fact.
need because besides Shep, we don't have a really good blocking wide receiver at all on this team, and that's something that this offense is going to need is a really good blocking wide receiver. So I mean, it's fine.
Wow.
Put him with Shep and put him with Galladay's veteran mentors, which are the perfect people to have. So
Hey, the Ravens
David
picked is a good one.
Ajabo, David
David
Ajabo,
Ojabo.
that's a good
Hey,
pick.
the Ravens are balling, man. I gotta give them a lot of credit, man. They know how to draft, not just in this draft,
That was
but
the
in
pick
those
right there.
previous drafts, man.
Yeah.
Easy three, my man. I wouldn't be shocked if Slayton is traded either, man. If you'd like to stop by, give us your thoughts. I'm gonna drop that link in the chat, brother.
Yeah,
Come
hop
by,
on, Easy Three.
let's talk some ball, man.
I
Um,
wouldn't be shocked if Slayton's traded either. I think
I
he's
would,
on the
I
out.
really wouldn't. I really
And
wouldn't.
don't get me wrong, for anybody in the chat or for you guys on the panel, I don't hate the pick. I'll take as many playmakers as we can. The only reason why I just seem a little bit skeptical is I just wonder how it affects Tony's future because of the similar traits between each receiver. And maybe you don't want redundant players at the same position, even though you could have. It's not a bad thing to have as many playmakers as there is. That's the only reason why I wonder. That's it. But I mean, the kid has got talent. The kid is explosive. He actually is the perfect type of player for this system with Dable and with Kafka. So I like it. I just wonder if it really casts a shadow on the future of Kadarius Tony. That's it. That's all I wonder.
No, and I could understand why, because especially since they kind of do the same things or about the same height, same size, same speed, they have the same traits. I mean, at the same time though, I mean, if we could get some more weapons and weapons, preferably that could stay healthy, shit, man, why not? Why not,
Absolutely.
man?
Got to
Absolutely.
protect yourself too, man. In case, like you said, in case for whatever reason things don't work out with Kadarius Tony, then you already got a guy that can still step in and do a lot of the same things. So
No, you're
it's
right.
kind of
You're absolutely right.
wrong with protecting yourself from that standpoint too.
You know what?
Absolutely.
Put this kid with Shep. Let Shep show this kid the ropes because if there's one guy that's going to help him out the most and knows how the NFL game is and know how to be in New York at that position, it's Sterling Shepard. So put him with Shep. Let him be able to teach this kid the ropes. Maybe Galladay too. Help develop this kid and get the most out of him. So that's how I would do it right there. And it's a wake up call to Kadarius Tony because they potentially could have just drafted his replacement next year. So
It's
Tony's got
possible.
to keep his head on straight and get out there and go out there and produce for the Giants. So yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining about the pick at all. I think it's a good pick, but that's all I
Agreed,
wonder
Jeff.
is if it's what's going to be for going forward. Josh Pascal from Kentucky, defensive end to the Lions.
Nice pickup for them, man. Nice pickup. Mark the Blue Giant. Did we see the USFL video? If it's the video I think that you're talking about, I did. That it gave me the longest yard kind of vibes when I saw it, man. I don't know if y'all saw that video that Mark is talking about.
No, I didn't see it.
So there's a video that's trending of the USFL and it's showing, the practice of one of the teams and there's a guy in the like during practice like smoking a cigarette like while he's going through practice.
Wow,
Mm.
wow.
Yeah, that's why I said it gave me the longest yard kind of vibes.
Hmm.
Miss
Well,
Kayla, she says, "Hey everyone, great pick by the Giants." Yeah, I mean, we were
here's
talking
some
about it a
comments
little
for
bit.
Joe Shane too. For what we're going
Exactly.
to do offensively, we thought he'd be a very good fit for us. That's Joe Shane. He also said Joe Shane said he likes that Wandale Robinson is similar to Kadarius Tony. We'll take as many of those guys on the field as we can. So there you go. And Joe
That's what
Shane
it's about.
says Giants have a very clear vision for Wandale Robinson. So there you go.
That's the thought process.
that's either GM talk or a smokescreen or something, or if that's reality right there. So we really don't know, but yeah, they have a vision for this kid. So this kid's gonna be.
My question is where is Willis going, man?
Where
Where
any of
is
these
Willis
quarterbacks going.
going, man? Miss Kayla, what are your thoughts so far on the draft so far? You liking it so far? Wow, I said so far like 3 times. Jesus.
What are we at now? Pick 47. The Commanders on the board, and the
Let's
pick is
go.
empty. Where did the Commanders go this time?
This is going to be very interesting, man. This will be very interesting.
I'm
Do they
They
thinking
go
go
he
Nakobi
quarterback.
did this last night with Jahan Dotson. I like Jahan Dotson. He's a pretty solid pick, so I don't know.
I
We'll
do
see.
too, man. I like that for them. I said earlier, I thought the Eagles improved. I thought the Giants improved. You can make an
Mhm.
argument that the Commanders improved as well, because not for nothing. Look, I know we talk about Terry McLaurin. I know they went and signed, obviously, Jahad Dotson yesterday, but they also have what's his name? They picked him up last year from
Curtis
Carolina.
Samuel.
Yeah,
Curtis
Curtis
Samuel.
Samuel. So I mean, look,
What's the Commanders getting ready to do here?
let's go.
They're still pretty solid on defensively. I mean, if I was them, I just look to build this offense up as much as possible.
That's what I'm saying, dog. Shit.
For Washington.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, absolutely. They can't be trusted on their offensive playmakers. They're all hurt, and who knows if McLaurin's even going to be here long term.
Man, let's see. Washington, who y'all choosing, man?
Well, you know what? A lot of Giants. There's a good amount of Giants fans that are not happy with this pick. Just saying,
I've been
they're not
seeing that
happy
on
with this
Twitter
pick.
too.
they're not happy with it, and I'm gonna tell you why they're not happy with it. A lot of them probably don't know the kid. A lot of them feel like he plays for Kentucky, which is not a football school, and people put
Mm.
too much stock into that nonsense. That's why they don't like the kid. That's why they don't like the pick. I guarantee you, that's probably more the reason
They think
why
he was
more people
drafted
don't
too
like the
high.
pick than,
They
than
think he was
anything.
drafted too high. That's probably why. And maybe he was like a late second, early third round pick, and they think that maybe they drafted him a little bit too high. I
The
don't hate
same
the pick.
nonsense every year.
I don't hate
We're
the
taking this
pick.
year in this sorry school, Kentucky not a football school. I'm guarantee you're gonna start just hearing that kind of nonsense.
I
It's
hear you.
already started. It's already started. There's a good amount of fans that are not happy about this pick.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
even seeing it. Huge reach, overdrafted. Shane got too cute. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing from all the Giants fans. Like
no, yeah, I see it
they're
too.
saying it's a reach of a pick.
Um, they gonna say whatever they want to say at this point, man. Shit.
I don't hate the pick. It's
Yeah.
the only thing is just does it a sign about Kadarius Tony's future. That's it. That's all I
No,
want to
and I
see.
get what you're
But
saying.
otherwise, the kid's explosive. He's explosive. He can get in and out of his breaks. He's can play the wide receiver position. He can play at running back sometimes. You can use him all over the field. Some might say, why did we draft a gadget player in the second round? The kid is a weapon. That's the thing right there. He is a weapon, an offensive weapon that you can put all around the field. That's it. Do I think he was drafted a little bit higher than his positioning was? Yes, I think he was a late second, early third round pick. But at the same time, we'll see what the kid can do. I'm not going to bash him. He's a good player. He wouldn't be picked this high if he was that fit. And the the Commanders picked Bindarian Mathis,
Defensive
defensive tackle
tackle.
out of Alabama. But yeah,
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know, Mac. And I don't know.
Miss Kayla says this draft has been amazing for us thus far. You know that Dable,
You must
Kafka,
be
and
a big
Wink have a
fan of it,
clear
yeah.
vision for each and every player. Couldn't have said it better, Kayla. Kayla
And
says,
Joe
Matt,
Sheens says we're not shopping Kadarius Tony.
you have to mail me some vegan tacos. Yeah, you gotta mail me some too, Matt. I mean, I was a vegan for 4 years, man. So I'd love to try it, man.
Don't know, man. I don't really know if I can go anywhere and order vegan tacos.
No.
Man.
They don't sell in the places I go to. At the place like my taco spot don't sell vegan tacos.
Oh,
So
nah, I hear you. Yeah.
I
Yeah, it's been 2 years for me now since I've went back to eating meat. But yeah, no.
I don't
When
know
I
how
was
you
vegan, it
guys. I don't
wasn't
know how you
hard.
do it.
It really isn't that hard, to be honest with you. It's like it's kind of one of those things where it's after like a week, you're like, oh, this isn't that hard, and it just becomes like a lifestyle at that point. But yeah, no, I agree with you, Kayla. Fuck the Packers. I don't feel bad for Aaron Rodgers. I don't feel bad for his situation, man. I mean, I didn't like him talking yesterday, trying to make it seem like, oh, I didn't, because he said he's like, oh, when I signed my contract, I didn't know that Devontae wasn't gonna come back. Shut the hell up, man.
Have you
Like
guys
you
ever heard
gotta,
of this comedian, Sebastian Maniscalco?
nah.
He's really funny. You got to check out some of his stand-up stuff. He actually is what's the word for somebody that's like not below like a mentor, like when you're mentored by somebody. What's the name of that word? He was mentored by. He was
Uh, like a peer?
yeah, he was a
meant
Nah.
to.
peer of Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld
Oh,
found this guy, so he's really funny. Sebastian Maniscalco. He's really actually very underrated
I'm gonna have to
funny.
check him out. I'm
He,
gonna
if
definitely have
you
to check him out.
check out some of his stand-ups on either YouTube or Netflix or something, he's really funny.
Yeah, no, shit, Miss Kayla. She says Wandale Robinson, 91.3 PFF grade in 2021, first among SEC wide receivers. He is in a reach. Yeah, Kayla, it probably is apprentice. I don't think it's mentor. I can't talk sometimes, and my ass high as hell. But yeah, it's something like that. But look, I'll be honest, man. Again, in its highlights, I want to go and actually watch film compared to the highlights, but I'm liking it. I really am liking the pick, man.
Does it maybe cast doubt on Galladay? Because I still don't think Galladay is a fit in this offense. I don't think Galladay is a fit in this offense at all. I mean, they don't.
Unless
Neither of these,
unless he plays
neither
like
are
the
players.
Gabriel Davis role, maybe.
He's not Gabriel Davis, though. He doesn't have the speed or separation that a Gabriel Davis does. He's just a flat-out jump ball guy. That he has to do that to win his matchups. He can't separate. And
Yeah.
Jaquan
And
Brisker to the Bears.
and if this gives you any peace of mind, Jeff, this is per Joe Shane right now. He says we are not shopping Kadarius Toney.
I don't believe
Well,
it. I don't believe it. That all GMs always say
I
that in
know.
every sport. We're not shopping this guy. We're not shopping that guy because they want. Maybe they are shopping him behind the scenes and trying to gauge value on him. We don't know. That's the thing right now. We don't know
You're
because
right. We don't.
I
But
I
mean
mean, I think you're looking
shit.
at it too. I don't know. Jeff, honestly, I think that maybe they just legitimately do have a plan. And this guy fits into what they want to do. I mean, if he can just be another good solid weapon for what they envision, man, I'm all about it, man. I'm all about it.
I
I am
mean,
too. I
he
am
could
too.
have. If honestly, if anything, I mean, who's to say that you know Dable or Kafka, felt that they needed that wide receiver that early? Only because, hear me out, right? I've been saying I thought in the fourth round they would take a wide receiver, possibly maybe even in the third round. Um, Second round, I mean, they must have felt that the wide receiver position was very important for what they're trying to do, to where they pass up on a Dean or they pass up in the secondary. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. With Booth off the board, and you look at where the secondary is going right now in terms of the draft, I mean, is it possible Bradbury gets extended for a year instead of outright cut?
It's possible. Then they'd have to find a way to clear cap space with another guy. If they restructure Williams, which I don't know if they want to do that, or they maybe are going to try to trade one of these other guys if it's possible. So I mean, you got to
It's
think
definitely
about it. They got to
possible,
find
yeah.
a way to clear cap space because they won't be able to sign all these draft picks. So
They could trade up
if it's
too.
not Bradbury, who is it going to be?
Maybe they go with Robinson for a year. But I wouldn't. I don't know. I liked Robinson for what we saw from him last year, but I don't know if it's enough for me to say, okay, this could be cornerback 2, maybe cornerback 3. But man, at this point, it might be best to just try to extend them for another year if you can't find a trade partner.
Yeah.
Kayla, she asked, Trey McBride or Jeremy Ruckert?
No, we're not
Do
getting
we get
both.
one or
We're not.
both?
We're not getting
I don't
both.
think both.
I don't think we're
I,
getting two tight. We're not. I don't think we're getting two tight ends in this draft. I think we're
one
just
for
gonna get
sure,
one. Yeah,
but
I
I
think we're
don't think
definitely getting
two.
one, but I don't think two.
Man,
It just
if we
doesn't
could
make
get
sense.
Trey McBride, man, I'd be happy with
Talking
Trey
about an
McBride.
offense. Yeah.
Yeah, we are. We are. Because you go and you get yourself another wide receiver, you go and get yourself a nice tight end. I mean, you're giving this kid every possible chance, same with the Jets, to succeed.
All right, here we go. No one's on the board. Do we get another quarterback coming off this board yet? We are at pick 49, and we still only have one quarterback being drafted so far. Do we get another quarterback there? Another
Let's
team
go.
could possibly be in the quarterback market.
What do you guys think? I'm gonna say yes. I think a quarterback will go here.
Uh, hold on. Let me see. Who's picking right here? We got.
Adam, Adam is pissed. Adam is not happy about this pick. He is pissed off right now.
Man, people are gonna be upset. You know, there was people. You heard me last night, Jeff. There was people upset at the Kayvon pick. People gonna be upset at anything, man.
Right now, I'm not upset because this regime hasn't given me a reason to be upset yet.
No,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Look positive. They look like they have a real clear-cut plan, a vision. So I'm willing to see what the vision is. You know what I mean? Before I start getting mad and getting bent out of shit that they're doing
I
right
agree.
now.
I agree. And what this does is it gives you a. What it does is Wandale Robinson gives you a playmaker moving forward. Definitely, you have a playmaker on this offense that you will be able to count on moving forward, and not a will he be here next year? It's an if or whatever. You
Yep.
know that Wandale Robinson will probably be here moving forward for the
Facts.
next 3-4 years. So
Give me
you have a
one
guy at
sec.
least on this team. That's what we need, and that's what your Daniel Jones or your future quarterback needs. You need a guy on that offense that you know is going to be here, somebody you could trust, and this kid might be it. So, yeah, I mean, the more the merrier. The more weapons you get, the merrier. I'm just wondering if it means that we're going to make a move at wide receiver with one of the guys we have on our roster, one maybe two. Who knows?
I mean, shit. Trade Darius Slayton to Green Bay. They need wide receiver help, man.
Who the hell is going to want Darius Slayton? That's the
I mean,
thing.
he had a promising rookie season. I mean, there's speed to him. I, somebody's gonna want him, man. I mean, I think he plays up to the level of what he is, which is what, a 5th round pick. So I mean, maybe you get a 5th rounder, maybe maybe a 6 at a worst case
Yeah,
scenario, just so you can create cap space. Um,
yeah.
but again, I don't think this is so much for Kadarius Toney. I really thought that this was more for Darius Slayton, just because we know where we're at right now in terms of the cap, and they're
And
not
look
going
at
to
the
touch
players in
Galladay.
the yeah, and look at the players on this offense too. I mean,
It's true.
they're all very similar in types of skill sets they have. Like very scat, twitchy, slot guys. Guys that are going to be in and out of their routes quickly. Some speed guys. They're all guys that fit this system. Galladay is the only one that I'm wondering, is he a system fit? Because I think Richie James fits the system. I actually think Slayton fits the system. The deep threat. Tony and Robinson, they obviously fit the system. I think Shepard fits the system. I don't know about Galladay. That's the only guy that I question is does he fit the system? Because you really have not seen a big receiver with not really good separation skills in Kenny Galladay in a offense like what Kafka and what Dable ran. That's the only reason why I say it. The more the
No, I get
merrier
that.
for the weapons, but that's the only reason why I wonder. That's the big reason I wonder with Galladay.
But you
Alante Taylor.
but they also haven't had those kind of receivers before. You know what I mean? So that's
That's
what
true.
good coaches can do, man. Good coaches figure out ways to make their players work. You know what I mean? Make it work for the players they have. That's what good coaches do. And I
Oh,
just
you're
don't
right.
have faith. This is a whole new regime. This is all brand new, man. We gotta let this play out, man, and see what these guys' vision is before we can really start.
Definitely.
Before we can really start making
No,
any
you're
real
right.
true. We just don't really know. It's a
Yeah,
lot of
Mac, you're
unknown
absolutely right.
across the board.
Mhm. You're absolutely right. And also, this kid's going to have a leg up because he's Joe Shane, Brandon Brown, Brian Dable's guy. Whereas
Absolutely.
Galladay's not, Tony's not, Shepard's not, Slayton's not. They're not their guys. So this kid's going to have as many opportunities as possible because he was drafted by this regime. So they're going to make it. They're going to find every way to make it work with this kid. And he's going to be a big part of this offense. You don't draft a kid in the early second round for him not to be a big part of this offense. So we're going to be getting used to seeing Wan'Dale Robinson all over the field for the Giants. So
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Shit. The Saints, they will be selecting Tennessee cornerback Alante Taylor. Wow. Okay. So they don't take a quarterback.
I picked
They don't
50
take
and
a
only one
quarterback.
quarterback is going off the board. 50 picks and only one quarterback off the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mark,
I've
I
never
want a
seen
tight
that.
end next too, man.
Oh, yeah. It's clear tight end is still a big hole in this offense. And
It is.
interior offensive line, too.
No, I agree with you, man. It absolutely is. Shit. Jaden, let's talk about this. He says, "How are we feeling about the draft for us so far?" Grade. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give us an A at the moment.
I'd say B
You know,
plus. I'd say B
yeah,
plus.
a B plus is definitely fair.
B plus A
I'm
Uh,
gonna just give an A just because we needed wide receiver help. And
Yeah.
we needed an offensive tackle. We needed an edge rusher. We were able to address
Chiefs
those.
trade the pick to the Patriots. Patriots are on the clock right
Trade
now.
alert. Let's go.
been like 1,000 trades in this draft too, man.
Yeah.
You telling, man.
So many.
I would say a B plus. I mean, the only reason it has to be at least a B plus or lowest to A minus because of how awesome that first round was. When you get Evan Neal and when you get Kayvon Thibodeau, that alone is going to keep us in a very high grade for the whole time. Wan'Dale Robinson, yes, it was a reach. Yes, he was drafted a lot higher than most thought. Still a good player. So that's the only reason why I would maybe lower it a little bit to an A minus or maybe even a B plus because he was a reach at the place he was picked. But it's still a fantastic grade because of those
Absolutely.
first two picks. Because of those first two picks is why this is still a fantastic draft. No bar none. That's it.
Over under pick number 60. Do we see a quarterback come up the board before selection number 60?
Nah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I
How
don't.
many quarterbacks? Over under what? 1, 2?
No, I mean just a quarterback in general. Over pick 60 or under pick 60? We're at pick
I'm
we're at
say
pick 51
I'm gonna say
right now.
under.
You think
I'm
one's
gonna say
gonna come off the
under.
board before we get to
I think there's gonna be
number
a.
60?
I'm gonna
Yeah, I
say
think
over.
eventually one's gonna come off the board. You think they're gonna go above 60?
I think it'll be above 60, man.
We're only 9 picks away, and we got the next 2 picks. The next 3 picks are not taking quarterbacks. I can tell you that right now.
This is a trade in the works. This is a trade in the
Yeah.
works.
New England's not taking a
The
quarterback.
Pats.
Philly's not taking a quarterback probably, and Pittsburgh's not taking another quarterback right now, second round.
No. Where are the Pats gonna go?
D-Mac. I mean, I liked Mechie. Mechie's fire. I mean, me personally, I mean, I'm gonna trust what the Giants do at this point. But Mechie was definitely a solid receiver, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, months ago, I really thought when Dable and Kafka came in, I actually was thinking about a player like Wan'Dale Robinson and how he would fit in with their type of system because he is their type of player. He's that like Emmanuel Sanders, like a Stephon Diggs, or even like a Cole Beasley type player, a very twitchy route runner. You can use him all over the field type player. So I'm not surprised by the pick at all. I mean, it makes sense in the whole scheme of things because of the type of player he is and how he will fit in with this system, especially for Kafka. I mean, that's exactly what Macaulay Hardman and Tyreek Hill are. Wan'Dale Robinson and Kadarius Toney, that type of player.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, Jay.
And
So
And another thing about these kids, man, like we don't know how high this kid actually was on their draft board, man. To grab him up in the second round, he must have been in high regard with this regime, man. I'm sure they went and checked him out, did their due diligence, man. Like I said, gotta just have some faith right now. When you got a whole new regime in like this, you gotta have a little bit of faith. You gotta see how these things play out, man. We all gave Joe Judge that first year. We gave him that chance that first year, you know what I mean? And then we kind of started forming our opinions after that, obviously, which became very strong ones. But
I still want to see. Yeah, I don't want to see Giants fans like going, jumping off the roof now because we just picked a kid that maybe was drafted a little bit higher than he should have been. I mean, yeah, we don't know. Maybe the kid comes out and he turns into a terrific player when he gets on the field. We don't know. I mean, that's the thing too. I agree, Mac. I mean, the fans can't just give up on this. Like all of a sudden, jump off ship because we picked the kid a little bit higher than where he was supposed to be. So. I don't know. I mean, it's a good pick. It's just maybe a little bit of a reach, but still a good pick.
I mean, just because he was like, you say he might be the 10th best receiver on one team's draft board, but he might be the best receiver on our draft board. It's just all that matters what your flavor is, man. So you just got. And apparently, he was their flavor. He was the guy they wanted. They went and got him. I mean, look, maybe they felt like he wasn't going to be there for that third round selection. You know what I mean? You got to when your guy is there, you got to take your guy. You know what I mean? Especially if you don't think he's going to get back to you, you got to take your guy when you got a chance to take your guy. And I'm just going to assume he's their guy.
I agree.
Definitely.
I agree with you.
Definitely.
I can't say anything otherwise. And I mean, I trust what Joe Shaney's going to do. So I'm perfectly fine with it. And the Patriots select Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver out of Baylor. They took the fast dude out of Baylor. Bring some speed to that offense.
I like that. I like that for them. They need some wide receiver help over there. So
they need
I like
speed,
that.
They need more than just that guy. They need a couple more.
They do.
No, I think they got a decent core. They got a decent wide receiver core. Kendrick Bourne, solid. Jacoby Myers actually was one of the better slot receivers in the league.
I don't feel so strong about those guys like you do, Jeff.
I like Myers. I think he's a very solid, underrated player on that offense. And then Parker is a vet. I mean, Bourne is solid. And then this kid's going to take the top off the defense. So, and plus they got the two tight ends. They got what is that? Jonnu Smith and then Henry, I think. Who's the other tight end they got from Los Angeles last year?
Hunter Henry.
Hunter Henry, yeah. So I mean, they got those two
selected,
guys too.
What's it called? Damn, his name isn't coming to me right now, but he came from the Titans. Damn, what is his name? It's not coming to me.
Jonnu Smith.
Jonnu Smith, yeah.
Yeah, Jonnu Smith, yeah. They went to two tight ends. This kid's got speed too, so.
But you know something? With the Patriots, I mean, N'Keal Harry's future was up in the air. I mean, they needed to at least give Mac Jones something, because I do agree with you, Jeff. I mean, look, Kendrick Bourne was solid for them. You can make an argument outside of Nelson Aguilar, maybe even above Nelson Aguilar, was easily their most productive receiver they had last year. But
that was Myers. Myers was the best receiver.
Jacoby Myers, yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, Myers was good last year.
But, I mean, you're in a division where, I mean, shit. You got Stephon Diggs. I mean, you got Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. I mean, you're going to need some wide receiver.
But the Jets got,
for the Patriots, man. Just to put points on the board.
I mean, you got to be able to keep up.
Yeah, exactly.
How about your young quarterback?
It's the cream of the crop in that division now. We've seen what the Jets have been doing these last couple of days. Phenomenal work in this draft so far with the Jets. So you know what I mean? They're going to be a force to be reckoned with. You got to be able to keep up. Mm-hmm. So I feel like this Patriot offense, they need what they need. They need more explosive weapons, in my opinion. I'm not saying those guys are complete trash. I just want more explosive weapons.
No, you're not lying at all, man. Because they do need weapons.
Well, I think
I'm very interested to see how that offense looks without having Josh McDaniels over there.
Absolutely. Like, are they going to change up that offense a lot this year compared to what they've been running? And then
Yeah.
maybe that casts a shadow of doubt on a guy like Nelson Aguilar.
Now
And
has
maybe
no
he's
one
going to be
taken
traded back. He's going to be gone.
I think it's N'Keal Harry. You know, they tried they
Both of
almost
them.
traded him last year.
They could
Yeah.
trade both. They could get rid of both of them because looking at it right now, I'm assuming this kid is going to start on the outside. Parker is probably going to start too. Bourne will probably be the fourth guy, and then I guess Myers will be their slot receiver. So I mean, Aguilar is going to be fit at best on the depth chart. So they might try to like get something for him if possible, unless they want to trade Bourne because they have really no use for Harry, or unless they want to have really strong depth.
Yeah. True.
So I don't know.
Hey,
That's the thing.
the pick is in for the Steelers, man.
for the
I have the
Eagles.
Eagles.
It's
I have
the
the
Eagles.
Eagles on the board.
Oh, for the Eagles?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Eagles are on the board.
Damn, I got the Steelers. My fault.
Steelers pick next.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm ahead. My fault.
You saw the Eagles pick
Damn.
already?
Yeah.
Damn you.
You're like way
I
ahead.
hope they don't get
Yeah, no, I'm gonna pause it a little bit because if y'all are still on the Eagles, I'm gonna just pause it real quick.
why do I have a bad feeling they might get Nakobi Dean?
I
Nakobi
don't
Dean
thi-
could be a
I
guy
don't
they could
think
go
so.
after.
I'm not sure.
That shit going on.
Dean is falling though. I'm not gonna lie.
Something must be up with Dean if he's falling this much. Oh, yeah. Look at these jackasses sitting here with their Eagles stuff.
Yeah, word, man.
Have fun with have fun with the Jalen Hurts. Got good playmakers and you got a good offense around him, but you have nothing at that quarterback position.
Facts.
Drake Jackson. Oh my God, that would be a reach if they take a Drake Jackson.
Oh no, I don't think they're doing that. They just showing these guys draft parties. You know, people waiting to hear their name called. Oh, here you go.
What's this? Yes, fly.
Just say the pick. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Just say the pick. Say
Nah,
the pick.
I'll be honest with you. Nothing beats the fucking Vikings when they were up. Dog. That man was milking that shit.
Yeah,
You
actually, so they
That's
took that
probably
guy
it.
off. Cameron Jurgens, as a center out of Nebraska. They picked another center?
Yep. Wow.
Really? They picked another center?
What your call's getting a little long in the tooth. They got to get ready for some kind of backup plan.
But they just got they have Dickerson too, who's a center. Unless they plan on keeping him at guard.
One thing I will say
Cam
about the Eagles,
Jurgens.
man, Eagles know how to build an offensive line. They've proven they can know how to build a good offensive line. If they don't hit
And
on any other,
defensive line.
they hit on their O linemen. Usually.
They do. They hit on their offensive and defensive linemen. They're good at building the trenches, and that's why they've been a good team for a long time, most years, because they know how to hit on the trenches. So
Wow. I mean, I'm just looking at Wandale from last year, man, at Kentucky. Kid had over 1,300 yards, 104 receptions. He averaged 12.8 yards per catch, 7 touchdowns, and had a 92 overall grade.
he's got speed. Kid's explosive.
All right, let's. Pittsburgh's pick is in. Let's see. Culture on the clock. Let's see if the Colts take a quarterback, man. We'll see. Because if not,
Man.
Kansas City is not.
Yeah, definitely. Where is Willis going, man?
This is what this
Where
is getting
is
ready to me for. I want to see where these quarterbacks are going to go. Because at this point, I just never seen a draft get this far with only one quarterback on the board so far. One.
Yeah, you might
Yeah.
be right.
Yeah.
Steelers select George Pickens. They got the wide receiver help for their new quarterback.
Wow.
They got Pickens.
I mean, I know some people, they had concerns about his off the field issues, but now the Steelers got themselves a nice player there, man.
Mm-hmm. and they lost Juju, and they lost James Washington, so they needed to get a wide receiver in there. That makes sense. It's a solid pickup. I mean, you already got Claypool and you got Deontay Johnson there, so you could just slot this kid in as your number 3, and you should be good to go.
Shit.
Plus, he's mean. He's a mean receiver, which is
He
not a bad
is.
thing to be. He fits Pittsburgh. He's a typical Pittsburgh Steeler type player, so it makes sense.
I like that pick for them,
Nasty.
honestly, man.
I do too. A nasty physical receiver. I think it's a good pick. That's a really good pick by Pittsburgh.
If the Colts don't take a quarterback right now, we're looking at 54, 55, but it's not going to be a quarterback getting picked in those two slots either. Got Kansas City and Arizona following up this pick. So if we don't get a quarterback now, man, it's looking sketchy as hell for these guys, man.
And the Colts are picking right now.
Let's go. Let's see who they select.
I'm starting to feel bad for these guys.
Oh, there's Anthony Costanzo. Alec Pierce. Colts got their receiver. They got Alec Pierce.
I love how these old
I'm glad-
school offensive linemen retire and then slim the hell down, man. I don't even recognize him as he's on.
There you go.
Man.
They got their number 2 receiver right there to pair with Pittman.
That's a
They
great
went and got Matt Ryan some help, dog. They needed it.
That's a great pick for them. I like this kid, man. And I wasn't that familiar with him until the college playoffs, actually. What you call it?
Colts.
I like this pick by the Colts. Pierce has been one of my favorite receivers, so I think this is a good pick.
But he's definitely a good player, man.
He'll slot in very nicely as a number 2 right next to Pittman. I think it's a good pick. Size, speed down the field. I think it's a very solid pick by the Colts on this one. You got Matt Ryan, another weapon, so it's good.
Absolutely. And Jaden, I agree with you, man. He says I like Pickens to Pittsburgh. Yeah, man. That's definitely good for them. They needed some wide receiver help. They lost Juju Smith-Schuster to the Chiefs. I don't know if they still have Deontay Washington over there. I'm actually still not sure of the.
And where in Pittsburgh? No, James Washington James Washington's in Dallas.
Man, let me see the receiving core real quick.
It's I believe Deontay Johnson, Ray McLeod, Chase Claypool, George Pickens, and I think they have another player on there, another young player.
That's not a bad core right there. That's not a bad core.
Deontay Johnson's good. Claypool's he had a really good rookie season, but sort of stepped back a little bit his second year. So, I mean, Johnson's one of the most underrated receivers in the league. That dude's very good.
Absolutely.
Just has drops issues.
Oh, what's these picks? So come on, I'm trying to get the Dallas pick real quick before I gotta go.
That's right.
I gotta get ready to roll out.
Roll out.
Boom,
Roll
boom.
out. Roll out.
Shit, Dallas will be coming up soon.
Dallas is in pick 56. Coming up in 2 more picks. Arizona, Chiefs' pick is in. Arizona's on the clock now.
Let's see who they pick. So the last pick for the Giants in the 3rd round is 81.
Yep, 81.
Okay. So we're about a little less than 20 picks, or a little less than 30 picks until we get to our last pick. I'm sorry, our second pick.
I'll be at the bar drinking old fashions by then.
All right, the Chiefs pick is in.
What's the pick? What's the pick?
I'm actually curious.
Would they go receiver 2? Sky Moore?
Ooh, that would be nice.
Maybe. Sky Moore? Maybe they take a shot at Nakobi Dean?
Who, the Chiefs?
Yeah.
It's possible.
I mean, they need safety. They do need a safety help, and Brisker's still on the board.
Let's see.
Well, here's an NBA update. Joel Embiid is out indefinitely with
What?
Joel Embiid out indefinitely with a orbital fracture and a mild concussion in Game 6. So
Oh,
the
wow.
Sixers just lost Embiid for immediate future. So that
Yeah.
screws their team.
Put one of those masks on his face and put him back out there. You said he
Yeah.
has a concussion too?
Concussion and orbital fracture.
Well, he's got to clear concussion protocol first, at least.
Yeah.
For the orbital fracture, they could probably get one of those masks.
I mean, if it's bad enough, maybe he might even have to get surgery on his face if it's like a bad fracture.
Definitely. Hopefully it's not, though.
Hey, James Harden, have fun. Have fun, James.
Enjoy it, man.
Have fun, James. Enjoy carrying that team now.
They got Miami too. Damn.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna be. Where's Zion? Where's Zion right now? I want to just tell Zion like I'm rooting for your team so hard in this second round to just beat
How great is
down.
Milwaukee and Boston going to be? Probably. How great a series is that going to be?
That's gonna be so much fun. Milwaukee and Boston is gonna be so much fun to watch. That's like your old school gritty type of rivalry.
I love seeing legends, man. Figured they was all gonna show up for Vegas.
Tony G, the greatest tight end in football history.
I agree with you, Joel. I mean, I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean?
I'm so sorry, Jeff.
Sky Moore. They just went the wide receiver, Sky Moore out of Western Michigan. So they got their Tyreek Hill replacement.
Oh my god. Damn.
I don't want to tell any dirty jokes like Joel. I would be overstepping my boundaries. I can't do that. That's his shtick.
So we got, let's see here. Hold on.
It's a nice little run at receiver.
It
Watson, Pierce, Moore, Watson, Pierce, Moore, Pickens all go in around the beginning to middle of second round.
Cardinals pick is in.
Let's go. Just want to see Dallas's pick before I go.
I just hope I'm not ahead of y'all. I brought it back a little bit so that I wasn't ahead
You're
of
ahead a
y'all.
little bit, but shit, man, don't worry about it, bro.
Yeah, it's already announced. Cardinals pick. It's just saying Cardinals pick is in. That's it.
Pick is in now. Yeah, it says pick is in.
Who's in the chat right now?
Last was Jaden saying I like Pickens to PA.
All right.
That was at 8:45.
Who's that? Oh, Aeneas Williams. Oh,
Aeneas
wow.
Williams.
I remember
I
Aeneas
saw
Williams.
Aeneas Williams get enshrined in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You know why? Because he got enshrined the same year as Michael Strahan, and I was there live in the living color.
Trey McBride.
It was
McBride
awesome.
just went to Colorado. Just went to the Cardinals. So there goes the first tight end.
A very good one too.
Yeah. So there you go. There goes your first tight end off the board. I wonder if this might be the beginning of the run on tight ends.
It might be. I mean, that's a nice pick. I mean, but Jesus, how many weapons does this kid need?
I know, right? Seriously.
Now he's got Zach Ertz and Trey McBride in that offense.
On top
along with
of
all those
Marquise
receivers.
Brown, Hopkins, AJ Green,
Rondale Moore.
Yeah, so it's like, damn, bro. Like, how many balls are there?
They still have Connor, right? Yeah, they still have, yeah, that's right. That's a good pick, though.
I like
how
that
long
for
is-
Cardinals, though.
They're probably just trying to make Kyler Murray happy because they knew the dude is disgruntled. So they're like, you know what? To make him happy, we're going to get him another explosive receiver. We're going to get him the highest rated tight end in the draft. So we're going to try to do everything we can to make Kyler Murray happy because we're a better position right now with Kyler Murray than with him possibly not playing. So I think they're pretty much doing this so they can make Kyler Murray happy. That's it.
Trading for his
Yeah.
bestie, giving up way too much to get his
Yeah.
bestie on the team.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
Oh,
now
the
we
pick
got
is in.
Dallas on the clock.
The pick is in.
Yeah.
That was quick.
Very quick, man.
Who the hell would Dallas even go?
That's right on time because my homie is on his way. Just hit
You know
me.
what? Maybe they go. Maybe they go Nakobi Dean. I think Dean's going soon.
Shit.
Or Christian Harris even hasn't even been picked.
Oh, Cowboys.
Or maybe Christian Harris, Nakobi Dean, maybe a Jaquan Brisker at safety. They do need safety. So I don't even know who's the best receiver on the board now.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure. Honestly.
I have no idea who's even the best receiver left on the board at this point. I'm just thinking though, with the amount of picks we have left, and with the amount of players that are stuck on this roster, I really wonder if we're not going to be that active in terms of undrafted free agents. Like we might not be a team that signs a lot of undrafted free agents this year.
True. Yeah. Very true.
I'm wondering that. And
Is it? Tell me who it is. Man.
yeah, come on, Max got to go. Max got to get going. Let's tell us already. Let's go. Sam Williams.
Wow. Ole Miss defensive end, Sam
Yep.
Williams.
Never heard of him. Just
Neither
being
have I.
honest. Not
No.
heard of him before.
You and me both, man.
You know, if you guys haven't heard of him, I damn sure never heard of him.
No, I have no idea who the hell
He's a 13 AP All American, so he must be a little bit of a somebody.
That's true. Must be a pretty good player then, if he's going there. There's your Randy Gregory replacement right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy that's going to be coming on that defensive line to replace Gregory opposite DeMarcus Lawrence. So there you go. Oh man, I love McBride. McBride's such a good player. Maybe we are going to go tight end in the third round early. Buffalo Bills trade the pick
To the
to the
Bucks.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Trade alerts.
Who are the Bucks interested in? Maybe maybe Dean, maybe Brisker. They did lose Whitehead, so maybe looking for a replacement. Maybe a running back.
All right, fellas, though, I do got to jump off, man. I
No
appreciate it,
worries,
man.
bro.
We'll be in touch. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Jeff, all right?
Tomorrow we're doing premium takes, right, Mac?
Yeah, I'm hoping to get this set up sometime either early this morning or later on tonight.
All right, man. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you tomorrow, bro. Enjoy your time with your friends tonight, bro.
All
Yes,
right, thank
sir.
you, bro.
Enjoy it, man. Be safe.
All right, y'all have a good night, man. Enjoy the rest of the night, man.
You as well,
Likewise,
man. Have a
bro.
good night.
All right.
What happened to GOS?
I actually don't know, to be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure. And then there were two.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully, these picks. I mean, they're already going by quick, but
Oh yeah,
I
they're
mean, it
just
looks
gonna
like they
continue
may
to
be
fly
going by
by.
quicker.
Yeah,
I mean,
these picks are gonna probably just continue to just fly by as we go.
yep. And we got ahead of us right now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 8 picks until the Giants pick. So
Oh, we're already almost at 81.
no, we have 67 and 81 in the third round.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I miscalculated. Wait, that's the beginning of the third round, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, I got the numbers mixed up. So let me see. 67. So we do need a cornerback, but who's left? We need linebacker help.
You need tight end.
We need a tight end. We need interior offensive line help. We need defensive line, interior defensive line help, because I think we do need a defensive tackle. Do they maybe take a shot at one of these quarterbacks? This could be that sweet spot where they might
Ooh,
decide to take a shot at one of these quarterbacks. I mean, they
they
were
might.
making, and maybe a Sam Howell. If Sam Howell is sitting there, I would not be shocked if one of those third round picks they take a quarterback. Just thinking, they would not be shocked at all if they do that. Figure low risk, potential high reward if they don't think Daniel Jones is the answer.
I mean, you still have Malik Willis there, man. He hasn't even been picked up yet.
Oh man,
Which I'm not gonna lie, I'm shocked. I am so shocked that he has not been picked up yet.
I'm shocked that all these quarterbacks are dropping like they are. I mean, and like we mentioned, if Pittsburgh wasn't so desperate for a quarterback, I think Pickett might be falling as well. I mean, that just shows how much these teams do not value these quarterbacks, and how much
Absolutely,
they're dropping. That they think these
absolutely,
quarterbacks are really just not that good. So
and
I'm
it's
actually,
crazy.
oh yeah, it's insane. I mean, when was the last time we could say we watched a draft where the quarterbacks have dropped this much? I can't
I
even remember.
man, it's been a long time coming, man. Because I mean, there was people that thought that there was going to be at least three quarterbacks taken in the first round, and it's looking like there's going to be one quarterback taken in the first two rounds,
Plus,
which
Titus
is it.
O'Neil.
It just sounds so unneel. Excuse me, sounds so just unbelievable in my
Yeah,
honest opinion.
no, I agree with you, man. It's very just odd and out there for that to be the case. Luke, oh, that's the guy I was talking about. Luke Godioke just went to the Bucks.
Yep,
The offensive guard tackle from Central Michigan.
that's a nice pickup for them. They needed that help, so I mean that's a nice pickup for them, man.
Yeah, it
Nice.
is. I mean, they needed an offensive guard to go into that offense after losing Kappa and Marpet. So now you insert this kid at one of the guard positions, and you got Shaq Mason at the other position, and then you still have, you can put together that offensive line that still has, Jensen, who's one of the better centers. You still have Tristan Wirfs, who's coming off an All-Pro season at right tackle, and Donovan Smith, who's still a very solid left tackle. So I mean, you still got the tackle and the center position, which is good. And Shaq Mason's he's solid. He's a solid player at the guard position. I mean, not great, but he's still pretty good. And slot this kid in there too. So I mean, it's a good pickup. Tom
Yeah.
Brady's probably happy.
Oh, he has to be. He
Yeah,
has to be happy, man.
absolutely. I mean, you need to protect your quarterback, especially when somebody that's 44, 45 years old now. Got to be able to
Hmm.
protect your man. You got to be able to protect the dude that's holding the rock.
Let
So
alone, if especially if you bring in like a rookie QB too, man.
yes. All right. Well, the Falcons are on the clock. Here's
Yes,
one
sir.
team that could go quarterback right here. It's I mean, with these teams that are here right now, you figure the quarterbacks have to go soon. They have to. I mean, how much the Falcons have a golden opportunity right now to take a chance on one of these quarterbacks. You figure right around here, a team like the Falcons, a team like the Lions, a team like the Seahawks, they would take a chance on one of these young quarterbacks. It just
That's what
makes
I
too
would
much
think
sense.
too. Yeah, and I agree. That's what I would think too. In my honest opinion, man. I mean, that would be the area where you could take, the risk on one of these quarterbacks is the late second going into the third round. So I mean, yeah, a team like Detroit, that would make a lot of sense, honestly. And
Yeah.
honestly, that would be a steal for Detroit. Knowing that you're leaving this draft with Aiden Hutchinson, Jamison Williams, and then on top of that, you got Malik Willis possibly. So I mean,
Mm.
that would be a nice draft for them. Will it happen? I'm not entirely sure, but shit, man. I mean, because Atlanta could take a QB too, but I don't see them doing that either.
I think it makes too much sense. They should take a quarterback. They
They
need a
should.
young franchise quarterback to build this franchise around. It's not Mariota. They need to have a guy that they can build around for the future. You need to do that. So I
I
mean, I think
agree.
what the smart pick would be is to get a young quarterback.
Yeah,
And
you're
they got
absolutely
Troy
right.
Troy Anderson,
Trey
a linebacker
Anderson.
out of Montana State, goes to the
That's a nice
Falcons.
pickup for them. I'm not gonna lie.
It
I
is.
mean, they got some nice pieces. They got Arnold Biedeke. They got Lorenzo Carter in free agency. So I mean, they're beefing up that defense, which has been a problem for them since Dan Campbell left. I mean, actually, even while Dan Campbell was there, that
I
was a
have a
problem for
thought.
them.
I have a thought. Maybe they're trying to beef up the rest of the team, and they know that they're going to suck this year. So they figured, why don't we just get Mariota? He'll be our bridge quarterback this year, and hopefully they suck bad enough where they have a shot at one of these quarterbacks next year. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
I could see
Just
that happening.
build the trenches, build the team around Mariota right now. He'll use him as a bridge quarterback because the Falcons are probably going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL this year. I mean, you never know; they could be good, but they're probably going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. And then they can end up maybe getting a high draft position where they can get a Van Dyke, they can get a Young, Bryce Young, or they can get
Hmm.
a Stroud from Ohio State. So maybe that's what they're thinking.
I mean, that wouldn't be a bad option at all, man. It
Yeah,
really wouldn't be. It's kind of smart when you think about it, man.
it is smart in a way, but at the same time, I mean, do you really want to just throw away a season though? I mean,
Nah, I'm there with you.
it's
Yeah,
hard for an organization to just throw a season away, like just like that. Especially for some players on here that you don't want to waste some of their prime years. Like you want to throw away Kyle Pitts, second year just like that when you're hoping that this kid is going to be a prime piece of your franchise moving forward, and you're gonna start trying to win in his third year. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, but I mean, if that's the way they feel, then go for it. If you want to build the team around
yeah, absolutely,
potentially
man.
young quarterback going forward.
Absolutely.
So who we got?
T
The
Mac,
Vikings.
you
Ed
said
Ingram.
I think we should go tight end. I think we should go tight end too, man.
hmm Ed Ingram out of LSU just went to the Vikings.
That's
Guard.
not a bad selection either.
Get more offensive line help. Can never have enough offensive line. Do not be shocked. Don't be shocked if one of these picks in the third round is an interior offensive lineman. Just
Oh,
saying.
thanks.
Do not be shocked if it's an interior offensive lineman with one of these picks. Get somebody to come in there, compete for a starting spot on that offensive line. So
I mean, I wouldn't be upset with it at all. I mean, I really wouldn't, because our defense, I don't think is as bad as a lot of people make it out to be, in my opinion.
no, I think the defense is going to be solid, especially the front seven. I think is going. Well, I think the front four is going to be very good. I think it's going to be the strength of our defense going forward. It's going to be the front four with
I,
Lawrence, Williams, Thibodeau, and Ojolari. Plus, we have pretty solid depth behind them. I think that's going to be pretty good. I think the secondary is going to still be pretty solid with McKinney still there. At Bradbury, they found a way to keep him around. Love is a good versatile
yeah,
safety. I mean, you got some good depth at cornerback. Jackson's very good. It's the linebacker position that just concerns me. I'm very worried about that linebacker position because I think we have nothing there right now. And who knows what Blake Martinez is going to be coming off a torn ACL. So I'm very concerned about the linebacking position for the Giants right now. And I think what be the smart thing to do is they should target a linebacker with one of these third round picks. I think that would just be the ideal thing to do, especially when you have Christian Harris and Nakobi Dean both falling right now.
yep.
You got Nick Benito out of Oklahoma as well. You
You
got a
still got
Chad
Leo
Mumba.
Tunel there.
You got Leo Chanel. You got Chad Mumba. You got some players that are right there that you can add to this linebacking core that could help out a lot for the Giants defense.
Absolutely.
It's just the question of are they going to, you know, value that position to a point where they're going to make a pick in the early third round. I think they should, but I don't know if that's the direction they're going to go. Maybe they will go tight end and interior offensive line or another position.
Yeah, definitely, man. And that's the thing too. It's like, I mean, we got other positions of need that we got to look at, but I just feel that right now, if it's not a tight end with that first pick, man, which I feel like it might be, because to your point, Dean is falling. Um, I mean, so it's like it could be linebacker, it could be tight end. Because I personally thought they were going to go James Cook in the third round.
Mm.
So I mean,
They
at that
could.
point, yeah, they could. They could. Oh, we got a trade alert. The Bills are trading out of their pick, and the Bengals are now on the board.
Hmm. Maybe the
Wow.
Bengals go for a linebacker. Maybe they see some of those linebackers just sitting there. Nobody's taking them. Maybe they decide to jump on one of them.
Maybe they go tight end, or maybe they go
You know what?
offensive line.
That's a good point. They did lose Uzama in the offseason. Maybe they decide to replace him with one of these young tight ends, and there's a lot of them. A Dolchich, a Ruckert, a Woods, a Otten. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of good tight ends over here, so they could that they could draft. So maybe that's what they're thinking right now. Use one of these picks to draft a tight end to replace Uzama. So, or it could be a safety. It could be a safety. Well, no, they got a safety already. Or it could be a linebacker like a Nakobi Dean, a Christian Harris, Chad Momba, one of those guys.
Yeah, it could be, to beef up that defense of theirs.
Yeah, I mean the linebacking core is probably their biggest weakness besides cornerback on that team. So they could end up, maybe drafting some help at that position to, help strengthen that defense even more because the Bengals don't have a lot of holes on their team that they can work with. I mean, they did do a good job at fixing that offensive line. Maybe they could draft a young offensive lineman to throw in there. I think they're going to go tight end, or I think they're going to go linebacker with this pick. Just like I think those are the two biggest holes right now for their team.
Yeah, I agree, man.
So I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna say I could go cornerback. I'm gonna say Jelani Woods. I'm gonna throw it out there. Jelani Woods out of Virginia is gonna be their pick.
Ooh, okay, okay. I like that. I like that. I mean, I'm interested now because it's like, do they look at the defense? Do they look at their offense? I mean, their offensive line was the reason why they lost the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I don't know, man.
They did replace it though. They got Ted Karras, they got
They
Alex
did.
Kappa, and they did get Lyle Collins on that offensive line. So, and they
They
picked
did.
up Jonah Williams, fifth-year option. So,
Yep.
they do have players on that offensive line. I mean, it's
Hold
just a
on one
question.
sec. One sec. Hold on.
How's everybody doing in the chat tonight? You guys doing well?
Shit. I think we got. Let me see real quick. I saw we had some people in the chat. Let's see. Mark. Mark says Atlanta should have taken a quarterback. I agree
I
with you,
agree.
man. They should have.
I agree.
Max says, I was just looking at the next few teams picking. Those QBs better get comfy. I have no idea when the next one is getting picked. I agree, man. I'm looking at the board now, and it's, I don't see definitely the 49ers, Chiefs, Bengals, Broncos, Jacksonville, Minnesota. Yeah, I don't see them taking a QB.
Wait,
I
read
just
down
don't.
that list again. Read down that list.
49ers, Kansas City, the Bills. I said the Bengals, but the Bills, Broncos, Jaguars, and then
Broncos
Minnesota.
could. Jaguars, no. Broncos could.
To
Vikings
take a
could.
QB, I mean, they just got
Yeah, they might
Wilson.
want a young quarterback though. Make it.
Maybe,
Who knows how much?
maybe.
Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, they are getting older. Who knows how much
Now,
longer they got?
maybe they take a tight end because, mind you, they traded Noah Fant to Seattle.
That's true. That's a good point. They could
It
end up
makes you
doing
think.
that.
Shit, man.
And the Bengals select Cam Taylor Britt. I think
Wow.
safety is that a safety out of Nebraska?
I think he was a corner. Yeah, he was a corner. Okay, he was a corner.
All right,
Hey, I mean that
cornerback out of
helps him. He got to be better than damn near Eli
Eli
Apple.
Apple, yeah. And
You
they
got
don't
to
really
hope.
have any good cornerbacks on that team besides Chibide
Yes,
Awuzie.
sir.
He's probably the best cornerback on that team. Good
Mhm.
pick. Good pick. That was their only hole on their team, really. Their big hole was their cornerback position. So
Absolutely.
good
I
job by
agree.
them.
I agree, man.
Who would have thought that the
Hold on.
Bengals don't have many holes on their team? The Bengals.
Out of all teams.
Out of all
Shoot.
teams, the Bengals. Well, they're
Jeff, my
listed.
bad. Hold it down for me for just 1 sec. I'm gonna just let the pizza guy in real quick so I can get my food.
Do your thing. I'm just gonna
I'll
sit
be
here and
right
talk to
back.
myself and talk with the chat.
Hey, go off, man.
All right, everybody in the chat right now, who do you want the Giants to select with their next 2 picks? Throw out some names, positions that you would like to see the Giants go after. Throw out some players that you would like to see the Giants go after with the picks they have coming up in the 3rd round. Just throw out any of those names right now. The 49ers are right now on the clock. They're about to make their pick. 49ers have had some positions they might go after, maybe some linebacking help, maybe a cornerback, could be some safety, maybe even a defensive lineman. So, I mean, who knows what the 49ers are going to go with right now. They got a lot of positions of need as we speak. I mean, and they got the whole Deebo Samuel situation they have to try to decide and fix up. So who knows what they're going to do with that. It's a lot of things to wonder right now. Who even knows what Trey Lance is going to be like? Trey Lance is a big question for this team, and they still have Jimmy Garoppolo on this roster. They have not traded him away. So the quarterback position for the 49ers is in big flux. But for them right now, I'd say they'd probably have to go offensive line, maybe a defensive tackle, maybe linebacker help. So they do have some positions of need. But yeah, who would you like to see the New York Giants in terms of players or position you'd like to see in the target with their 2 third-round picks? Or if you think maybe the Giants should trade down, or if maybe there's a player you see, maybe you would like to see them package some of those picks and trade up for a guy. So just let us know in the chat on who you'd like, who you would like and who you want to be interested in the Giants to go after. And I see a lot of people that are interested in the tight end position. You might want to get yourself a tight end with how stocked these guys are right now. Maybe go after a linebacker. There's still some pretty good linebackers out there. You got Brisker still there at safety. Maybe there's still see if there's any cornerbacks you might want to get in the 3rd round. So still a lot of positions in need. I'm just gonna throw it out there, guys. Do not be shocked or floored if the New York Giants take a flyer on one of these young quarterbacks. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. Don't be shocked because there have been some small rumblings of the Giants maybe thinking about taking a quarterback at this position in the 3rd round. Maybe a Sam Howell, they want to try to see if they can get something out of him if Daniel Jones is not the guy. And some of these other players, maybe Matt Corral. I don't think it'd be Malik Willis, but you never know. And now we have Chase Young over here. Chase Young's right now talking, coming back from a serious ACL injury that he had last year. Is he going to be able to bounce back for the Washington Commanders? Expecting hopefully a good year from him and his 3rd season after being the number 1 pick a couple of years ago. So I have to see. And also I have another topic for you guys too. Who do you think right now, without being biased, is the best team in the NFC East? Who would you think right now are the front runners or the favorites? Non-biased, because I know we're all going to want to say the Giants. But on a non-biased position, who do you think is the best team in the NFC East right now as we speak? So just let us know in the chat. And the 49ers are on the clock. Roger Goodell is coming out. They're about to make their pick. Oh, I'm sorry, Eric Armstead, the terrific defensive tackle, defensive end, is about to make their pick for the 49ers. The San Francisco 49ers select Drake Jackson. So they are taking a chance on a project like Drake Jackson out of USC to see if they can maybe get and tap into that upside of a young pass rusher who has struggled a little bit, but could be a solid player for that defensive line with the right development. So you can slide him in right on that defensive line when you have Joey Bosa on the other side. You still got Eric Armstead in the middle. So Drake Jackson Drake Jackson to the San Francisco 49ers. That's a very risky pick, but at the same time, it could actually end up benefiting them when you got two good players on that defensive line like Joey Bosa and Eric Armstead. So
They went Drake Jackson?
yes, they did. They just went Drake Jackson right now. The 49ers
Wow.
did. Interesting pick, I have to say.
Yeah,
Very interesting pick.
I didn't see that. I mean, they got a damn. That's a nice defensive line already.
Apologize. Well,
Oh,
I
you're
think
good, man.
I think it's because they're having rumblings that they might want to get rid of D Ford, who's been just sitting there, but he's been banged up mess. And they probably want to try to get a solid complement to Joey Bosa with Nick Bosa with upside. So they probably
Okay,
figured,
that
you know
makes
what,
sense.
let's take a chance on this kid who does have some upside with some pass rush skills, but probably isn't a fully developed or a complete. He's more of a project defensive end, if anything. So maybe they figure with two other guys on that defensive line, you can maybe get the most out of him if you could take advantage of some of those one-on-one matchups. So
Hmm.
it's a solid pick for the 49ers. I can't complain. And Brian Cook, the safety out of Cincinnati, has gone to the Kansas City Chiefs. So the Chiefs have
Man,
got their safety now to replace
there you
Tyrann
go.
Mathieu and Brian Cook.
I mean, that's nice. I mean, they went and got Justin Reed as well. So I mean, that's a nice pickup for them. I like that for the Chiefs. Chiefs are doing fairly nice.
And they also didn't they get a cornerback earlier on too?
They did. They
Who
did.
was
And they got Sky Moore too.
so they got themselves they pretty much replaced their players that they lost in free agency. Who was the cornerback they got, by the way?
I'm gonna double check his name right now.
Because I can't remember off the top of my head. So they
I'm
got
gonna
Sky Moore to replace Hill. They just got Cook to replace Tyrann Mathieu. And I forgot who the cornerback was they got to replace Chargandrick Ward.
let me see. I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, I agree, Adam. WWE is all over the draft.
They sent no, they went and got Trent McDuffie in the first round.
That's it. That's it.
Trent
I forgot. And
McDuffie.
McDuffie was a good pick too. So Kansas City essentially just used the draft to replace their holes on the team that they let guys go or trade them away. So they seem like their picks are more for needs, if anything, and try to get the best available players. So it makes sense. Now, this is the thing too. When we get ready to pick, I was talking to myself essentially before. Do you think that the Giants might take a chance on one of these quarterbacks if they're sitting there? Do you think they might? There's
Uh,
any
Man,
reservations behind the scenes about Daniel Jones?
I'll be honest with you. I think it's either gonna be. mm, I want to say at this point, I feel like it's gonna be a tight end. I'm gonna just be honest. Something is telling me it's gonna be a tight end, and I think it might be Jake Ferguson if he makes it into the third round.
I would not. I don't know. I don't know if I love that. I'm not a huge fan of Jake Ferguson. I think he's one
Yeah,
of the lower tight ends on the list. But I mean, I'll trust it if that's what they end up doing. Or you know who it could be? James Cook. They have been smitten a lot with
yeah.
James Cook, and he's on the board right now. And there's no secrets that I think that Giants. I think Joe Shane, Brandon Brown, these guys, they are a big fan of James Cook.
And it
So,
would make sense too. He was at the facility as well with Trayvon Walker at the time,
mhm.
so it would absolutely make sense, man.
And if this is it for Barkley. If Barkley really is 100% gone after the season, there you go. You got yourself your running back of the future right there. You can never have enough running backs on this team either, so it makes sense. But I mean, running back can't be discounted here. But I just some of these positions it's just a need they need to fill. And what is going on with this Bradbury situation that we
I'm
don't know
not
about?
sure. I'm really not sure because you would think, wow, I just got the Bills pick just came in.
Who'd they get?
Wow, the Bills selected James Cook. Wow, I mean, they needed honestly, man, they needed a running back more than we did. If I'm just being
They
honest,
did. Devin
because
Singletary is a decent back.
thank you, thank you.
Moss is all right, but yeah, they needed a number one running back. So That's probably the one thing that also held him back because they didn't really have a running game at all. So there you go. They just got themselves their number. They just got themselves their stud running back. So well, there goes that dream.
And you know what? I'll tell you this much, right? James Cook fits what Buffalo does because James Cook is an excellent receiver out the backfield.
He
An
is.
excellent receiver out the backfield. So, I mean, that's a nice, at worst, that's a nice complementary piece to Devin Singletary. At a
Yeah, but
worst case scenario.
isn't Singletary sort of the same type where he's also a good pass, like he's good at catching the passes, but he's not really a bruising back. That's more of Zach Moss.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they are fairly similar, especially in their build. Um, I think maybe they may be looking at the upside of James Cook because he could potentially be your running back one.
Absolutely.
He could be. I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, but they really, Nakobi Dean really fell out of the first two rounds.
Yeah, it's surprising, but actually the one guy that I am circling into and that I would love to get is Leo Chanel. That's the guy that I'm. Remember
That would be
Stevie
nice.
Johnson? Remember Stevie Johnson from the Bills?
That'd be nuts, man. Let me tell you something, man. Stevie Johnson, in terms of like for the Bills, dog. In my honest opinion, what he came out, I think it was like 2008. He was like a
Yeah, he
seventh
was
round
really.
pick, something like
He
that.
was good for the Bills. He was
He
a
was,
multiple 1,000-yard receiver, I believe, for them.
yeah, and that's why I'm saying like you really got to admire these players that fall late into rounds and they just ball out, man. Just ball out. And that's what Stevie Johnson was for the Bills, man. I think I remember him. He wore 13, I believe, for the Bills. And I think he played for the 49ers too. Because I remember him more from the 49ers, but I know from the Bills, because he was drafted by the Bills in 2008.
No, I don't remember if he was with the 49ers that much because he really was. He had a couple of great seasons with Buffalo in
He did.
2008, 2000, like it was earlier in his career, and then he just pretty much just he faded away. Like he just went away for the rest of his career. I guess he just suffered too many injuries and stuff. But I mean, how can I feel good for James Cook? He went to the perfect situation. He's going to be on a team that has a chance to go to the Super Bowl this year, and he really is
Absolutely.
one of those missing pieces on that team. So I think he fell in one of the perfect spots for them. But damn, damn, I
Damn.
really wanted James Cook. But you know what? I'm not complaining because we still got quads on the team, so I'm not going to be
Facts.
unhappy about that. But
Facts, man. You speaking my language, man.
I
The
see these.
Broncos, they selected Nick Benito, linebacker from Oklahoma.
That's
I
a good
like that
pick.
for Denver, man.
That's a good pick. But I mean, I'm just looking at these linebackers right now, and I mean, goddamn, I want Leo Chanel too. I really like
Oh,
Leo
that would
Chanel to
be nice,
Wisconsin.
man.
I really would love to have Leo Chanel from Wisconsin. I think he'd be a perfect fit in that Wink Martindale system.
Man.
Oh, there's Elvis Doomerville.
It's crazy to me, man, because Willis was, people had him going number two, and he's falling into the third round.
All of them. No quarterback got picked in the second round. None. Only one quarterback has gotten picked in the first two rounds. When the hell has that ever happened? I don't remember a draft where only one quarterback got picked in the first two rounds overall. That doesn't happen.
It
That
doesn't.
rarely
It
ever happens
doesn't.
in the NFL. That just shows how much these GMs and these coaches don't value these quarterbacks at all. That they
Absolutely.
really don't think these quarterbacks are that good at all. That's a sign right there. So, and like I said, the only reason why Pittsburgh drafted Pickett is because they badly needed a quarterback. That's it. So I mean, this is incredible. I never thought these quarterbacks would drop this big. And obviously, Jacksonville's not going to pick a quarterback. I mean, they got Trevor
Absolutely.
Lawrence, so
I mean, maybe no, they picked up Devin Lloyd. I was gonna say maybe they go linebacker, but they
they
picked
could
up
double
Devin
up.
Lloyd.
They could double up
They
at the
could.
position.
They could double
Maybe
up at tight end too. Because they went and got Evan Neal. Oh, excuse me, Evan Ingram in free agency.
They could
So I
go
mean, they
wide
could.
receiver. It's just wide receiver, defensive line, linebacker, corner. They could go secondary, I guess.
Damn. Hey, look. Push Leo Chanel down. Push Nakobi Dean down. I got no problem, man.
No, neither do I. Oh man, this is maybe a Travis Jones, an interior offensive lineman they could go, or Perrion Winfrey, or DeMarvin Leal. Leal, that's actually a kid I would target for the interior offensive line.
That would be nice. And now we start round 3.
See, there's still a lot of good. There's still a lot of good linebackers still on the board. A lot of them. Then you got Mumba, you got Chanel, you got Dean, and you got Harris still sitting there. So
All just staring at you in the face, man.
They are. It's going to be hard to. I mean, can we really pass on these guys if they're falling to the third round? I don't know. It's going to be
It's gonna
tough.
be hard.
I think they might have to draft one of these linebackers because they do need help. That's the problem. It's a need. They need help at that interior linebacker position. They are weak as can be at that position right now.
Absolutely.
They have a banged up Blake Martinez, who knows what he is. Tate Crowder is a backup. And I don't even know who else they have. Carter Coughlin, he's an outside
That's about
linebacker
it.
being transitioned to the inside linebacker position. We had Reggie Ragland, but I think he's gone. McKinney is gone. Jalen Smith, he's a free agent. He's not here. We have nothing at that position. It would just make too much sense with right now with the talent that has fallen and the value you can get for them in the third round. You have to take a chance to take one of these linebackers if they're sitting there. It would be foolish right now, especially when that's one of our biggest positions of need. So I actually hope that they take a Leo Chanel, that they take a Chad Muma, take one of these kids because they need to upgrade that position and give Wink Martindale somebody to trust in the middle if Blake Martinez is not fully back from that injury, which I don't think he will be because, I mean, we all know what it's like for a torn ACL. These guys take longer. They take about a year to get to themselves. So I don't think Blake Martinez is going to be completely back to himself until maybe like the middle of the season next year.
Yeah, I don't think so either, to be honest. Unless he comes back, swinging, and maybe he surprises all of us.
I mean, he could do that. Anything's possible, but I don't know. Is he going to have the same lateral movement, the same quickness and everything that he had before? I mean, he is, 27, 28 years old now? He was not really ever a great coverage linebacker. He's
True.
more of like a guy that can make the tackles in the middle of the field, but he's not a coverage guy. That's another thing too. We need a guy that can cover the tight end.
We do, man. We
We have
really
not
do.
had a guy that covers tight ends for years. So I really hope that they can go out there and they can find themselves a good, solid coverage linebacker to be able to cover the tight ends because there are some pretty solid tight ends in this division. So, all right, the Jaguars pick is in, and the Jacksonville Jaguars select Luke Fortner,
Wow.
center from Kentucky.
Hey, let's get it.
So they got their center.
Protect Trevor Lawrence, man. Protect
There
Trevor
you go.
Lawrence.
There you go. Smart move. Protect your best investment. That's a good move by the Jaguars. This might be one of their better picks. I still question that number one pick. I really question. I know Walker's got a ton of upside, but I really question that number one pick.
I wouldn't have taken Walker first overall, in my opinion, but
Mm.
I know some people differ.
Well, I mean, they think that his upside is immense. That they think it's worth the pick. I don't believe it is. I think they way overvalued him, and that. So I mean, but they needed to make the pick though too because Chason has been a bust, and Allen he's solid, but he's not been the player that they expected. So I understand the pick. I do understand the pick. I would have went for a guy that has a higher floor than a higher ceiling, but a lower floor, but a lower. I'm confusing myself. I would have went for a player that has a higher floor than a lower ceiling, because at least the chances of a bust is less.
I agree, man. Hey, those picks came in quick. The Vikings, they selected Brian Azuma, linebacker.
There we go. Maybe this is where the linebackers will start going.
That's what I think too, man.
Yeah.
And Jaden, I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. He says, appreciate you guys streaming. Let's go, G man.
Thank you, Jaden. And Jaden, if you
Appreciate
haven't
that, man.
already, subscribe to Hit Squad Productions and subscribe to NYG Jeffy T 3285. I'd really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream tonight with us.
Yes,
And
sir.
yeah,
Jaden,
Mac, I agree, Mac. I wish he was going to fall to the third, but it's a good pick
me
by
too,
Buffalo.
man. Me too. What he honestly, he didn't look like he was happy. He did
I
not
don't know
look like
how he
he was
wouldn't be
happy.
happy. He's going to get a chance to compete for a Super Bowl on a Super Bowl team. I mean, I would be ecstatic.
I would be
Oh,
too.
the Giants are on the clock?
Yes, they
Giants
are.
are on the clock, and the pick is in. Let's see who we get. I actually would really hope they get a linebacker here. I am
That's
crossing my fingers. I hope we get a linebacker here. I want to
hope
be
so too,
surprised by
man.
that. You probably already know what the pick is, but I want to
No,
see
no,
what it is.
I don't know what it is, honestly.
And the
Man,
pick for the New York Giants, we have selected. Who is our pick? First pick of the third round. Who is our guy?
come on.
Joshua Ezeudu. We got a guard. We got the guard out of North Carolina. So there's our interior
Okay,
offensive lineman.
okay.
That was a possibility. So we got our guard out of we got our guard right now. That could be a potential starter. So Joshua Eze Udu. I apologize if I butchered his name.
Hey, he's played guard and center, so hey.
And he's a 2020 second team All ACC.
Hey, that's. I mean, does he take Garcia's spot?
I think he's going to be a guy that's going to come in and he's going to compete for a starting job. I don't think he's going to.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's going to start immediately. He could be a guy that they might try to develop a little bit because he's a third round prospect. Unless he comes in and just does a great job in camp and wins the job flat out, I just think that I think they might run with like Garcia, Feliciano, and Glowinski as their interior offensive line. Maybe have a veteran interior offensive line and have the two young offensive tackles there. But maybe if this kid can come in and win a job, go for it. I mean, I like it. I thought this is where around they would go for an interior offensive lineman is around the third or fourth round. And now they did. They got themselves a good interior offensive lineman that they could either develop or they could see if this kid could come in and win a spot. But I mean, look at the depth now on that offensive line. And if you think about it, you got
we
on
got
the tackle
depth,
position,
for real.
we got Thomas, Neal, Gano, Peart, Jameel Douglas could play tackle. You got Cunningham. That's your offensive tackle position. And in the interior offensive line, you got Bredesen, Lemieux, Gates. You got Peart if they slide him to guard. You got Jameel Douglas. You got Glowinski. You got Garcia. You got Eze Udu. I apologize if I'm butchering his name. You got
I don't even know.
Bredesen. You got a lot of competition on this team. A lot. So I mean, they're going to have these guys in the interior offensive line competed out. And there's the Miz. For WWE fans, the Miz is on the TV.
GOS. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
So,
Sorry, I had an emergency.
So GOS, give
Yo.
us a scouting report on our new offensive guard from North Carolina.
Who's that?
Joshua as a duo. I can't pronounce his name.
Oh, I didn't really scout him.
He's apparently a second team 2020 All ACC player.
I'll have to check him out.
Yeah.
The name rings a bell. I probably only got to about 60 prospects the whole time I scouted. Yo, I'm not trying to bring the mood down. You want to hear something crazy?
What's up?
Shoot.
Yo, my wife went over to her aunt's house. That's where her daughter lives. I walk out to get a cup of coffee, bro. There's a letter next to the coffee maker. My wife just fucking left me, dude.
I'm so sorry, man.
Dude, she deleted every contact, everything. She literally just said she's a coward in a note and said, She won't reply to anything. No emails, nothing.
I'm sorry,
Delete her to
bro.
Facebook.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm
You're
really
good,
sorry.
dude. Not trying to kill the mood, but
You're not.
bro,
Not.
honestly, 5 years, spending life 5 years with somebody, and they just do that to you like that, bro. There was
That's
never
fucked
nothing.
up.
There was never nothing.
No,
These women are dirty, man. Nowadays, they'll do you dirt.
you're
Bro, I'm
right.
so sorry, man.
You're good. All right, who else do we get? Who else do we get?
We
We
got
got
Wandale Robinson.
I knew it.
Wandale Robinson.
I knew it. I've been pounding table for him more than anybody, man. The Giants
So you're
community.
happy about that pick?
Oh fuck yeah, man. He's gonna be good. He's a beast.
Now, I was mentioning before when I was talking with Rodney, Hit, and Mac. Do you think he is
What's going
a
on,
possible replacement for Kadarius Toney because they're so similar in their skill sets?
No, I think he's a Sterling Shepard replacement, straight up.
Or you think he's Shepard's replacement?
Oh yeah. He could be a high end slot corner or slot wide receiver, dude. He can
It's
also do all
possible.
that little gimmicky stuff, man. You can run all that stuff like Debo Samuel runs too. He's electric. He's a shifty, electric little guy.
And now you got
Yeah,
two
man.
of those guys on that offense with him and Toney.
So I made an entire video, and I scouted Wandale Robinson, and I was basically begging to grab him in the third round. I wanted Wandale Robinson and one of them tight ends in the third round. That's what I wanted.
And we were able to pick him up. Hell yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I think this year he's
Kind of
probably
bittersweet.
Yeah,
At this moment, it's bittersweet.
I think this year is probably
there's a lot of fans that are upset about the pick too.
Yeah, I think it was a reach.
Why?
He was picked a little bit too high.
No, it wasn't a reach. Dude, third round is right where he should go. Even if he went like late second, I wouldn't.
We went
picked
early.
him up in the second. We picked him up in the second
early
round.
second.
Oh, what, 36?
Yeah, 36.
No,
and then
we picked at 43.
Oh yeah,
because we traded down a couple of times.
I didn't. Okay, so what happened was we
It's
traded
not
down
bad.
twice. We picked up
okay.
114 and we picked up 146.
Okay.
And we selected Wandale Robinson at 43.
And
It's still not a huge
Browns,
deal.
the Browns just picked Martin Emerson, a cornerback out of Mississippi State.
I mean,
Well, listen.
Dean hasn't been picked up. Willis hasn't been picked up.
If Robinson turns out to be a solid slot corner for the next 7, 8, 10 years, like Shep, you know what I mean? And you get to run some of that gimmicky stuff with him, and pop off some big plays with it. Is anybody going to look back in a few years and go, yeah, but he was picked at 43 or wherever it was?
No, I don't care. The kid's explosive. He's electric.
He is. He's kind of similar to Tony. You just don't have that cutting
That's why
ability.
I said. That's why I was wondering, like, is he so, with all the rumors that were going around about Tony, like, is this kid possibly, if Tony doesn't get, like, if they really don't feel that way about Tony going forward, that this is actually Tony's replacement?
Nah, Wandale's just like the way a lot of offenses nowadays, new age offenses, they're the kind of guys people are looking for. I think you could put him and Tony out there, Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got two players out there that are absolutely electric when you put the ball in their hands. I mean, he fits the system perfectly. I was wondering maybe also if Galladay sticks out like a sore thumb in this system because he's really like a little bit out of place when it comes to this system they're trying to run. So, I mean, he could be a potential long-term replacement for any one of those three receivers that we have on the team.
Man. Oh, and Denver selected Nick Benito at 64. That to me, I was a little shocked there, but I like that for Denver. Actually, I mean, y'all could take this for what you will. It's being reported right now that Georgia's Nakobi Dean declined surgery on his shoulder, and now many executives view it as a major concern / medical red flag.
He's still not picked.
So there you go.
No, he has not been picked yet.
I knew he was going to drop, but I
Christian
didn't think he dropped at this point. What pick number are we on?
Right now, we are on pick 70 right now.
Yeah, the Titans just picked Nicholas Petit Prairie.
All right, yeah, he's like a tackle / guard. You could probably play him either which one.
Yeah,
I've been hearing more and more people say slot him in at guard. Both them tackles from Ohio State probably going right around here.
Yeah, he's probably replacing Saffold since Saffold left this offseason.
Boy, I wouldn't want him starting like, but
Maybe
if that's
like a
what you got to do, that's
developmental
what you got
guy.
to do. Yeah, somebody you could slot in a couple years.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it was just a bunch of fans that were complaining earlier, saying that we got Robinson a little bit too early. I think the kids. I've watched this kid play in Kentucky. I think he's explosive as hell. I think he fits what this offense is looking for. You know, and now you have two players on that offense that you have to account for that they can be put all over the field with Kadarius Toney and Wandale Robinson. Like everywhere you have to go on the field. And I mean, I would put this kid with Shep and have Shep just like tutor this kid and teach him the game and everything. I mean, there's not a lot of people that would be better for him to learn under on the Giants than Sterling Shepard. So, you know, I would put him under him, let him teach him the game, get the most out of this kid. So, I think it's a very solid pick. I don't really know much about the offensive guard we picked up from North Carolina, but he could be a kid that could either be a developmental guy for the Giants in the offensive line, or he could even be a guy that you could throw in there and have him compete for one of those for the left guard position, or even maybe center, because I think he's played center too.
Yep. I will say this much: the Jags just picked up Chad Muma.
Yep.
They got
Good
three
for
Nice.
linebackers. Three linebackers in this draft, man.
I hope
Wow.
we get Leo Chanel. I hope Leo Chanel falls enough where we can maybe grab him with that third round.
I mean, only one tight end's been taken, so I mean, there's going to be tight ends in the fourth round as
That's
well.
Yeah,
surprising.
only McBride got picked by the Cardinals.
I figured this was right around when they start going.
Me
I
too.
guess there's still time,
Honestly,
right?
Third, fourth round.
there has to be, yeah.
But GOS, I was talking with Hit about it earlier. What do you think is going on with the whole James Bradbury situation? You think they are going to just flat out cut him? Or because they didn't
I
get a
do.
cornerback in this draft, then maybe
I'm
they
pretty
are
sure
going to
I've
try to do whatever they can to extend him?
I'm pretty sure I've had that opinion with Bradbury the whole time. I
Yeah.
I really can't think of any other time I was saying that, they're gonna rework his deal. Like he's owed so much money, you know what I mean, guaranteed, and he's still a good player, so he's gonna get picked up somewhere on a solid deal. Like there's really no reason for him to work his deal, especially if he don't want to be here. Like
I mean, there's really
so.
nothing that came out and said the kid he doesn't want to be here. It's just
Well,
they can't keep him right
listen,
now. That's the problem.
last year was a bit of a shit show. I'm sure he don't want a rerun of that.
I mean, I'm sure that he probably would like to go reunite with his with Patrick Graham in Las Vegas. That's probably what his ideal place would he want to go if he want to get traded. Does that mean they must have a lot of confidence in the cornerbacks they have there, like Aaron Robinson, to take over for that spot if they're going to let Bradbury go?
Well, what's the sense of Bradbury showing up to any camps or anything when he knows he's not going to be here?
Yeah.
He's obviously said he don't want to rework his contract, or it would have been done already.
He's got no reason to. He's not coming off a serious injury or anything. He's played every
Yep.
game. He's been a good cornerback for years. So, I mean, like I
He's
said,
gonna make bank.
unless they extend his contract and lower his cap at this year, but add some bonuses and incentives or
The
something
thing
along
is,
going on.
that's good in theory, but he, at the end of the day, he's got to agree to it to sign it. If he's disgruntled, or he just feels like he can make more money, again, take that guaranteed money and sign a good chunk somewhere else again. I mean, he's going to make more money that way.
It's true.
Some players are all about that, man. They're all about just making as much as possible, and I can't get on players about having that attitude. Because
No, I can't either.
one play, it's done. You know what I mean? Bradbury come out for this play next year, snap his leg, snap his back, his neck, and never walk again. So
It's true.
make it. While you can make it, make it.
And not all players are like a Blake Martinez where they'll take a big time pay cut and come back to the team because, they
Well,
actually
he had like no
enjoy.
bargaining power. He would have been flat out cut. And then what kind of deal is he going to get since he's coming off an injury? I mean, he's not going to get a good deal. So he might as well stay somewhere where he already knows the environment, he already knows the players, rather than going to another team
Bears
and
just got a
having to
receiver.
compete with players
Velus
he don't know.
Jones Jr. Velus Jones Jr. to the Bears. the wide receiver
Dude,
out of
what happened to the
Tennessee.
Bears? The Bears completely went to shit this offseason.
They did,
They
man.
tore their whole team apart.
Wow. Jaden, he says we gotta get Chanel. Yeah, man. If we could get Leo Chanel, that would be awesome.
That's the
That
player I'm
would really
targeting
be
with another
awesome,
third
man.
round pick. I want Leo
Wow.
Chanel.
You know, I had kind of like gotten beaten down in comments so bad about Leo Chanel going because I've been saying he's going to be a third, fourth round pick. And not one person ever went along with it. I got beat down by everybody. He's going second. He's going second. And I
Mhm.
kind of gave in to the masses with that. I've been saying he's going to go early second. But
No, you're right.
I guess I
He,
should have stuck with my instincts, huh?
yeah, I mean, none of the linebackers have really. Well, just right now they've started to go, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the linebacking position hasn't really, gone as quick. It's been really the wide receiver position, offensive line. I mean, look, I was just telling him, Hit Squad, look at the quarterbacks. When was the last time you could say you've seen a draft go into this point at the third round and one quarterback has gone in this draft? One in the third
Yeah.
round. That does not happen very often.
It doesn't.
That's how bad this quarterback class is.
I also told people I thought Malik Willis was the third, fourth round pick. I got beaten down for that too.
Oh God, you're right.
So that's shocking. I knew, man, that's still shocking. Nakobi Dean. What about David Ajabo?
He got
He
selected
went.
by the Ravens.
Wow, dude,
Yeah,
you know
Jabba
what?
went to the Ravens.
I was so
That's a
wrong on
great
him.
pick.
I thought somebody was going to snag him like middle of the first. Just take it. Just man.
Man.
I get
Well, he
he's
went in
like
the
very
second round,
raw,
I
but
think.
man, that kid's talented.
He reminds me so much of JPP with his upside. He just seems like a JPT player where he's just raw talent, but he's got
And dude,
incredible upside.
and the thing is, like, I watching his tape, I thought he was one of the more instinctual players, out of all these edge rushers, which blew my mind. And everywhere I look, because I read other people's shit too. I want to get an idea of where, before I start looking at players, I want to get an idea of where somebody's slotted to go. And I read other people's stuff. They're saying like he's raw. And obviously, he is raw, like pass rushing wise. But people are saying like he needs instincts. I thought his instincts were on point. We're only playing a couple of years, so yeah.
Absolutely. I mean,
either I'm wrong or a whole bunch of other people are wrong. I don't know.
I mean, there's no doubt. I think if he stayed healthy, he probably would have been a top 15 pick in this draft. If he didn't tear his Achilles, he would have probably been a top 15, top 20 pick in this draft easily.
Well, he was, he was somebody I was like side-eyeing for the Jets if they didn't go wide receiver,
Johnson.
or edge rusher in the first round, for the first pick. I mean, he was somebody I was like eyeing.
Speaking of the Jets, they got Breece Hall.
Oh wow! Well, they got a couple of nice little underrated running backs. They got Michael Carter last year,
and Breece Hall. They are, you know what? They're doing everything possible to get the most out of Zach Wilson with the amount of playmakers they're putting on that team now. They have a ton.
Dude, you got it nowadays. You gotta give the Jets credit. Like, they did the complete opposite of what the Giants did with Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
But to be fair, though, they did the same thing with Sam Darnold. They're on their second go around here with the quarterback. To be fair, so I guess they're a little ahead of us
now. There's no excuses now for Zach Wilson and the Jets. I mean, they're giving him every single playmaker possible. 2 good young running backs, 4 if you want to include Berrios, who actually is solid as a number 4. 4 wide receivers you can throw out there. 2 pretty solid tight ends. I mean, they're doing the offensive line is pretty. The offensive line is not bad either. Maybe a little questionable at the tackle position, but I mean, their interior offensive line is pretty good. They're giving every shot possible for this kid to succeed. It's just he's got to put it together.
I agree. He has to. He has to, man.
So
now,
I mean,
in terms of updating,
so we traded back.
We traded back twice.
Yeah, we did.
We traded back 114. That's it, or we did get another one?
And 148.
No, we got
148 too.
146.
Okay.
146.
114 and 146.
Yes.
Okay. We got 3 4th-round picks going into tomorrow.
Yes.
3 4ths.
That's a couple more holes.
2 5ths. Yep.
Couple more holes.
Fill as many holes as you can on this team.
Damn, man. I'm very
Good on Joe
interested to see
Shane.
where they go, man. Very good on Joe Shane.
You know what I
I'm
find
very
weird
happy
about
with that.
this? I don't know if I'd mentioned this on the channel, but Brandon Bean was taught everything by Dave Gettleman, you know, and
Oh
Brandon
yeah,
Bean
you
taught
had
Joe
mentioned this
Shane everything.
yesterday. Yeah.
They're on the Gettleman tree, and he's operating the draft completely opposite with the drafting and stuff like Gettleman ever did. That's weird.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Abraham Lucas, offensive tackle to Seattle. So they got 2 tackles now with Lucas and Cross. So they got
Yep.
themselves 2 good young tackles for their team.
Agree there, man. GOS, he
Oh,
says, you're always ahead of the
Bernard,
curve. Don't let them get to you.
You are.
did Bernard Raymond go?
I
Uh,
don't believe so, actually. Hold on.
yeah, I don't think he did.
Wow,
That's a good pick by
wow.
Seattle. Rebuild that offensive line. That's a good, smart pick. I like Lucas around this area. He could be their right tackle going forward.
No, he hasn't been. He
Is
hasn't been
Dwayne
picked up.
Brown still on the Seahawks, or is he a free agent?
I'm
Oh, I
not
don't know.
actually sure, to be honest with you. Miss Kayla, she says there must be major, major red flags on Willis if he's still falling. Hey,
I mean, if you
He's
just
not a
watch the
complete
film,
quarterback.
guys,
He's not a complete quarterback. He's a
he's
project.
lost. He's lost. He can't read a defense. I don't know. Tell you, like if you're in the draft and you can't read a defense, that's the red flag right there. if
Exactly.
if you're not getting to your second read on 95% of your snaps, that's not good, guys. That's
yep.
I get he's got a big arm and he can run a little, but it's not good.
I
It's
wish
not just
Mac
him.
was.
It's all these guys.
I wish Mac was here, man, so that we could answer his question before he left. The Atlanta Falcons, man. The Atlanta Falcons have selected Desmond Ritter.
So there you go. There's your quarterback.
Wow.
Because I'm on the Colts right now. I didn't even get to the Falcons yet.
I'm gonna pause it then, so I could be
You're
at the
way
same
ahead of
time as
me.
you, man. My
Because
bad.
I'm on the Colts right
God.
now. They're picking. And the Colts picked Jelani Woods.
Uh,
There's your second tight end that just went off the board. And I liked Woods too.
Damn.
So Jelani Woods, they're getting weapons. Alec Pierce and now Jelani Woods. So they're getting weapons for Matt Ryan. That's a
I
good
mean, they
pick.
needed some weapons, honestly, over there. Outside
Yeah.
of what, Jonathan Taylor? I think they still have T.Y.
And
Hilton, but he's getting up
Pittman.
there in age. Yeah, Michael Pittman too.
So now you got Michael Pittman, you got Alec Pierce, and now you just added Jelani Woods at the tight end position. Balance that offense out a little bit more to go with Jonathan Taylor and Naheem Hines too. Can't forget about him as well. With that
Yeah,
really good offensive line. So
absolutely.
it's a good pickup. A very, very good pickup for them. They needed a number 1 tight end, and now they got it.
Man.
So the Falcons picked after the Colts then?
Yeah, they did actually by one
So
pick.
Desmond Ritter.
Desmond
I
Ritter to
mean,
Atlanta.
I didn't think Ritter would go second out of the quarterbacks, but
Neither did I, honestly.
there
I
you
had
go.
Pickett going second.
There's your quarterback of the future potentially.
Wow. And to think, man, they had this kid going number 2 overall to the damn Detroit Lions, man.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there it is. Desmond Ritter out of Cincinnati. Your second quarterback is finally off the board in the 3rd round.
Wow. Come on. Shoot.
He'll be
I know
throwing
Malik
to
sit right now, man.
all of them. Sam Howell, Matt Corral. Isn't there another one? Carson Strong. Is he one of the quarterbacks too that's still on the board?
Let me check. I think he is still on the board.
Yeah, I think they're the top 3 quarterbacks left.
Yeah,
Howell,
he is.
Corral, and Carson Strong.
10 more subscribers. I'm about to hit 1,000, boys.
Let's
Go
go.
get it. Get that
Let's
1K.
go.
Let's get
You know what?
let's
You want to
get
hear something
Giants
that's fun?
Opinion Sports to 1K,
You want to hear
guys.
something that's funny, bro? I can't even monetize myself because I fucking lost my driver's license. I don't even have a valid copy of my driver's license. I can't even
We
monetize my channel.
we
It's
gonna
a
get
bad week.
we're gonna get you right, man. We're gonna get you right so you can do that.
Get me 18 subscribers. I'm 18 subscribers away from 100. I'm going for the one. I'm going for the triple-digit subscribers.
Hey,
Let's
I'm
100
go.
telling you,
fat, dude.
I'll take
100 is
it.
the hardest to hit, man. For real, like
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
that's a
Yeah,
hurdle. Once you hit 100, like it gets a lot easier.
I'll take it. I've only been
And when
doing this for about a month, and if I get 100, I'll be very happy. I've only been
it
doing a
seems like
YouTube game for 1 month.
when I
We got a
hit
trade.
400, dude.
The Denver
No, when
Broncos have traded their
I
pick to the Houston Texans.
trade alert.
I hit
But yeah,
600 subscribers. That's what it was. I hit 600 subscribers and it just blew up, dude. Like since February, I've gotten
wow.
almost 400. So
Your
yeah, it
music,
just
man.
seems like
You got good beats when you do your scouting report on certain players. The beat's good. I like the setup, the background, and everything. It just fits well the way you describe about each certain prospect. It just works. Says
Absolutely.
I
everybody,
appreciate
all
that, man.
people that do NFL stuff, people love talking about the draft. It's just like an addicting thing. Everybody loves talking about this time of year. This is when content creators do their best, is around the draft time. That's when like everybody really like goes over the top with like all their content. So
Well, my problem is I respect people's opinions way too much uh when it comes to what they got to say, I guess, because everybody makes me second guess all my shit, dude. Like I can't tell how many times like I went back and rewatched games like what the fuck am I missing?
nah, you shouldn't
Man.
have to do that though. You got to stick with your own opinion.
Well,
Just
you
stick by it,
should.
and then that's it.
Well, you should double check, you know.
Well, of course. I mean, of course, like if there are some things that you weren't completely accurate on. Of course, you want to go back and check it out, but always stick to your guns at the same time too. Okay, who are the
I
Texans picking here?
got my first copyright strike last month too.
Oh shit.
I don't know how you get like
Yeah,
copyright strike or
dude
anything.
gave me a week to pull down the video, but I wasn't around. I didn't even check my email, so I couldn't get it taken down fast enough. Dude gave me a copyright strike from my Travis Jones video, so that sucks. I check my
First,
email every damn day now. That ain't gonna happen again.
I think Houston's hitting a home run right now with their draft picks. They got a really good draft so far. They
I
got
agree.
Petrie, they got Mechie, and then they got obviously the two picks they had earlier with Green and Stingley. I think they're hitting a home run with their draft. Are they going quarterback too?
Let's see.
Petrie's still on there, huh?
Petrie's in Houston.
Yeah.
Okay.
Christian Harris to the
Wow.
Texans. That's a damn good pickup for a third
That's
round
a good
pick.
spot. That's right
That's a
around where I thought
great
he'd
spot.
go.
Man, Houston is having a hell of a draft so far. I got to give it to them. Coach is
No,
probably
I
really
love the
happy
way
right
he
now.
played towards the end of the year, but there was some concerning play on his film. Like I don't know. I don't know.
Going
Maybe
to
it just
he's
wasn't a
going to a good
fit with the
place with Lovey.
team
He's
for
going
a
to a good
while.
place with Lovey Smith though. Lovey
Yeah,
Smith might
Lovey's
be
a
able to
good
get the
coach.
most out of him. He might be able to get the most out of a Christian Harris, and they're really
Let-
reshaping that defense.
Let's hope Lovey gets more than a fucking year over there. It's crazy how quick they
Oh,
fire these black friggin' coaches nowadays.
he should
Hmm.
get. He's a tremendous coach. I've always respected Lovey Smith as a head coach. I think he should have become. I think he should have been a coach a lot sooner than he was. He's a terrific defensive mind, and I thought he was always one of the better head coaches when he was coaching years ago too. I didn't understand what took him so long to become a head coach again. So now the Ravens are on the clock. Their pick is in. They can go a couple of different directions. Maybe interior offensive line. Maybe linebacker they can go.
I'm sorry, Miss Kayla. I'm sorry.
She wanted Christian Harris. You still got Leo
Dude.
Chanel. You still got
Yeah.
Chanel on the
Leo
board.
Chanel is there. He
So
is.
you still got that.
Man, I
The
didn't even go to bed
Giants,
last night. I ain't making no video on prospects tonight. I'll do that shit tomorrow.
Uh,
Izudu, the Giants view him as a long-term starter. Giants land extremely athletic guard that can move people. So they view this kid as a long-term starter on the offensive line. I mean, I don't know about this year, but maybe after this year, they view him as a guy that's going to be on the line going forward.
Well, we'll see if he
I'll
can
take
beat
it.
out Shane Lemieux.
Hope, man.
Lemieux,
Let's hope.
Bredesen, all these guys.
I'm not
I
sure
agree,
Bredeson's
Jaden.
going to make the roster.
Get Leo Chanel, man. I agree with you, bro.
I'm actually thinking the
Are we
guy
on the
like
clock?
Hold on. I'm about to see right
No, the
now.
Ravens are on the clock right now.
Oh, that'd be a great fit for them. Damn.
What? Leo
For
Chanel?
the Ravens, that might literally be, other than the Giants, the best
I
spot
mean,
for them.
honestly, they are killing the draft, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
Ravens are
They
having a very
always
nice
do,
draft.
bro. They always do.
They know how to pick. This is one of those organizations that knows how to pick players. And they got Ojabo, who's got an incredible
Well,
upside. Linderbaum at center.
it's a lot
Kyle
easier.
Hamilton.
It's a lot
Kyle
easier
Hamilton
once
too.
the foundation is in place, because you don't have to pick for needs, man. You just take the best
Absolutely.
player on the board. Got to get to
Absolutely
that
right.
point, though.
It's true. You're
It's a
absolutely right,
privilege.
man. They make it look so easy. They make it look so, and they can afford to, let David Ojabo sit and
Yep.
rest up and heal up. Cause
Yep.
dog, you still got Jason Owe, you still got pieces over there, man, that can ball.
I
That's gonna
forgot
be a
about Ole.
scary defense, man.
And
Yeah.
they can afford to miss on a guy too. So
That's
they can
true.
Yeah.
take whatever the hell they want. Think of all
Yeah.
the edge rushers they've recycled in and out over there. It's quite a list.
Maybe they take a chance on a Jalen Tolbert at wide receiver. They do need to replace Marquise Brown.
That's possible, man.
Do you guys know the
I'm
whole
thinking
Lamar Jackson situation right now?
he's
Nah, what's
pissed.
up?
He's not
I mean, I know
happy.
he's
Well,
upset, yeah, on Twitter, but
what do you mean he's not happy, dude? He's literally he represents himself. He doesn't have an agent, and he's right at that point
oh,
where
with his contract, right?
that he should be having contract conversations, and it's his decision to
It
have
is.
Yeah.
none. He's not even talking about a contract. Like,
Mhm.
He's pissed
what are you
right now
doing,
too because
dude?
he's really pissed off about the Ravens
Marquise
trading away
Brown shit.
Brown. Yeah, he's not
Yeah,
happy about it.
because they wanted Antonio Brown. Somebody said or some shit.
I mean,
Yeah,
well,
They were
well,
both.
who do they right now? They got what? Bateman as what? Their number one, or is that going to be their
Bateman,
number two?
Duvernay, and Prochet are their top three receivers right now. So
Man,
they do need another
See,
receiver on that team.
you don't even really need great receivers in that scheme, man. With the way
you
Lamar
don't.
can operate.
That is true. They need
You
running
don't.
backs, which they
And
have,
Yeah,
but they all got hurt.
yeah.
it, Marquise Brown was quoted literally today stating, it wasn't anything personal. He has love for Lamar, but he didn't feel that he fit their system. So I
He
mean, come
didn't.
on, man. I mean, and look, I think he'll ball out over there in Arizona. But I mean, can you really blame him?
He's a good fit
Seriously,
over
could you
there.
blame him?
He's a good fit as a deep threat on that team, and he won't have to be the number one because you got other guys. You got DeAndre Hopkins that will take up that coverage, and a veteran
Yep,
like AJ Green, plus Rondale Moore, and then you just got McBride and Ertz. So they have playmakers all over the place where he's just going to be able to fit in and do his job, which is going to be take the top off the defense. He's going to be
absolutely.
a better version of Christian. I think he's a better version of Christian Kirk. So I think he's going to do well in Arizona.
Speaking of the Ravens took UConn defensive tackle Travis Jones.
That's one of the guys you were talking about, GOS, Travis Jones.
Yeah, that's one of the steals of the draft, man. They snatched him in the third round.
Why is anybody
Loving
surprised
our
to be the
picks too,
Ravens ever
D-Mac.
do it?
Kayla says Malik Willis about to be Mr. Irrelevant. Hey,
Can you imagine?
it's possible. Uh, we were talking about it with Mac. I mean, how many other of these teams really need a quarterback right now?
Yeah.
They would have picked him up right now. I mean, I'm shocked, that he's fallen this far, honestly. But
Who?
Jesus, man, Malik Willis.
Oh no,
Well,
I'm not at all. I mean, I think I think the NFL as a whole should really pat themselves in the back right now. It's obviously not good for him, and I mean, I want to see the kid get drafted and have a chance at a great career and all that and everything, but it just feels like this is the right thing.
No team is going out there and forcing a pick on this kid because
Yeah, just because you need a
he's
quarterback,
yeah, and that's the thing
force
I'm
the
in.
pick.
It's a smart job too by these GMs and head coaches. They're not forcing picks on these quarterbacks. They're understanding the value of all these guys, and they're understanding
Well,
that these guys are mainly second, third round value guys, maybe even later.
well,
And
you
I
know what
think
else I
Pickett would
think
have
it
been that
is?
too.
You know what else I think it is, Jeff? So
What's
many
that?
people nowadays, so many like veteran quarterbacks are being traded nowadays. Like that shit wasn't
Absolutely.
happening even 5, 10 years ago. So a
Yep.
lot of these teams that would be reaching desperate for a quarterback, they've already threw their picks in and got a veteran. So they
Absolutely.
don't need to do this stuff, man.
Bernhard Ramajan from Central Michigan, tackle, goes to the Colts. I
It's
mean,
a nice pickup.
from Central Michigan. So they got themselves an offensive tackle.
To go on that stud defense. Excuse me. To go on that stud offensive line, man.
Might be their left tackle of the future. Because who knows about Eric Fisher? So they might just got their left tackle of the future. Not a bad pick. Could develop him behind Eric Fisher, a good, solid veteran offensive tackle, and then let him go next year in 2023 as your starter. Colts are
Yep.
having a pretty nice draft.
They
Not
are.
great, not like out of this world, but it's been pretty solid.
Miss Kayla, yes, Jeremy Rucker is still there. I'd love to pick him up with that third pick, man. I really would, man. But I feel like they're gonna go defense with that second, third rounder. I
Yeah.
just a feeling. Me too, D Mac Warrior. I think we're all loving the pick so far. I know some fans are still upset about Wandale Robinson. They'll get over it, but
They're
I
probably
personally,
questioning the guard we picked up too, but I mean, you got to trust Joe Shane. That's all we got to say. Trust Joe Shane that he knows what he's doing.
I mean,
So
yeah,
you just
I always
got
been like, you got to see him on the field too, man. Let's give him
exactly,
a
yeah.
chance.
There's no
Give
there's
him a
no
chance.
guarantee that Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal are going to be just incredible studs. I mean, they look like they're going to be incredible players, but they got to get on the field and show it. They got to stay healthy.
absolutely.
They got to
Yep.
they got to show their work. Wandale Robinson and the kid we just picked up in the third round, Izuku. I'm having trouble saying his name. I apologize, but him too. So I mean, the one thing the Giants needed to do, and this is what I'm going to say, the one thing the Giants need to do this offseason is improve that offensive line. And you know what? They have done it, and they have done it the best they can so far. You got an interior offensive lineman at pick in the third round. You got a stud right tackle prospect in the first round at pick number 7. You got a bunch of free agent guys that you could try out in the interior offensive line and even in your depth guys. So they have done what we've all asked them to do, and that's go out there and fix this offensive line. So that's the one thing you immediately have to give credit to Joe Shane, Brandon Brown, and these guys, is they went out there and they addressed the biggest problem on this team, which was the offensive line. And then they also just got arguably the best defensive prospect in this draft, and they got themselves a very solid, shifty offensive playmaker that you can build around this team for the next 3, 4, 5 years. One guy that you know will probably be here for the long term on this offense, who can play the slot, can play the outside, fits the system perfectly, and is a guy that you could build around on this offense. So, I mean, they're doing everything that we asked for this team to do in the offseason. So, I mean, we can't complain. I mean, obviously, of course, you want to wait until they get on the field and show what they can do. But right now, they are doing everything that we as a fan base have asked them to do. So let's just trust what they know what they're doing. Plus, we have still a bunch of picks in the middle rounds that we could still, we could see what happens. So I'm very happy as a fan. I
I
can't
mean,
complain.
I don't care who you are, you're gonna miss on guys. That's just the way it
Absolutely.
is.
Absolutely
Yeah.
happens, man.
Yeah, listen,
Kayla,
just the rolling dice.
NYG22 is he's probably honestly I don't think he's upset. I'm sure he understands, but yeah, I wonder what he's thinking too, man, because
He's
that
probably
man
in
hates
patch chat.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
He is a huge Malik Willis fan, so I'm very curious to see, what he thinks, man.
Well, I think hopefully for a lot of people this is a wake up call, because a lot of people took it as that I saw. A lot of people saying like the people that were low on Malik Willis were just like super fans of Daniel Jones, and it just wasn't the case. Or I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that was acting like that. I'd imagine, but that was never
Yeah.
that was never
No,
what I was getting at. If I thought he was a good quarterback and could had a bright future here, I'd be the first one to say draft a damn kid.
it just doesn't make sense this year for this team. It
Just,
doesn't make
just
sense to
don't. I
draft
just
a
don't
project
see it.
quarterback. Yeah, it doesn't
And
make sense to draft a project quarterback.
I'm one of them people that listen. The NFL is different nowadays. Build your damn team first because it's a if you listen when your team's tore down, you have no offensive line, no nothing. You got major holes. It's a gamble to take your quarterback first because them next 2 years you got to hit on everybody, especially early in the draft to build. If you don't
Yeah.
build it properly, your quarterback's not going to make it either. So build your damn team first, then draft a quarterback. That's what the good teams have done, always done.
And
It's
that's
just
exactly what they're doing right now. They're building the team in front of Daniel Jones if he does work out, or your next quarterback. They're doing exactly what we as fans should be wanting. So yeah, it's you said it right, GOS. We don't need a quarterback right now. You just take your chances with what Daniel Jones could do with this new system, with the improved offensive line, with your playmakers hopefully healthy, and then if he gets it done, you can franchise him if you think he's still good enough. Give him another year after that, or you just let him go and you get your future quarterback next year. So
now even though I said that, there is exceptions to the rule, man. I mean, if you're 90% sure, like there's a Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen there, yeah, take him. Because even if you can't build your team and you're not going to sign them, you can always turn around and flip them for friggin' 3 firsts in the future. So you're going to get your compensation back. But how many of these guys have come out in the last 30 years that you can say he's a surefire? I argue with so many people about who was the kid that went to Jags? I'm tired. The Jaguars there. Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
The beginning of the 2020 season, and the entertainers chat and all that, the people tank for Trevor, that stuff, like it's like, so you think some rookie green and green behind the gills, he's going to come in here and do anything different behind this garbage we're looking at?
yeah, no, it would be a mess.
And look what happened. He went to a team that was depleted. His first damn step was a strip fumble. That's the hardest I ever laughed in my life because it just reinforced every way I felt about it, and it had nothing to do with Trevor Lawrence or Daniel Jones. It has just everything to do with team. It's a team.
Team sport, exactly. There's
not
no
about
sport
just one quarterback.
Yeah.
It's not going to fix your problems. Deshaun Watson won 4 games.
There's
he's
no
a top
sport
5 to 10 quarterback.
There's no sport in all sports that's more of a team game than football. You need everybody out there to contribute and do their part.
Absolutely. And quarterback is the most dependent position of all sports, man.
Absolutely.
100%. You're dependent on 5 people, your offensive line. Then you got blocking from your tackles. You're dependent on your wide receivers getting open. You're dependent on everything. Everything is out of your control other than where you read and throw the ball. That's it.
Absolutely.
I just don't get it. It's like the Patrick Mahomes, like these big flashy quarterbacks are fried everybody's fucking brain. There's only a few of these guys in the NFL. Chances are you're not going to get them. You're talking about 3%ers here. You're not going to get that guy.
JT Woods to the Chargers, safety out of Baylor.
Man, that's a nice pickup for them.
You know what my thought was at one point? Just draft, like if you got 2 picks like the Giants had, and you got 2 great quarterbacks sitting there, draft them both. That was honestly my thought at one point. Take them both. That sounds stupid, but you keep the best one, and if you get one of them great ones, you just up your chances of hitting one of them great quarterbacks. You trade off. You're going to get a first round pick for the other one down the road next year, later. So I don't think like that anymore. I'm just about building the team. I've seen too much fuckery with bad rosters and quarterbacks looking early in the draft.
It's true. It is true, man. Jaden, and you're right, man. Our future QB may be next year, man. It could be Jones, man. We just got to see how everything plans out.
listen, the team has to be in place. It's all about a proper evaluation, and I know that rubs a lot of people the wrong way. Like, there's people that freak out, and I say it's like, oh well, if every offensive line gets hurt again this year, then you're just gonna be screaming that Daniel Jones needs another year because he didn't get another proper evaluation. No, 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 that's not what I'm saying. That clock is ticking, and that clock's running out. That don't have another year on it unless there's a performance. What I'm saying is, while you got them 4 or 5 years and you've drafted that guy, give
There
yourself
goes
the
there goes the
best
Dulcich.
chance.
Greg Dulcich just went to the Broncos. So there's another tight end off the board.
He's Evan Ingram. They can have him.
But you know what I was actually thinking too? Look at the personnel the Giants have put together on offense, especially. They are going to be fast. They have a lot of guys on this offense that are fast, quick, twitchy, those types of players. Breida, Richie James, Tony, Shepard when he's healthy. This kid, Wandale Robinson. They have a lot of guys that are like quick, twitchy, get in and out of their breaks. Those types of receivers or running backs on this team. Barkley as well. I mean, they're building that offense. They're building that offense to that type of style. And I wonder if, it's that seems to be the type of offense that they're going to run. Maybe very interchangeable too with their playmakers. Like, you're not going to have the same playmakers out there all the time unless it's your stars. Because the Bills, I think I remember, they rotated their guys a ton on offense. Besides, like, obviously Diggs and maybe Gabriel Davis, or like their starters, they rotated the receivers all over the place.
I think Dable's going to spread it out, man. He's going to spread out He's going to spread out receivers and let it rip.
Well, I'm just thinking about their roles too. I think Shepard is going to be like Beasley when he's healthy. He's going to be that slot guy that can get move the chains. Giants just picked Cordale Flott, cornerback out of LSU. That's our next pick. Cordale Flott. So we got our cornerback.
I'm kind of embarrassed to say this. I never even fucking heard of him.
Neither have I. Hi, Keith.
So there you go. There's
some kind of draft expert.
There's our cornerback right there out of LSU.
Jesus Christ. That's fucked up too, because I watched a bunch of LSU fucking games, and I don't even. That just goes to show you how shitty of evaluator you are. I don't even half the time know what the fuck the defensive play is. Just focusing on a player. That's awful.
That's all good. I'm not going to ever call myself an expert on any of this stuff. I mean, I'm not a scout or anything. It's just when I know some of these players from watching them in college and seeing what the potential fits can be on certain teams and like their upsides and stuff. I mean, I didn't watch college football as much this year, but
well, I played some high school ball, so I know some scheme. I know some scheme stuff. I know the process. I know what players are looking to do, and
this kid is a 2-year starter, 12 career passes defended. So that's all they have. 3rd round pick out of 81. LSU. So he's LSU. Man. So that's all. That's not like an All-American or anything like that. So he's a 2-year starter, 3rd round pick. So
Kyler Gordon, has he gone off the board?
Yes, he went off the board, I think, in the 2nd round, I believe.
Okay. I'll say if he's still there, that would have. I don't even know who that guy is, but I think that would have been a better pick. I never heard of that guy. I've watched LSU tape.
I mean, well, they needed a cornerback. If this was really if they're really getting rid of Bradbury, they needed to go to cornerback. So there's your cornerback. I guess they think this kid has upside or something, along with Robinson, to be a starter on the offense. I don't know. So, I mean, you draft a kid in the 3rd round, like the middle to the late of the 3rd round. I guess you think he's got some upside, but yeah, I mean, a lot of fans are probably going to complain. Like they will. Who are these guys that we drafted? Like, why we reached too high for Robinson, for a gadget type player, wide receiver? Who is this guy, the offensive guard that we got from North Carolina? Who is he? And like this guy that we drafted right now. We just drafted a quarterback. I mean, is he even that good, or is he overrated? So it's going to happen. They're going to go off about this. I already see it. I was just talking about it with some friends of mine on my Facebook page and on Bleacher Report, and I was talking about Wandale Robinson. I said I think this kid's going to be good, and a lot of fans just pretty much said reach, overrated, gadget type player, too much of like a double. He's like a double, say like redundant player like Tony. It's like that's what they were saying. So
Shit.
just trust the process with these guys. Trust the process with Joe Shane. We don't know. I don't know anything about the other two players we picked today. I know Robinson. I don't know these other two players, but I'm gonna trust Shane knows what he's doing. So and think about what we needed. Come into this draft, we filled 5. We needed a right tackle. We got arguably the best one in Evan Neal. We needed a pass rusher. We got the best one in Kayvon Thibodeau. We needed an offensive guard. We got this kid out of North Carolina in the 3rd round. We needed a cornerback. We got this kid out of LSU. LSU does know how to get out pretty solid cornerback. So we got this kid. And we needed a wide receiver, future wide receiver for a position that's broken down guys. You just got a kid that's very he's very quick out of his breaks. He did have a good season in Kentucky, so we filled some holes for our team so far. So I mean, I'm not disappointed with how we did in the first 3 rounds so far. So I mean, tomorrow is going to be the test. Tomorrow is going to be the real test. Can we get players in the 4th through the 7th round, including undrafted free agency, that could be guys that we could develop as solid depth players on this team that can come in when need be to help the offense? Are these guys going to be able to maybe surprise and become offensive starters? I mean, that's what I'm looking for is the 4th and 7th round, because that is where we struck out by far the most. Obviously the 3rd round too, but we have struck out so much in getting and finding late round picks. 3rd round and beyond is where it's killed us over our career with this team.
I agree, man. Wow. And because I actually have to head out, but before we do, because we got all the Giants picks, Nakobi Dean is off the board, and he is
Eagles.
a Philadelphia Eagle, man.
Fuck. I'm gonna say fuck.
No, you're good, man. That's
Dude,
that's pick up for the
listen.
Eagles.
He went this late for a reason.
It's because he had a pec issue. He has a strained pec that he didn't get surgery on. That's why he went.
Think about this. If this is just a strained pec, and he's that great, he's that high up, he's not even still making it out of the 1st round. That's something.
I know.
I mean, that is something, man. That's crazy.
Teams must have had some type of medical concern about him. That's maybe the reason why he dropped this bad. But that's if he gets himself right, the Eagles got themselves a pretty damn good player in the 3rd round.
I'll give him that much, yeah.
That's Nakobi Dean in the 3rd round is a solid pickup.
Well, if the stories are true, like he can't build up his muscle anymore, bulk up at all.
Oh, there we go.
Tosh, a glorified safety, a middle linebacker. So I ain't crying. I'm not going to be worried about it.
Tosh says this kid we picked up played opposite of Derek Stingley in LSU. So
I mean, we'll see how it plays out, man. I mean, shit, we'll see. I'm liking the draft so far, man. I really am.
Me too, man. You got to head out, bro?
Yes, sir. We're going to close it out here because I got to run to the airport. But we're going to close it out here. Y'all boys, I appreciate you guys stopping by for rounds 2 through 3. It's been a lot of fun. Chat, I appreciate you guys stopping by with us as well. It was awesome interacting with you guys and getting your thoughts. If you guys haven't already, which I'm sure y'all have, but if you haven't already, please subscribe to these two, Giant Opinion Sports and NYG Jeffy T3285. The links to their channels are already in the description. Go click on it. Go subscribe to them. Please do so, man. Any last thoughts before we sign out, guys?
I'm excited to see what we do in the 4th and 7th round. If we can get those building blocks for our depth of position, maybe some surprise starters. This is where Joe Shane and Brandon Brown are going to do their best work, is finding those diamonds in the rough in the middle to late rounds. But thank you very much for having me on the stream with you the past couple of days. Are we going to do the 4th through 7th round in the midday tomorrow or no?
I might not be able to, just because I'm going to try to see some fam tomorrow. But if anything, I mean, we'll probably figure something out during the week because I want to get everyone's thoughts on how the draft went.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm all good with that. I mean, I mean, I'll probably just hop on. I guess Joel, I think, is doing it tomorrow. I might just follow his channel tomorrow and see how it's going over there. And then I got the Premium Take show that I'm doing with Mac the Giants fan, Zion Zenith, and Adam Costas that we do every Sunday, but we're moving it to Saturday this week. We're going to be
Awesome.
recapping the NFL draft, talking about wrestling, the WWE, what's going on with them this week, the NBA playoffs, baseball season. So if you guys have any interest, check me out. Premium Takes tomorrow.
Hell yeah, dog. Again, subscribe to these two guys here. They make great content. Y'all already know that. I don't got to tell y'all, but shit. Appreciate you guys stopping by. It was a pleasure having you guys on the channel. It was a pleasure talking to you guys in the chat. And we're out.
Thank
All right.